Chunyan was a 17 or 18-year-old girl, and her face had already turned red after being told by Beibei. However, she was shy and gentle by nature, and after being embarrassed for a while, she went over and asked, "Beibei, tell your cousin how to change this? And what else should I pay attention to in the city? My cousin just came here and doesn't know anything. Tell me, I will pay attention to it in the future." Beibei listened and told Chunyan about washing her face and brushing her teeth in the morning and evening, washing her feet at night, taking a bath every day in summer and once a week in winter, and going to the big bathhouse to wash. Chunyan listened carefully but didn't remember everything, so she nodded and said, "Okay. Then I will learn from you, from tomorrow." After talking for a while, Beibei took out his book to do his homework. Chunyan looked at Beibei writing in pencil on the homework book with some envy. She remembered that a few years ago, her fourth aunt had sent money to her mother to send them to learn to read, but her mother was reluctant to spend the money, so she sent her eldest and second brothers instead. Until now, she can't even write her own name. She is blind. She didn't dare to disturb Beibei, so she went to bed first. After Chunyan settled down, Xia Huanhuan was able to spare more time to go to school and sell clothes. After selling 20 sets of jeans and sweaters last time, she didn't go out to the stall again, and finally went out to the stall again these 2 days. As soon as she arrived at the place, she immediately shouted again, "Here you are! What a coincidence today! The jean seller is here." Xia Huanhuan was so scared that she almost thought that the security guards came to block her. But fortunately, it was a customer. Several young girls came over at once, touching several sample pants and sweaters, and said with a smile, "I'm glad someone in our factory is wearing them. I asked, and they said they bought them here. I come here every day, but I can't find them. Today I finally found them. Is the price of this clothing the same as a few days ago? A set of sweaters and jeans is 20 yuan? Xia Huanhuan didn't expect that she only came to sell once, and it actually attracted customers to stay here, so she smiled and said, "Yes. It's still the same price. Which sweater pattern do you like? Just pick it." The girl picked a blue plaid sweater and a pair of jeans and paid generously. "Here. 20. Xia Huanhuan smiled. "Okay. This is brand new. Take a look." After the girl bought first, the other girls also rushed to pay. However, they all bought single pieces, so the price was not much more expensive if 2 people competed. 3 sets were sold in this wave, and the profit was 18 yuan. However, it was not easy to sell later that day. The sweater was okay, but the jeans were too avant-garde and novel. No one had seen them before, so only young girls would wear them. Moreover, I sold 20 pieces last time. Although there was a gap of several days between the two, 10 or 20 yuan per piece of clothing was not cheap. Therefore, I sold 3 more sets in the rest of the day, a total of 6 sets, with a profit of 36 yuan. Xia Huanhuan was not in a hurry. She thought it was about time. Then she closed the stall. She thought about it and decided that it might be the wrong place. Many people who come to the black market to buy things are housewives or men, and what they buy is practical. If the target audience of this clothing is young people, then it is not right to set up a stall in the black market. She thought about it and planned to change the place to set up the stall later. She found 2 good places. One is the entrance of the Beijing Art Troupe, and the other is near Beijing University. The members of the Beijing Art Troupe are all sensitive to fashion. As for Beijing University, the second batch of students after the resumption of the college entrance examination have already enrolled. Among this batch of students, the proportion of young students has increased significantly. They have no burden, and they also receive subsidies from the school every month. More importantly, their acceptance is also relatively high. However, it is okay near the art troupe. She can go there in person, but at the entrance of Beijing University, she is a student of Beijing University after all. If she is caught by someone and someone reports her for not doing her job properly, it will be a bad thing. Xia Huanhuan thought about it and decided to split up into 2 groups. She would sell near the art troupe herself and find someone to sell near more famous universities. But who to find is also a problem. Dahe and his men basically hang out in the black market alleys. If they are asked to go near the university, apart from other things, their temperaments are not suitable. Xia Huanhuan thought about it and suddenly remembered Yusiju. Yusiju originally studied medicine, but she preferred nursing. After returning to the city, she has not yet arranged a job. Fu Nanzheng is a doctor. It is not difficult to apply for a nurse quota for the family in the hospital, but it will take several months. Therefore, Yusiju is now unemployed at home and has no job. However, she quickly rejected this idea. Fu Nanzheng and Yusiju have already obtained the marriage certificate, and the wedding is scheduled to be held in October, which is coming soon. It is too inappropriate for her to drag the bride to sell clothes. After thinking about it again, Xia Huanhuan decided to ask Qi Ningyu for help. After almost a year of contact, she still trusts the character and personality of the Qi family. Qi Ningyu will not go to high school, and she is good at arithmetic and literacy. After going to Qi's house and telling Qi's father about the matter, Qi's father looked at his daughter and asked, You decide on this matter yourself. Are you willing to work with your sister Huanhuan? Qi Ningyu admired Xia Huanhuan very much, so although she was a little shy, she nodded firmly and said, Dad, Sister Huanhuan, I'm willing to do it. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Okay. I'll tell you the specific place to set up the stall when the time comes. It's not difficult. In terms of profit distribution, Xia Huanhuan directly split it 50-50. The profit of one set was 6 yuan, she took 3 yuan and the remaining 3 yuan was Qi Ningyu's. If it was sold individually, the profit of each piece was 4 yuan and she took 2 yuan. After all, she was not doing charity, so she still had to take what she should take. After this matter was settled, Xia Huanhuan left Qi Ningyu 10 sets of goods, asking her to try selling them first, without having to feel psychologically burdened, and return them to her if they couldn't be sold. In addition, she also gave Qi Ningyu a set of clothes and said with a smile, When you sell goods, put on this set, and someone will definitely come to buy it immediately. Qi Ningyu wanted to pay, but Xia Huanhuan refused and said with a smile, This can also be regarded as one of the investments. I have already counted it as the cost. The next day, Qi Ningyu really went to the place that Xia Huanhuan had already selected in advance. However, she was shy and stood for a long time without daring to sell. It was Xia Huanhuan who deliberately went over and asked loudly where she bought the clothes on her body, which attracted the attention of several girls. When Qi Ningyu saw Xia Huanhuan, she was shocked and quickly took out the clothes in the bag and said, It's new goods from Guangshi. Look, there are other colors too. Several girls also came over, took a look and asked with love, This is pretty good looking. How much is it? Xia Huanhuan blinked at Qi Ningyu, which was considered to be an encouragement to her. Qi Ningyu took a deep breath and said, This pair of jeans is 10 yuan, and this sweater is 12 yuan. If you want both, just give 20 yuan. If you can't get both, you can compete with your classmates. The girl looked at her companion after hearing this. This is really not cheap. Their monthly allowance is only 20 yuan, and they have to save money for food and books. It is really hard to spend more than 10 or 20 yuan to buy clothes. I think I have seen these pants in the foreign magazines in the library. They are called jeans. I have always wanted to buy them, but I have been looking around Beijing and can't find them. A girl said enviously. The other girl gritted her teeth and said, How about we each buy one pair? At most, I'll have to work harder for the next half month, or ask my family for some. The first girl thought for a moment and said, Okay. We both want jeans. Can you give each of us a discount of $1? Qi Ningyu nodded quickly and said with a smile, Yes. As long as it's 2 pairs, it can be discounted by $2. The 2 girls said, Then wait for us for a while. We'll go to the dormitory to get the money and come back soon. With that, they left. In addition to these 2 girls, other female classmates were also attracted, so Xia Huanhuan quietly walked away. Others who came to see the jeans also had the courage to bargain with Qi Ningyu. However, Qi Ningyu didn't agree and said it was the lowest price. This is what Xia Huanhuan told her. Now there is only one store in Beijing that sells jeans. Scarcity makes things expensive. What is sold is expensive and rare. Don't look at the price. If it is too cheap, some people will not even bother to buy it. The purpose of their purchase is to be able to show off. The more expensive it is, the more proud they are. This is what we call positioning the target customers. There are products and selling methods that can achieve small profits but quick turnover, but in the current environment, it is obviously not suitable for products that sell in large quantities. This time, Xia Huanhuan positioned the jeans to be high-priced. Moreover, if you allow bargaining, if everyone asks, I bought $1.50 more than you, the money is not much, but I will definitely feel unbalanced if I buy more expensively. I'm afraid they won't patronize you again. So, I'd rather not bargain. And mark the price clearly at the beginning. Everyone will be calm and feel at ease when they see that the price is the same. Some people left when they couldn't bargain. However, there are still many people who couldn't let go and looked at it again and finally paid for it. When the first two girls came over, Qiningyu had already sold 5 pairs of jeans. After the two girls took the jeans and left, there were only 3 pairs of jeans left. There are still 5 sweaters left. This is the opposite of the black market. The black market focuses on practicality. Although the machine-knitted sweaters are soft and beautiful in color, they are more popular. On the contrary, jeans are tight-fitting. It is not convenient to wear them to do work, so they're not selling well. Students in Beijing focus on fashion and being different. No matter how beautiful the sweater is, you can buy some wool and knit it yourself. Jeans are different. No matter how capable you are, you may not be able to buy this fabric and the metal decorative buttons on the clothes even if you go to department stores all over the country. So even if you want to make it, you can't. You really can only buy ready-made ones. Qiningyu's confidence increased greatly, and he dared to shout. By the afternoon, the remaining 3 pairs of jeans were sold out. There were also 1 or 2 who left after failing to bargain at the beginning and then came back to buy. When they saw that they were all sold out, they regretted it and pulled Qiningyu to ask if there were any more. Qiningyu hesitated and said, I have to ask.
I don't know yet.
The 2 girls looked expectant and said, Will you come here to set up a stall tomorrow? Will you come early tomorrow morning? We will come early tomorrow morning to buy, okay? Qiningyu looked at their eager eyes and was too embarrassed to refuse, so he said, I will try my best. Xia Huanhuan passed by after class and saw that Qiningyu had gone home, so she knew that the sales should be good. Before she went back, she went to Qi's house first. Qiningyu gave all the money she earned today to Xia Huanhuan. Sister Huanhuan, all the jeans are sold out. There are still 3 sweaters left. Here is the money, a total of 167 yuan. Xia Huanhuan didn't count all the money, but counted out 26 yuan from the money and handed it to Qiningyu, smiling and saying, It seems that today is a good start. These 26 yuan are your share. Qiningyu's face was flushed, and it was obvious that he was still very excited, and there was no sense of reality. Just now, she had 167 yuan in her hand. And not all of them were big unity notes, but 1 or 2 yuan notes, which she stuffed into a cloth bag and counted after she came back. There were a lot of big and small notes on the table. Now, seeing the 26 yuan, there were 2 big unity notes, 2 2-yuan notes, and 2 1-yuan notes. Qiningyu quickly pushed it back and said, Sister Huanhuan, I can't take this money. I didn't help. College students like this, so it sells well. Xia Huanhuan stuffed the money into her pocket and said with a smile, Didn't we agree on this? Who would not admit the debt after making money?
Take it.
Otherwise, I won't dare to ask you for help later. Qi Jian also said at this time, Ningyu, your sister, Huanhuan asked you to take it, so just take it. In the future, follow your sister, Huanhuan, and learn well. Do you hear me? Qi Jian said while examining Xia Huanhuan. I didn't realize that this little girl has a good business mind. Qiningyu had just told him how Xia Huanhuan taught her to respond to customers and why she was not allowed to lower the price. Qi Jian had opened a restaurant before. A restaurant is not a tea house, so there are some barriers to entry, and the food and drinks are expensive. But no matter how few customers there are, he will not lower the price, and the reason is the same. The grade is like the price. Once it drops, it will be difficult to raise it again. Therefore, he couldn't help but secretly praise Xia Huanhuan. Seeing that her father had also spoken, Qiningyu had no choice but to take it with trembling hands and asked shyly, Sister Huanhuan, can you give me some more jeans tomorrow? There are some that I didn't buy today, and they said they want to buy them tomorrow. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Why not? However, I will give you 5 pairs tomorrow, and as for the sweaters, I will give you the 3 remaining ones today, and you can continue to sell them." Qi Ningyu said, "Sister Huanhuan, I see that many people like these jeans. Aren't 5 pairs a bit too few?" Before Xia Huanhuan spoke, Qi Jian had already said, "Ningyu, listen to your sister Huanhuan." Qi Jian had already understood that Xia Huanhuan was planning to create scarcity artificially. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but glance at Qi Jian. The old man was still the best. It seemed that her intentions had not been hidden from the old expert. What she was thinking of was hunger marketing. Stop selling at the university for a few days, and when you go to sell them, those who were originally undecided will regret it in these few days, and they will definitely not hesitate anymore. After checking Qi Jian's pulse again, Xia Huanhuan left. The next day, Qi Ningyu took another 5 pairs of jeans and 3 sweaters. The 2 girls who said they wanted to buy yesterday really came to buy them early in the morning and left happily. The remaining 3 pairs of jeans and 3 sweaters were sold in a short time. Even so, there were still several people who hesitated and didn't rush to buy. When they saw that there was no stock left, they pulled Qi Ningyu to ask, "It's gone. Why are there so few today?" Qi Ningyu followed Xia Huanhuan's instructions and smiled. "These are originally for export abroad, so the number is small. If you want them, you may have to wait a few more days." The person who asked the question was frustrated and had to remind her, "Then next time you come, remember to leave 2 for us." During the days when Qi Ningyu stopped selling, Xia Huanhuan also set up a stall at the entrance of the art troupe when she had no classes. It's easier to sell here than in college. First, the salary of the actors in the art troupe is higher than the subsidies for college students. In addition, the actors are generally good-looking, and their pursuit of beauty is a little more. Sometimes they would rather starve than buy clothes and shoes. Therefore, she took 20 pairs of jeans and 10 sweaters to sell. In just half a day, she had sold most of them. However, the number of people in the art troupe is limited after all, and 20 sets is almost the limit. Xia Huanhuan was not worried. After several times, she sold about 60 pairs of jeans and basically cleared out the sweaters. Excluding the ones Xia Huanhuan kept for her family, 1 for Qi Ningyu, 1 for Jiangwan and Yusiju, 1 for Chenlu, 1 for Zhou Qiuhe sent to Mo County, and 1 for Chunyan, there were 7 pairs of jeans left. There were a total of 30 pairs of jeans left, which was not a big problem. Xia Huanhuan did not go to the stall to sell them herself, and asked Qi Ningyu to do it. It was not just the ones around Peking University but also around Tsinghua University and other colleges. Xia Huanhuan had checked the places in advance and asked Qi Ningyu to set up the stall. In just a few days, they were all sold out. In the end, she calculated that out of the 100 pairs of jeans and 50 sweaters, excluding the 10 pieces she gave away, half of the remaining ones were sold by her, with a profit of 3 yuan per piece, and the other half were sold by Qi Ningyu, with a profit of 1.5 yuan. In total, it was a net profit of nearly 300 yuan. Although it was not much, it actually took her only half a month from the time she received the goods to the time she finished the purchase, but she earned half a year's salary for others, which was already a huge profit. Qi Ningyu also made about 100 yuan. Looking at the money on the table, Qi Ningyu and Qi Jian were a little speechless. "Dad, I have never seen so much money in my life. Selling clothes is so profitable. Sister Huanhuan is so amazing." Qi Jian has seen people with big money, but seeing Xia Huanhuan, a young woman, can make so much in just half a month.
The key.
She has no relationship with the Qi family. She just bought the Qi family storefront, but she is willing to let Ningyu follow her to make so much money. Her mind and pattern are first class. Qi Jian secretly admired and once again reminded his daughter, "Ningyu, you will be relieved if you follow Sister Huanhuan to learn well in the future." Qi Ningyu said, "Dad, don't worry. I will definitely listen to Sister Huanhuan." After this batch of clothes was sold, Xia Huanhuan considered going to Guangzhou again to buy more goods. However, it is not cold in Guangzhou in winter, so it is hard to buy thick cotton clothes for winter. The sweater I bought last time was okay, and everyone wears it in autumn and winter. Tight jeans are not so good in winter, and you can't wear long johns inside. No matter how fashionable you are, Beijing in winter is not a joke. Xia Huanhuan wanted to take the opportunity to go to the northeast, where the fur and mountain products are very famous, and she could go and have a look. She also had to make arrangements for clothing stores early. October soon arrived. Fu Nanjing and Yu Siju's wedding was about to take place. Because Yu Siju's parents had not returned to the city, Yu Siju's relatives were not notified. Some people who heard that she married into the Fu family and had drawn a clear line before wanted to get close to them, but were directly rejected by Yu Siju. On the Fu family side, Fu Nanjing originally planned to hold a big wedding with 7 or 8 tables at a state-owned restaurant, but Yu Siju stopped him from agreeing. I know you don't want me to be wronged. However, I don't want to make it too ostentatious, so I'd better invite my family and your close friends to have a meal. Fu Nanjing had to give up after hearing this. However, even so, there were 3 or 5 tables of guests. In the end, the tables were set up in the courtyard that the Fu family was going to take back. The chef of the state-owned restaurant was specially invited to come with several apprentices to cook, and the ingredients were purchased by themselves at the market. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, I can't help with anything else. As for the ingredients, leave it to me and Li Zhan. Let's go to the market to purchase them. The Fu family really can't find anyone who can do this now. When the eldest brother and the second brother of the Fu family get married, they will definitely come back. However, it is impossible to come back many days in advance to help with these things. There is no woman in the family, only Aunt Chen, but that is also for daily life. She can't take responsibility for what dishes to cook and what ingredients to buy for the banquet. Fu Weixin and Mr. Fu nodded and gave Xia Huanhuan 500 yuan to let her buy it. Xia Huanhuan pushed back 200 yuan and said with a smile, Dad, Grandpa, 300 yuan should be enough. If it's still not enough, I'll ask you for more. Fu Weixin said firmly, You take it. You have so many people over there, and now your parents-in-law have returned. Work hasn't resumed yet, and they need money everywhere. If you have extra money, you can buy some cotton-padded clothes for the children as winter is coming soon. Old Master Fu also said, Your father is right. If you really have extra money, just think of it as giving it to the kids at home, not to you. You are not allowed to refuse. After hearing what the two said, Xia Huanhuan had no choice but to accept it. As for the ingredients, she probably had them all in her space, and the quality would definitely not be worse than what she bought in the market. The only problem was to determine which ingredients were needed. This required asking the chef of the restaurant to be invited for the menu. The chef quickly asked his apprentice to send the menu of the banquet and the types of ingredients that needed to be purchased. Xia Huanhuan opened the list and took a look. There were quite a few things she wanted. Autumn and winter are the time to eat beef and mutton. The first item on the list was 2 top-quality beach sheep. If they were not cooked, they would be slaughtered in the market and delivered on the morning of the banquet. She didn't want live beef, but she wanted the kind that was slaughtered in the market, 30 catties. She wanted 6 pork elbows, 20 catties of pork belly, and 10 catties of bacon and chicken. She wanted 6 mandarin fish, 6 crucian carp and other carps, 10 catties of small fish, shrimps, and shellfish, 20 catties of large shrimps, and 20 catties of. She wanted 6 old hens, 6 tender chickens, and 100 eggs. 6 ducks were also ordered. Vegetarian dishes such as radish, Chinese cabbage, celery, spinach, bean sprouts, tofu, bean curd skin, mushrooms, black fungus, winter bamboo shoots, lily, green, and red peppers, etc. were also ordered, ranging from 10 to 20 kilograms. Other ingredients included flour, glutinous rice flour, red dates, peanuts, rice cakes, red beans, longans, lotus seeds, apples, pears, white fungus, rock sugar, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and other auxiliary materials. The best fruit wood and firewood were also ordered, presumably for roasting duck. In addition, Xia Huanhuan also prepared white wine, Arctic Ocean soda for the female guests and children, and wedding candy and melon seeds before the banquet. Xia Huanhuan took a general look and was not in a hurry to prepare them. On the morning of the wedding, she and Li Zhan went to the courtyard over there in advance and took out all these things from the space. The 2 sheep were naturally alive and tied in the yard outside the kitchen. There are other chickens, ducks, fish, etc., all of which are fresh and kept in cages or basins in the yard. The kitchen here is in the backyard, and the banquet is in the front yard, separated by a wall. When the dishes are served, they go through the corner door next to them, and they don't interfere with each other. It's a bit messy, but it doesn't interfere. The chef's apprentices came in a short while later and did some preparations first. When the preparations are almost done, the chef will come in. The apprentices counted the things Xia Huanhuan prepared and checked the freshness, and they were surprised. "Big sister, where do you buy these ingredients?" "This is fresher than the ingredients delivered to our restaurant before dawn every day. It's picked from the vegetable fields. The meat is also freshly killed." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "I also went to the countryside outside the city to ask people, and asked them to pick it in the middle of the night and send it overnight. The meat is also from the slaughterhouse, and the farm has made an appointment with people in advance." At that moment, the apprentices began to kill chickens and sheep, and they were very busy. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan did not follow here to watch, but went to Yu Siju's house. Although the judgment of Yu's parents had not been officially made, they had relaxed a lot, so Fu Nanjing took the 2 of them over this time. Seeing Xia Huanhuan coming, Yu's parents smiled and said, "Siju is in the room. You can go in and find her." Yu Siju had already put on light makeup, her hair was, and a red velvet flower was inserted on one side. She was also wearing a bright red Cheongsam modified skirt, which modified her exquisite waist. There was also a bridal velvet flower on her chest. Seeing Xia Huanhuan, Yu Siju smiled and pulled her, saying, "Huanhuan, I'm so nervous." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Third sister-in-law, don't be nervous. Besides, haven't we already practiced on the island?" Yu Siju couldn't help but blush when she heard it. "I'm so nervous, and you're still teasing me." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this. I brought you some snacks. You can eat them first. I'm afraid you don't have much time to eat today." As she said this, she opened a basket, in which lay several exquisite mung bean cakes and rose pastries, as well as a bowl of yogurt with raisins, candied plums, etc. The green mung bean cakes, the rose pastries wrapped in pastry, and the milky white yogurt, just looking at them made people hungry. Yu Siju was not polite either. She ate 2 pieces of cakes first, and then ate the yogurt in small bites. Seeing that her lipstick was smudged, Xia Huanhuan helped her touch up her makeup. After waiting nervously and anxiously until 8 or 9 in the morning, there was a sound from outside. Then Fu Nanjing came to pick up the bride in a zhongshan suit with a red velvet flower on his chest. The Yu family doesn't have many relatives and friends to visit now, so the noisy part about blocking the door and not letting in was omitted. Xia Huanhuan took Yu Siju's hand and came out of the inner room, and then stepped aside. Yu Siju first looked at Fu Nanjing with a blushing face, and then lowered her head shyly. "Hold one. Hug one." Fu Nanjing's friends and colleagues who came to pick up the bride started to make a fuss. Fu Nanjing laughed and did not hesitate. He picked up the person and walked towards the car parked in the alley outside. The car was the jeep allocated to Fu Weixin. No one could say anything about using it to pick up his son's daughter-in-law when he got married. The jeep started, and there was also a small truck with a back bucket, which was naturally prepared by Luo Chung. On the small truck were bedding, new floral quilts, wash basins, wash basin racks, thermoses, as well as sewing machines, bicycles, electric fans, and other dowries. Someone was on the truck, and when they saw people along the way, they would scatter some peanuts and wedding candies. Most of these were also selected by Xia Huanhuan and Yu Siju. Naturally, there were other people to entertain the father-in-law and mother-in-law, and they were sent to the Fu family courtyard. After picking up the bride, they arrived at the courtyard. There were a total of 6 tables set up in the main house and wing rooms in the yard, and the guests had already taken their seats one after another. The wedding ceremony was held near noon. The bride and groom kowtowed to Mr. Fu and Fu Weixin respectively, and then they introduced themselves to the eldest brother, the second brother, Xia Huanhuan, and others of the Fu family symbolically, and then the feast officially began. In the backyard, 2 sheep had been butchered and separated according to different parts. 3 or 4 large pots and 2 large steamers were all on fire at the same time. In addition, there was a special grill, which was managed by a special person and used the best fruit wood to grill the 6 big fat ducks. The cold dishes were served first, such as cold lotus root, cold celery and black fungus, cold stewed pork, braised beef in soy sauce, etc. Then came the hot pot. Hot dishes were served one after another, including 4 happiness meatballs, stir-fried meat with mushrooms, steamed prawns, stir-fried lamb tripe with green peppers, pickled beans and lamb offal, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, etc. Then there was a hot and sour soup, a squirrel mandarin fish, a duck blood and spinach soup, a pork elbow, or braised pork with square meat, and then the main dishes were served in turn. The finale this time was the lamb and the fruit wood roasted duck, which were placed at the end. After the main dishes were finished, the dishes were changed, and desserts and sweet soups were served. There were 2 desserts. One was steamed glutinous rice, red dates and cashews, mixed with white sugar, which was extremely sweet. Another dish was fried red bean crisps, with red beans soaked in honey wrapped in golden dough. There were also 2 sweet soups. One was stewed pears with rock sugar, and the other was a sweet soup made with apple slices, lily, red dates, lotus seeds, and longans. After drinking the sweet soup, the wedding banquet was considered to be a complete success. The chefs of state-owned restaurants have first-class skills. Xia Huanhuan picked up the roast duck, dipped it in a special sweet noodle sauce with cucumber and green onion shreds, and wrapped it in a thin pancake. When she put it in her mouth, it immediately left a lingering fragrance on her teeth and cheeks. It was not much different from the one sold at Quanjude. Fu Nanjing and Yu Siju toasted at each table. They were really busy at this party. Xia Huanhuan brought all 6 children from home. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei were relatively quiet. The triplets were so happy that after eating for a while, they ran to play with Yuan Chaoheping and the other children brought by the guests. At 2 or 3 in the afternoon, Fu Nanjing and Yu Siju came out to see the guests off. As a relative of the groom, Xia Huanhuan had to stay to finish the things, so she stayed with Li Zhan and asked Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei to take the triplets home first. The hotel chef was very satisfied with the banquet he prepared. However, he also knew that he could finish so many dishes so easily in a few hours. Firstly, he and his apprentices were not good at cooking, but more importantly, the ingredients were ready. In addition to the remuneration agreed in advance, the Fu family also prepared red envelopes. Xia Huanhuan came over and stuffed the red envelopes into the chef and his apprentices, while seeing them off. The chef couldn't help asking, "Sister, which markets did you order all these ingredients from? They are so fresh. And this Ningxia beach sheep is not so easy to order. Even for our restaurant, we have to order it 1 or 2 months in advance." His apprentice also echoed, "Master, I noticed it when I came here this morning. There are water droplets on the leaves." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "It's because someone I know asked me to help get the freshest and best ingredients." The chef could tell that Xia Huanhuan didn't want to reveal anything, so he didn't ask any more questions and said, "Well, we at Hongxingju are going to entertain some very important guests in a few days. Sister, ask your acquaintances if they are willing to provide us with ingredients. Money is not a problem. We will definitely get a better price than what they get at the market." Xia Huanhuan's heart moved, but she didn't agree immediately, so she smiled and said, "Okay. I'll ask them what they mean. I will reply to you, Master, then." The chef said, "Then if you want to help Hongxing Bureau, just ask Chef Wu." After the matter was settled, Chef Wu took his apprentices back. Here, the Fu family also found a few people to help clean, wash the dishes, and put away the dishes. Li Zhan helped put away the tables and stools. After Xia Huanhuan saw that there was nothing wrong with the finish, she went back with Li Zhan. Fu Nanjing came over to take a look. Originally, there was an extra table of food, but now Fu Nanjing took the lead. It was given to Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan, and Fu Nanjing took the remaining leg of lamb back, as well as the pork knuckle, roast duck, roast chicken, etc. prepared by the chef. Xia Huanhuan thought that Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru, as well as Shanwan Xue, Rong Jinbang, and Chen Yan, were not here to have a meal, and it would be a good time for them to take it back, so Xia Huanhuan did not refuse. Things in the Northeast. I'm thinking of going to the Northeast this winter vacation. Li Zhan was stunned for a moment. Going to the Northeast? It's so cold over there. What are you doing there in the winter? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Go and have a look. Also, aren't the furs, medicinal materials, and hazelnuts over there famous? I want to go see it. Li Zhan looked at her and said with a smile, That's okay. If you want to go, I'll go with you. Xia Huanhuan held his arm and said with a smile, Li Zhan, I knew you had to come with me. Actually, Xia Huanhuan has another idea, which is to go there to see the trading environment with Lao Maozi, the neighboring country to the north. Lao Maozi has developed heavy industry but not light industry, and the natural environment is harsh. Therefore, it is possible to bring domestic. He sold light industrial products to Lao Maozi and bought heavy industrial waste products from there, such as steel. This began to increase after the domestic light industry developed in the 1990s, so Xia Huanhuan knew the future direction. They wanted to start before others. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan returned to the courtyard and put all the things they had brought back into the kitchen to heat up the dishes and eat them around the table these days. Almost every meal had meat, and all they ate were multigrain steamed buns or white flour steamed buns. She looked much better, and her face became rosier. Looking at the delicious food on the table, she couldn't help but ask, Fourth aunt, how much does it cost for so much meat? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Why do you worry about money? You can eat whatever is eaten at home, and just be cautious. Chunyan's face turned red and she said, Hey. The next day, Xia Huanhuan took out the mutton leg and stewed the radish and mutton soup. The mutton was taken out and cut into pieces, and the mutton soup was used next. Chef Wu said that he wanted ingredients, but Xia Huanhuan felt that he couldn't stir it up. To save face, he agreed. Chef Wu made a list on the spot and asked Xia Huanhuan to deliver it the next morning. On the day of delivery, Xia Huanhuan took the things out of the space in the morning and asked Xia Shuangshan to ride on the board. Chef Wu, as apprentice, inspected the goods and gave Xia Huanhuan the 300 yuan for the ingredients. However, Xia Huanhuan thought about it and refused. With so many ingredients in her space, it would be easiest to start with the catering and restaurant industry. Now she would supply her unique ingredients to other restaurants for some money. Isn't this making enemies for themselves? After the wedding, Fu Nanjing and Yu Siju decided to live in the small courtyard house assigned to Fu Nanjing. Finally decided to rent it out first. However, the Fu family is not short of money, so people pay attention to it. The most important thing is to have tenants with better character. Yu Siju's job was finally solved and he worked as a nurse in the hospital. However, it had been a long time since she had worked in her old profession, and she was under great pressure, so she went to the bookstore to buy relevant books and watched the late-night supplement every day. Every time, Fu Nanjing had to forcefully carry him to bed before he would put down the book. At the end of October, Xia Huanhuan finally found a suitable store to sell clothes. It was on Wang Fujing Street. The location was good, so the price was also expensive. It cost 3,000 yuan to buy it. Xia Huanhuan didn't hesitate and paid directly. In this kind of location, if you buy it for 3,000 yuan, you will actually make money. It is estimated that the price will double in less than 5 years. In mid-October, Xia Huanhuan went to Guangshi again, bringing some fruits and nourishing Chinese medicine for Aunt Li. This time, Manager Li was not as reluctant as the first time. He quickly reported it to the factory, then took the decision and gave Xia Huanhuan another 100 sweaters and 100 pairs of jeans. Xia Huanhuan also liked the thick woolen coat, and Manager Li graciously agreed. The cost of a coat is only 15, which is not cheap. Xia Huanhuan thought that she couldn't wear it in winter, so she ordered 20 pieces. Xia Huanhuan searched for the thick cotton padded clothes she wanted in several state-owned garment factories in Guangzhou, but there was nothing particularly thick. After all, Guangzhou is in the south, and there is no market for thick cotton padded clothes. If we really cater to the domestic market and start producing thick padded clothes, we have to wait until this year when the market is completely liberalized. Xia Huanhuan had no choice but to give up. However, when she came this time, she used a public phone to contact Chen Rongxing, whom she had met in the summer. It was also a coincidence that Chen Rongxing happened to be attending the Canton Fair in Guangzhou. Xia Huanhuan made an appointment with him to meet at the Canton Fair. The Canton Fair here in Guangzhou is an import and export commodities trade fair. It has been held since 1957 and is held once a year. Domestic products are displayed to foreign businessmen at the meeting to promote cooperation. However, in the past 10 years, the products displayed at the conference are actually very limited. The situation this year is much better than in previous years, and there are many new products on display in various places. Xia Huanhuan took a look around and found that silk, tea, and other traditional items were most favored by foreign businessmen. However, Xia Huanhuan was the only one in Fujian province to display marine pearls, so she stopped for a moment. There was a man from Hong Kong who was obviously very interested in pearls and asked whether they were cultured or wild, and how old they were. However, the translation is a bit unreliable, and it seems like a chicken talking to a duck for a long time. The foreign businessman lost patience, shook his head, and wanted to leave. Xia Huanhuan stepped forward and asked in English skillfully, "Sir, do you want to buy pearls?" The foreign businessman did not expect that Xia Huanhuan's English was so proficient, and he had no accent at all. He immediately said happily, "Yes. I am Robert Smith. Our company is a well-known luxury goods company. We want to purchase a batch of beautiful pearls to complete the decoration of newly designed women's bags, handbags, and high-end clothing. Miss, can you translate for me?" Xia Huanhuan did not refuse, walked over and helped the Fujian stall to translate for a while. However, the conversation was ultimately unsuccessful. Pearl farming here in Fujian province has just started. The age is too low, the size cannot meet Smith standards, and wild pearls are hard to come by, so they cannot meet the quantity requested by Smith. In the end, Smith could only regretfully say thank you and leave. Xia Huanhuan saw the opportunity and asked, "Mr. Smith, if you want to buy high-quality pearls, I have some methods. However, the pearls I can provide are not displayed at the Canton Fair. If you don't mind, I can show you some samples." Smith's eyes lit up after hearing this. Pearls can actually be purchased in other parts of the world. But his company has a branch in Hong Kong. If he can buy high-quality and cheap pearls from the mainland, he can save a lot of money. "I don't care if it has been displayed at the Canton Fair, as long as it meets our standards, we are willing to buy it." After hearing this, Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Okay, I'll ask my friend first, and I'll treat you to it early tomorrow morning. How about going to Guang City for morning tea and bringing you some samples?" Smith smiled and said, "No problem. I will stay in Guang City for another 3 days. The time is right." Huanhuan and Smith waved goodbye. By chance, Chen Rongxing also came over and was waving to Xia Huanhuan. Chen Rongxing just heard something about Xia Huanhuan talking to Smith in English, and Smith smiled and said, "No problem. I will stay in Guang City for another 3 days. The time is right." Huanhuan and Smith waved goodbye. By chance, Chen Rongxing also came over and was waving to Xia Huanhuan. Chen Rongxing just heard something about Xia Huanhuan talking to Smith in English and couldn't help but smile. "Miss Xia, you really The two of them didn't stay at the Canton Fair, so they went to a rice roll store outside to eat and talk. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, I mainly want to ask you this time if I can get something big." Chen Rongxing asked, "Big? What do you mean?" Xia Huanhuan looked at him, said, "Large electrical appliances such as washing machines, televisions, refrigerators, fans, etc." Chen Rongxing was stunned for a moment. He knew that Xia Huanhuan was not simple, but he did not expect that what she wanted was such a big item. Not only were these items expensive, but they could only be purchased with foreign exchange coupons.
Do you
Have that much money? Each of these large electrical appliances easily costs hundreds of dollars. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Money is not an issue. Mr. Chen, can you help me get each of these 4 electrical appliances to Shirtai?" Chen Rongxing glared at her and said, "It's okay to get it. But these are big items. How do you plan to transport them? The shipping cost is huge. Are you planning to sell it yourself?" Xia Huanhuan said with a smile, "It's mainly for sale, but I also plan to use it for my own home. I have a way to deal with the transportation. It's not a big problem." Chen Rongxing said, "Well, okay. I'll go and contact them. I'll give you news in 3 days, okay?" Xia Huanhuan nodded and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chen." After talking to Chen Rongxing, Xia Huanhuan went back through the space. She didn't have classes in the morning and stayed in the house all the time. Everyone thought she was sleeping in the house. Chunyan was looking at something in the yard. Now seeing her get up, Chunyan was startled and quickly hid the things behind her and said with a smile, "Fourth aunt, are you awake?" Xia Huanhuan saw it, but didn't expose it. She nodded and smiled, yeah. As she was talking, someone suddenly came to the door and knocked. "Is anyone home?" Chunyan went over and opened the door, and Xia Huanhuan was shocked when she saw it. It turned out that the person who came in was the vice president of Peking University. The vice president had gray hair, wore glasses, was gentle and elegant, and had the bookish air of an older scholar. He asked, "Excuse me, do Rong Jinbang and Xin Wanxue live here?" Xia Huanhuan hurried to greet her and said, "Are you looking for my father-in-law and mother-in-law? They went out for something and should be back soon. Would you like to wait for a while?" After Rong Jinbang and Shen Wanxue returned to the city, they would go to the street office every morning to inquire about the work arrangements, so they have not come back yet. After listening, the vice president nodded and said, "Then let's wait for a while." Xia Huanhuan led them into the main room and sat them down and quickly brewed a pot of biluacun and brought it up. The vice president looked at them carefully, then smiled and said, "Are you Xia Huanhuan? You ranked second in the economics department? At the beginning of this semester, you were wrongly accused of cheating. In order to prove your innocence, you asked the professors of various subjects to rewrite the questions. You were the student who did very well in the exam, right? All the professors in the department praised you highly." Xia Huanhuan saw that the vice president recognized her and couldn't help feeling embarrassed. "Principal Lin, it's me." The professors were lenient. If they had given me a difficult question seriously, I wouldn't have been able to do it. Vice President Lin smiled and said, "You don't have to be modest. I also looked at that question later. It was very well written, and you answered it very well. Your insights into the country's future economic policies and economic trends are very sharp. Your future is limitless. However, I didn't expect that you are actually the daughter-in-law of Rong Jinbang and Shen Wanxue. I heard that their child was lost for many years. Is it found?" Just as she was talking, Rong Jinbang and Shen Wanxue came back. Xia Huanhuan greeted them and said, "Dad, Mom, someone is looking for you." Rong Jinbang and Shen Wanxue looked at them and couldn't help being stunned. "Principal Lin." When Vice President Lin saw the two, he quickly stood up and shook hands with them, saying, "Comrade Jinbang, Comrade Shen, I'm sorry for wronging you. I'm sorry that I'm late. It's just that things have not been finalized yet, and I was afraid of letting you down, so I came just now." Rong Jinbang and Shen Wanxue looked at each other, their hearts beating uncontrollably. Rong Jinbang asked, "Principal Lin, what do you mean?" Principal Lin smiled and said, "The school and the Education Bureau have agreed to resume your work at Peking University. Starting next week, you can go to school to teach students." Rong Jinbang and Shen Wanxue had just heard what Principal Lin said. Although they already had a prediction in their hearts, they were still overjoyed to hear the news come true. Really? The school really agrees? They went to the street office every day and actually set their expectations very low. At the very least, sweeping the streets would be fine. The main thing was that they didn't want to eat for free at home. Unexpectedly, things developed much better than they expected. Vice Principal Lin nodded solemnly and said, "If it wasn't true, I wouldn't even dare to visit you. I came here to give you the appointment letter." As he said that, he handed the appointment letter with beautiful red calligraphy to the two. This is of course just a formality, and the acceptance of organizational relations will be carried out later. Rong Jinbang and Shen Wanxue looked at the hard-won appointment letter, and they couldn't help but be moved to tears. The suffering they had endured for so many years is really over. They can be respected teachers again, teaching and educating people. After seeing off Principal Lin, Xia Huanhuan came up and couldn't help but said happily, "Dad, Mom, congratulations. You finally waited for the clouds to clear and the moon to shine." Rong Jinbang and Shen Wanxue nodded continuously. "Oh, I didn't expect that I could resume my work in my lifetime. It's really
Great.
When Li Zhan came back and heard the news, he was also very happy. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "I'll go pick some radishes and cabbages and prepare some dumpling fillings. Let's eat dumplings to celebrate today." Chen Yan and Xia Huanhuan went to pick radishes and cabbages together, while Lin Yuru and Shen Wanxue were busy kneading the dough, but Li Zhan was still responsible for the meat and dough work. While picking, Chen Yan couldn't help but asked excitedly, "Fourth aunt, are those people from Peking University just now? I heard you call the one in the middle the principal."
Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Yes."
"Then are they here to find Grandpa Rong and Grandma Shen?" Xia Huanhuan nodded. "Your Grandpa Rong and Grandma Shen were originally teachers at Peking University, and this time they are invited back to school to continue teaching. Aren't all the people at Peking University college students? Are Grandpa Rong and Grandma Shen teaching college students? Grandpa Rong and Grandma Shen are so amazing." Xia Huanhuan looked at her and smiled. "That's right. They are all great people, very powerful." Chen Yan was somewhat envious and could not help but lower her head in shame. "I can't do it. I can't even write my own name." Xia Huanhuan remembered the moment when she saw Chen Yan secretly hiding something before, but she didn't say anything for the time being. At that moment, the two of them moved all the radishes and cabbages that had been pulled out to the whole yard, washed them with water, and then took them to the kitchen. The radishes were cut into shreds and steamed in a pot, and then the excess water was squeezed out with gauze, and then chopped again. The work of chopping the meat filling was naturally done by Li Zhan. The best ratio is 30% fat and 70% lean meat. After the meat filling is chopped, it is mixed with radish and cabbage. This is also 70% meat filling, and the remaining 30% is radish and cabbage to relieve greasiness. The seasoning is the job of Xia Huanhuan and Lin Yuru. In a short while, a large pot of dumpling filling is ready. Li Zhan is responsible for rolling the dumpling skins, and the others wash their hands and take charge of wrapping them. Near noon, Xiaowen, Xiaowu, Beibei, and the twins also came back. Xia Huanhuan asked them to wash their hands and join the ranks of making dumplings. The person who rolled the dumpling skins also changed from Li Zhan alone to Xia Shuangshan, Rong Zhenbang, and Li Zhan. Everyone worked together and soon made hundreds of dumplings. Lin Yuru and Chen Yan went to light the fire, and when the water boiled, they put the dumplings in. Xia Huanhuan asked Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and the triplets to take the wrapped dumplings to Fu's family and Fu Nanjing respectively. When they came back, the dumplings were cooked. One person served a pearl, and everyone ate it. The next day, Xia Huanhuan went to Guangzhou through the space again. She first met Smith in a tea house. Xia Huanhuan took out more than a dozen pearls that she cultivated in the space as samples. There were seawater pearls and freshwater pearls. 1 month of growth in her space is equivalent to 1 year in reality. Therefore, the 6-month pearls she took out are actually the size of 6-year pearls. The larger pearls are 8 millimeters each, and the smaller ones are 5 millimeters. The freshwater ones are sparkling white and light purple, while the seawater ones are sparkling white and golden. Smith looked at the pearls in front of him, his eyes just shining. This is better than what he saw abroad. Smith nodded and said, "This is very good. How about this? Pearls of this size are 20 each, and these smaller ones are 15 each. How about it?" Smith looked at Xia Huanhuan very confidently, thinking that Xia Huanhuan would agree immediately. After all, the general salary in this country is not high now, and 20 yuan is half a month's salary. This money is equivalent to the purchasing power of hundreds or thousands of US dollars abroad. If it were not for this, he would not have thought of coming here to buy pearls. It's a pity that Xia Huanhuan is not from this era. She knows the market conditions abroad. In particular, in the 1970s and 1980s, pearl cultivation technology was not yet developed. If the foreign prices were converted to the price level before she traveled through time, I'm afraid they would be much more expensive. What's more, her pearls are all nucleus-free pearls, which are more precious than the artificial nucleus ones in later generations. Xia Huanhuan shook her head and said, 20 is too low. I can't accept it. Smith looked at her, pretending to be at ease and not asking you to buy it, and said with a smile, 20 is not low. I think you can consider it. Xia Huanhuan smiled and asked the shopkeeper to find a hammer. She picked a larger pearl and smashed it with the hammer. Smith looked at her in surprise. Xia Huanhuan showed the broken pearl fragments to Smith and said with a smile, "Mr. Smith, you can see for yourself that my pearls are all nucleusless. In our country, pearl powder can be used for beauty and skin care and can also be used as medicine. My pearls are all of the quality that can be used as medicine directly. Moreover, it takes at least 6 years for such a large pearl to grow. Your company is engaged in luxury goods, and your customers are naturally rich or noble. I believe that they should like these clothes and bags decorated with pearls that can be used as medicine from the mysterious Oriental country. However, if they knew that these pearls were purchased by your company at 20 or 15 yuan each, I am afraid they would feel that their status has dropped, right?" Smith was speechless. In the luxury goods industry, the pursuit is mainly expensive and rare. Not only the products are expensive, but also the raw materials are expensive. And the more mysterious and wonderful the origins are, the more they can attract the attention of those noble ladies. Smith had to admit that the Oriental woman in front of him understood luxury goods. He couldn't help but look at the woman in front of him. He saw that she was wearing clothes that ordinary women in this country wore. Apart from being very beautiful, there was nothing special about her. But at this moment, Smith looked at her with admiration. "Miss Xia, you are very eloquent. How about this kind of big pearl, 30 yuan per pearl and 20 yuan per small pearl?" Xia Huanhuan still shook her head and said, 80 for a big pearl, 50 for a small one. If you agree, we can talk about it. If not, forget it. The exchange rate in 1978 was about 1.58, which means that $1 abroad was exchanged for $1.50. But this was the price on the surface, and there was basically no way to get the exchange. On the contrary, on the black market, the exchange rate can be reduced to 10:1, which means $1 abroad was exchanged for $10. Xia Huanhuan's offer was 80 per pearl, which was about $8. It was not cheap, but compared with the price of luxury goods that could easily reach hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, it was not much. Smith was embarrassed. He looked at the dazzling pearls in front of him, each of which was round and beautiful. If they were used to embellish clothes and bags, or even used alone to make necklaces, earrings, and other accessories, they would definitely set off a pearl craze in the foreign fashion industry. And as long as they got good quality raw materials, their company could be the first and even monopolize the market. Smith said, "It's too expensive, 50 per pearl and 40 for a small one. How about it?" Xia Huanhuan still insisted on her offer. "No. How about this? The big pearls remain at 80, and the small ones, I am willing to pay 45. We can each compromise. How about that?" Smith frowned and thought for a moment and said, "Well,
Okay.
this time, I am willing to compromise. Just regard it as calling you Miss Xia a friend." Smith wanted 100 big pearls and 150 small pearls, a total of 14,750 yuan. Smith said with some embarrassment, "But I don't have so much money from your country." Xia Huanhuan smiled. "Mr. Smith, you don't have to exchange it. You can pay me with your country's money, but the exchange rate cannot be 110 on the black market, but 1:8. Smith was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "But what do you want so much of our country's currency for? You can't spend it, right?" Xia Huanhuan smiled. "This, of course I have my way. Mr. Smith doesn't have to worry." After hearing this, Smith did not ask any more questions. He gave Xia Huanhuan about 1,800 foreign currencies at an exchange rate of 1.8. Xia Huanhuan also handed over the pearls to Smith. Smith left a business card to Xia Huanhuan and said with a smile, "Miss Xia, I hope we can establish a long-term cooperation. I wonder if you have any intention in this regard?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "We will slowly see about the future. Just selling pearls, although judging from the domestic situation, the profit is considerable." But Xia Huanhuan does not intend to stop there. In the future, she wants to create her own brand and make pearls into finished products to sell at home and abroad. At that time, high-quality raw materials will be her highlight that is superior to other companies and brands. Naturally, she would not be willing to sell this highlight to other companies easily. Smith also saw the intelligence and ambition in Xia Huanhuan's eyes and smiled and said, "Miss Xia, I can feel that you may be a strong opponent of our company in the future. However, I think you haven't started yet. If you cooperate with us for the time being, we will be in a win-win situation. You can consider it." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Of course. I also hope that I will have the opportunity to cooperate with Mr. Smith again next time." Short-term cooperation is still very attractive. After saying goodbye to Smith, Xia Huanhuan came back directly through the space. Another day passed, and it was time to meet with Chen Rongxing. Xia Huanhuan still went to Guangzhou through the space and met with Chen Rongxing at the tea house where they had breakfast before. Chen Rongxing said, "There is no problem with electrical appliances, but the prices are not cheap, and the other party requires Hong Kong dollars or foreign currencies to settle. If not, they will require gold or jade. These. Can you exchange them on the black market?" Xia Huanhuan more or less guessed that this would be the case. In the current situation, domestic money is more or less not trusted outside. She smiled and said, "Then I'll pay with US dollars." Chen Rongxing was stunned for a moment. If Xia Huanhuan had said that he would pay with gold and jade or even Hong Kong dollars, he would not be so surprised. But US dollars. Even in Hong Kong, it takes a lot of trouble to exchange them for US dollars. Xia Huanhuan naturally would not reveal Smith's side of the matter, and smiled. "I have my own way. Anyway, the goods are genuine and the price is fair. Mr. Chun, don't worry. At that time, I will pay a 10% deposit. The rest will be paid and delivered when the goods are shipped." Although Chen Rongxing had only dealt with Xia Huanhuan once, he was open-minded and felt that Xia Huanhuan could be trusted. He said, "Then. Okay. However, if you want 10 for the first time, the other party will definitely not be willing to take this risk. The manufacturer agrees to give you 3 color TVs, 3 washing machines, and 2 refrigerators. As for the price, the color TV is 500 and the refrigerator and fully automatic washing machine are both 600. How about it? There are also single drum washing machines, which are cheaper, 100 yuan each. If you want a single drum washing machine, it is said that you can get 5. This price is not cheap, but it is not expensive either. After all, in this era, domestic large-scale electrical appliances are just starting out. Refrigerators, washing machines, and televisions are still luxury goods that ordinary people can't afford. Domestic Little Swan washing machines and color TVs were only produced this year. Although refrigerators and black and white TVs have existed since the 1950s, they were not popular at all. Therefore, the prices are all around 600 or 700. These are all imported goods, but because foreign technology is advanced and the scale is large, the prices are not more expensive than domestic ones. Xia Huanhuan didn't bargain much and smiled, "Okay. 3 color TVs, 3 fully automatic washing machines, 5 single drum washing machines, and 2 refrigerators, a total of 5,000 yuan. I'll pay a 10% deposit, which is 500 yuan. I'll give you the US dollar at the black market price of 110, which is 50 US dollars. Is that okay?" Chen Rongxing did the math himself and said no problem. Xia Huanhuan immediately took out 60 US dollars and handed it to Chen Rongxing, saying with a smile, "Although the extra 10 US dollars are not much, Mr. Chen can just treat it as a reward for your help in finding the source of goods. Mr. Chen just treat it as a morning tea. After the transaction is successful, there will be more." Although Chen Rongxing looked down on the 10 US dollars, he admired Xia Huanhuan's way of dealing with people. He smiled and said, "Then I won't refuse. It may take 4 or 5 days to prepare the goods. By the way, how can I contact you? Do you have a phone number?" Naturally, there is no telephone installed in the courtyard. However, even if it is installed, Xia Huanhuan dare not reveal her phone number. Otherwise, at first glance, it is a number from Beijing. Beijing is more than 2,000 kilometers away from Guangzhou. Civil aviation is not popular now. People all take the green-skin train. It takes 2 days for a one-way trip, which is normal. How can she explain that she shuttles back and forth from Beijing to Guangzhou every few days? Does she fly? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "I haven't installed a phone yet. How about this? We will meet here again in 5 days, and we will exchange the money and the goods at that time. How about that? After hearing this, Chen Rongxing nodded and said, "That's fine. Then we'll meet in 5 days." Back in Jingshi, Lin Yuru and Chen Yan were stewing beef, pig's face, pig's ears, pork and beef offal and the like. Lin Yuru said nervously, "Wanner, come and taste it. If you sell it out in the future, will anyone be willing to pay for it?" Chen Yan smiled and said, "Grandma Lin, your stew tastes so good. I just ate a piece of braised pig's feet. It was so tasty." Xia Huan went over, fished out a piece of beef, then cut it into thin slices and tasted it, and smiled. "Mom, don't worry. With your skills, I guarantee that there will be a long line of people after you open the business in the future." Lin Yuru breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Alas, these are all home-cooked, and every household can make them. If you sell them, won't people feel sorry for the money and not buy them?" Xia Huan said, "You are thinking in the wrong direction. Everyone's life will definitely get better and better in the future. By then, everyone will have spare money, and there will be many people who don't want to cook at home." Lin Yuru listened and nodded continuously, saying, "That's true. Just like your father and I, we never dreamed that one day we would be able to follow you and Li Zhan to the islands and come to Beijing, move into such a big yard, and live like we were wrapped in honey." In the following days, Xia Huan took out various raw materials such as pork and beef offal from the space, as well as spices for braised food, such as pepper, star anise, grassfruit, bay leaf, cinnamon, fennel, tangerine peel, galangal, white cardamom, etc., and tried the recipe again, and finally selected the best recipe. Therefore, there was braised food almost every meal at home during this period of time. Chen Yan smiled and said, "Fourth aunt, I've gained weight by eating braised meat every day." Xia Huan smiled and said, "You are thin to begin with. It would be just right if you were a little fatter." 5 days later, Xia Huan went to Guangshi again, and Chen Rongxing really delivered the refrigerator, television, and washing machine to the yard of the house that Xia Huan rented in Guangshi. Xia Huan then gave Chen Rongxing the remaining $450, and as before, she added $30 as a reward. Chen Rongxing couldn't help but admire him. He brought in all the goods through legal and formal customs clearance channels. In fact, if he sold them to the state-owned shopping malls in Guangshi, the price would be lower. Some shopping mall managers didn't know what was going on, and they were arrogant and asked him to spend money on gifts before they would buy his goods. Therefore, he would rather sell to individual customers. However, personal transactions in the mainland have not yet been completely open, and he hasn't met many reliable ones. Chen Rongxing solemnly returned the $30 and said, "Miss Xia, I didn't expect to meet a generous woman like you in the mainland. These extra rewards are not necessary. In the future, I hope we can establish a more long-term cooperation." As he said this, he extended his hand to Xia Huan. Seeing this, Xia Huan did not insist. She took back the $30, then shook hands with him generously and said with a smile, "Mr. Chen, I also hope that we can have a long-term and pleasant cooperation." In late October, Xia Huan asked Li Zhan to find some industrial tickets from his comrades and bought some cement and lime, and then asked Xia Shuangshan to find 2 more people who were good at bricklaying to repaint the walls of the 2 shops bought in Beijing. In the county, Xia Huan also went back through the space and asked Li Jie to help find people to paint the shop on the train station side, and also built the steamer and stove in the back kitchen. It happened that Li Jie and Zhou Qiuhe had already bought the shop, so Li Jie directly asked the people who were good at bricklaying in the village to come and help with his own shop and Xia Huan's shop, and paid them some wages every day and provided them with food. If they wanted to live, they all brought their beddings and slept on the floor in the store. Zhou Qiuhe and Li Jie planned to open a breakfast shop, open in the morning, selling steamed buns, homemade millet and sweet potato porridge, homemade kimchi and pickles, etc. Zhou Qiuhe has not resigned from her job at the department store, and she does not plan to resign. After all, no one can say for sure whether the store can make money. If it loses money, Zhou Qiuhe's job is still there, and at least their family will not starve. Li Jie said, "You still go to work, and I will open the store." Anyway, we will start with breakfast business and close it around 10 in the morning. I can also do other work. If there is work from Boss Luo, the store will be closed for a few days, or we can hire someone later. Zhou Qiuhua was unsure, so the matter was settled. The department store had helped her move her household registration to the county town, and the 4 children in the family also moved there. Li Jie's household registration had not been moved yet, mainly because Li Jie was reluctant to leave the land in the village. What if he could no longer stay in the city, and the household registration of their whole family had to be moved to the city, and they would not even have the land in the village? What would they do? Would they starve in the county town? Xia Huanhuan asked with a smile. I plan to open the business after the Chinese New Year. Third brother and sister-in-law, when are you planning to open? The New Year's Eve of 1979 was January 28th of the Gregorian calendar, and the 5th day of the first lunar month was the day for the big market opening. Xia Huanhuan set the opening time for the 2 stores in Beijing on the 5th day, and the one in the county town on the 6th day. Zhou Qiuhua and Li Jie smiled and said, then let's open on the 6th day as well, so that we can open together, and it will be more festive. Xia Huanhuan nodded and said, that's good. I have contacted a good food supplier for my store. If you want, you can also supply some food for me in the future. The price should be cheaper than that of the grain station and the meat station. Zhou Qiuhua listened and smiled. That's great.
We are also worried about this.
Li Jie went back to Qingshui village a few days ago to ask about the situation. We originally thought that if it doesn't work, we can buy flour, vegetables, pork directly from Qingshui village commune, as well as wild mushrooms, winter bamboo shoots, spring bamboo shoots, and fungus in our mountains. They are all great things. But after asking, although the village has secretly begun to divide the land to each household and let everyone grow it themselves, they still dare not buy and sell grain at will. They said that they can secretly give us some mountain products. We went to the grain station and the meat station to ask about the flour, millet, pork, eggs, etc., and the price is really not cheap. So your third brother and I are worried that we will lose money and can't continue. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, that's fine. I will go back and tell the supplier I know, and then I will order an extra batch of goods and send them to your store. After this matter was settled, Xia Huanhuan visited Master Lu again, brought some gifts, and told him when the store would open. Master Lu couldn't help laughing excitedly. It's finally opening? The 6th day of the first lunar month.
Great.
By then, the neighbors will be able to eat the soup dumplings and yangchun noodles made by me, old Lu. Xia Huanhuan pursed her lips and smiled. Mr. Lu, it will all depend on you then. Don't worry about the ingredients. They will definitely be the freshest. By the end of October, Chen Yan had been in Beijing for a month. Xia Huanhuan took out 30 yuan and handed it to her. Chen Yan looked at it and looked up at Xia Huanhuan in astonishment. Fourth aunt, didn't you say 20 yuan a month? Why did you give 30? Xia Huanhuan smiled. I heard from your third aunt that your mother asked you to send 15 yuan home a month, right? You should still send 15 back and keep the remaining 15 for yourself. If you see clothes or shoes you like or snacks you want to eat, you can buy them with your own money. But there is one thing, you are not allowed to use this money to learn bad things, do you hear me? Chen Yan looked at Xia Huanhuan in a daze, and then she believed that the extra 10 yuan was not given to her by mistake, but was really given to her. She couldn't help but panic. Fourth aunt, 5 yuan a month is enough for my pocket money. Fourth aunt, you have bought me 2 sets of clothes and shoes. And food and accommodation are all free. Li Zhan walked in at this time and said, Chen Yan, your aunt asked you to take it, so just take it. Just don't spend it recklessly. Xia Huanhuan also joked. Yeah, you are 17 years old, and it's time to find a husband in 2 years. Save some money for yourself so that you will have enough confidence when you go to your husband's family in the future. If your future husband dares to bully you, beat him up immediately, and then take the money and leave. Don't suffer grievances. Chuanyan's face flushed, and she stamped her feet shyly and said, Oh, fourth aunt. Why are you talking about this when you are fine? After saying that, he ran out with a red face. Seeing that there was no one in the room, Li Zhan could not help but hug his wife from behind and said with a smile, You are sharing your experience with others? Do you always think in your little head that if I bully you, you'll beat me up and run away? Xia Huanhuan felt itchy on her neck due to the stubble on his chin, so she raised her hand to push his chin and said with a smile, "Isn't it? I tell you, I am a small rich woman now. If you dare to bully me again, I will run away immediately." Li Zhan said aggrievedly. "Bully you again? You talk as if I have bullied you before?" Xia Huanhuan thought to herself, "You didn't bully me at other times, but you did bully me a lot in bed." The two quarreled with each other for a while, and Xia Huanhuan said, "Hey, let me tell you something serious. My master should be back in December. How about we go pick her up and go back to Qingshui village at the same time? I haven't been back for a long time." Li Zhan nodded and said, "Okay. It's a good time to ask my parents. They probably want to go back to the village for a long time." The days passed slowly. Xia Huanhuan still found time to be with Qinning Yu. When she was free, she set up a stall outside to sell sweaters and jeans. However, after a few days, Xia Huanhuan directly called Qinlu. She didn't call her before, mainly because she thought that Qinlu was still a student. If people knew that they were selling clothes outside, she didn't know what would happen to the school. She couldn't let Qinlu bear this risk. However, Qinlu saw that she was very busy since the beginning of the semester, so he asked about it. Xia Huanhuan secretly told Qinlu about her selling clothes. After listening to it, Qinlu was very interested, and Xia Huanhuan agreed to let her go. After the weather turned cold, there were obviously more people buying sweaters than jeans. However, Xia Huanhuan was not afraid of the backlog of jeans. Anyway, her goods would be unique until at least next spring, and they could still be sold after the store opened after the new year. The two shops in Jingshi and the shop at the county train station were almost painted. The next step was to find a carpenter to make tables, chairs, and benches, and buy various kitchen utensils. The Jingshi garment factory made racks for hanging clothes and shelves. Xia Huanhuan had wood in her space, so she found two skilled carpenters in the county and Jingshi to start work. Xia Huanhuan also asked Zhou Qiuhe and Li Jie to make the tables and chairs in their shops, but she didn't ask for no money at all. It was at least twice as cheap as if they went to the county timber factory to buy them themselves. December soon arrived, and the famous meeting was held. In late December, the radio began to broadcast some exciting news about the conference. Everyone was filled with excitement and joy, especially the professors of the Department of Economics of Kyoto University, who also participated in the resolution of the conference and offered suggestions. Xia Huanhuan was not surprised by all this. She had been waiting for this, and only with the clear good news did she dare to let go and do it. She had been delaying the opening of those shops until after the Chinese New Year, for fear of opening too early and becoming the first to be exposed. After hearing the news, Xia Huanhuan immediately dragged Li Zhan to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to handle the formalities. The business license had not yet appeared, and it would not be issued until 2 years later. Therefore, Xia Huanhuan went to register, and then asked the Industry and Commerce Bureau to issue a letter of approval for the opening of the shop. On the other hand, the prices of shops in various parts of Beijing City also rose. Those that no one cared about before, now not to mention the 800 that Xia Huanhuan opened before, even if it was 1,000 or 2,000 or even several thousand, there were still many people rushing to buy. Qi Jian said that he had no emotions in his heart, but that was impossible. Apart from anything else, if he sold the shop now, his storefront would at least double in price and sell for 16,000 or more. But he was relieved soon. What's wrong with asking for 800 more? Xia Huanhuan has been their family's benefactor for the past year. Apart from other things, if Xia Huanhuan hadn't come to check his pulse and send him medicine every few days, he probably wouldn't have lived for more than half a year. And his daughter Ningyu has been selling clothes with Xia Huanhuan since September and has earned hundreds of yuan. This is naturally Xia Huanhuan's intention to share the profits with Ningyu, otherwise, she would have made more money selling the popular clothes herself, wouldn't she? Qi Jian thought about it and no longer had any grudges in his heart. Instead, he was more willing to help Xia Huanhuan. The street office mentioned that the house that originally belonged to his family's restaurant was to be rented out, but there was no follow-up later. Qi Jian thought about it, and then he ran over to ask several times on crutches and asked the street office to urge the higher-ups. He couldn't help thinking that if it was Xia Huan, maybe they could revive their Qi family's restaurant and let the old building that had been floating for 100 years to restore its former bustling scene. If that's the case, even though he didn't keep the family business, he still has some face to see the old man in the underworld. On the 2 days of New Year's Day, Beijing University, military academies, and primary and secondary schools all had a day off. Xia Huan and Li Zhan took Xia Shuangshan, Lin Yuru, and 6 children. In addition, Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang also said they wanted to go over and take a look. Therefore, even Chen Yan and the wolf cubs went back to Qingshui village in a mighty way. The house in the village had not been lived in for a long time. As soon as they got home, everyone was busy cleaning, giving the gifts brought from Beijing to the people in the village who had good relationships, and immediately went to find Yang Qiushi. Yang Qiushi was also packing things to go back to the city. When I say packing, I actually just distribute his things, except for important medical books, to other people who have not received the notice to return to the city. He plans to live alone after returning to the city. The Yang family's houses and shops in Beijing, Shanghai, and other places have not returned yet, but like Shen Wanxue and others, they still have a small house in Beijing where they can temporarily live. He didn't want to trouble Xia Huan and Li Zhan. So when he saw Xia Huan coming, he was a little surprised. Huan Li Zhan? Why did you come back suddenly? Xia Huan smiled. Master, we came here specially to pick you up. Yang Qiushi was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and said, Didn't I say that I have a place to go after returning to the city? I can do it alone. I'm an old man. How can I still drag you and Li Zhan down? Speaking of words, he was moved in his heart. Although he had no wife, children, or daughters, he actually had nephews and nieces from the side branches, but these relatives had not had any contact with him for so many years. In the end, it was Xia Huan, who was not a relative, who cared about him. Xia Huan said with a smile, Master, what are you talking about? You are my master and you taught me all my medical skills. What's wrong with you living with us? Li Zhan also said, Huan is right. Uncle Yang, don't think too much. You are the triplets' godfather, have you forgotten? You can help us take care of the children so that we can have some free time, right? As they were talking, the triplets and Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei all came over. Grandpa Yang. Seeing Yang Qiushi, the 6 children shouted happily and rushed over. The triplets were little and smart, running over, hugging Yang Qiushi's legs, looking up and shouting affectionately, Grandpa Yang, we miss you so much. Yan and Ye ran fast and hugged Yang Qiushi's legs respectively. Yao was a step late, so he said anxiously, You guys go to the side, I want to hug Grandpa Yang too. I miss Grandpa Yang too. Xia Huan and Li Zhan's mouths twitched slightly. They swore to the heavens that they had never taught these 3 little brats to act cute. They also said, We miss you so much. Who knew who they learned this from? Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei also came over and said, Grandpa Yang, we do too. You can live with us. However, Yang Qiushi was used to being alone, and when he was suddenly surrounded by so many children, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei were only that tall before, and at night, Xia Huan asked them to bring baskets to secretly bring him and Shen Wanxue food. The triplets were still in their cradles at that time and couldn't even speak. In the blink of an eye, they have grown so big. Hey! Grandpa Yang misses you too. You have all grown up so much. At this time, Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang also came over. Old Yang, long time no see. Yang Qiushi was stunned when he saw Rong Zhenbang and Shen Wanxue, and then he couldn't help but walk over and excitedly grabbed Rong Zhenbang's hand. Old Rong, I never thought I would see you again. He and Rong Zhenbang had known each other since they were young. Rong Zhenbang also smiled and said, Me too. Old Yang, thank you for taking care of Wanxue for me during that time. Yang Qiushi waved his hands and said, I have been a useless person these past few years. Shen Wanxue smiled and said, Old Yang, that's not what you meant. If it weren't for your prescription, I would have been blind. But we don't have to talk about this. Old Yang, Huan and Li Zhan are both sincere, and Zhenbang and I live with them. When the policy comes down and the Yang family's houses and shops are returned to their original owners, you can move out, and no one will stop you, right? You have just returned to the city, so why don't we all live together so that we can take care of each other? Xia Huanhuan also continued to persuade. Yes, master. I still have a lot of medical skills that I haven't learned. Master, if you don't agree to live with us, then I will have to rent a house near where you live and bother you every day to continue teaching me. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei also begged Grandpa Yang, just agree. The triplets pulled his trouser legs and shouted, Grandpa Yang, come and live here. If you come, my mom won't dare to beat us. Xia Huanhuan. Li Zhen. Everyone laughed. Yang Qiushi couldn't help asking, why doesn't your mom dare to beat you? Yan Yan looked up and said naively, you are my mom's teacher. My mom has to listen to the teacher. Once you say so, they won't dare to beat us. If your mom doesn't beat you, there is still your dad. If you dare to be naughty, I will punish you. Li Zhan said, deliberately holding back his laughter. Yi said, Dad, you have grandparents to take care of you. If you dare to hit us, we will let them beat you. Li Zhan. Yao Yao counted on his fingers and slowly continued, and grandparents, grandpa, great-grandpa, Grandpa Yang, you must come and live with us. The teacher said that unity is strength. As he said that, he did not forget to bend his arm and make a fist. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Unity is strength. Is this how it is used? So these three little brats have thought it through. Are they going to mobilize the whole family to isolate her and Li Zhan? Yang Qiushi was moved and wanted to laugh, but after listening to everyone's words, he finally nodded and said, well, okay. But if I want to move out, you can't stop me. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, of course. This matter was settled. Immediately, everyone helped Yang Qiushi pack up. They stayed in the village at night and would not return to Beijing until the next day, so there was no rush. Xia Huanhuan took some more gifts to see Secretary Zhao. Secretary Zhao's hair was already gray, but he was still the president of the commune school. After the autumn harvest, he secretly held a meeting for everyone and asked for their opinions. Later, with the unanimous consent of the whole village, he quietly divided the commune's fields among each household. Everyone was responsible for their own crops. When the harvest came next year, they would leave enough to be handed over to the collective, and the rest could be kept by their families. Xia Huanhuan listened and admired Secretary Zhao in her heart. The household contract responsibility system, commonly known as the big contract system, was first secretly implemented in a small village in Gan province. The state officially agreed to it, which actually started at the meeting in December. But it will take 2 or 3 years or even longer for it to be implemented in rural areas across the country. Secretary Zhao had foresight and was willing to take responsibility to start before the policy was clear. He was much more courageous than her, a time traveler, because if someone reported him at this time, Secretary Zhao would probably be fired after serving as secretary for many years. Even though she knew the course of history, she was cautious about opening a store after the official reform and opening up was made clear. Secretary Zhao saw Xia Huanhuan and said excitedly, Li Zhan's wife, I'm sorry that you mentioned the big contract responsibility system to me last time you came back, and there were speculations that the national policy might be loosened. The radio has been broadcasting these days, saying that the countryside will also be reformed in the future. In the future, the land will still be collective, but it can be divided into contracted households, and after leaving enough harvest for the collective, they can keep it for themselves. Our commune acted quickly and implemented it before the state said so. Next year's wheat harvest will definitely be a good harvest. Xia Huanhuan looked at this upright and generous old man who had been caring for the commune and the people in the village all his life, and couldn't help but feel sour in her nose. She nodded and said, Secretary Zhao, my information is not accurate. Our commune was able to take the lead because you, Secretary Zhao, took on all the pressure and responsibility. I dare not take credit for it. I believe Secretary Zhao, our village will definitely have a good harvest next year. Then she said, by the way, Secretary Zhao, don't we grow ginseng and other medicinal herbs in the back mountain every year? Are they still secretly sold on the black market?
Secretary Zhao nodded and said, yes.
However, in recent years, the black market has lowered the price a lot, but it is still more profitable than grain. It's just that everyone's enthusiasm has been hit a little. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Secretary Zhao, my brother is a doctor in the hospital. He knows a lot of people in the Beijing Chinese medicine pharmacy. Now the country has also liberalized it, and we can buy medicinal herbs from individuals. I thought that if our village agrees, I can make a connection and purchase all the medicinal herbs grown by our commune. As long as the quality is up to standard, the price will definitely be higher than the black market. She has all kinds of medicinal herbs in her space, so she doesn't need to buy these. But she is a person who walked out of Qingshui village after all, so she can help as much as she can. As long as the villagers don't rely on their acquaintance with her to pass off inferior products as good ones, she will collect the herbs, store them in her space, and then sell them. Even if she doesn't make money, she won't lose money. Secretary Zhao was overjoyed when he heard this. Li Zhan's wife, if you have this way, that's great. Don't worry, I will personally check the quality, and I will definitely make it easy for you. After leaving Secretary Zhao, Xia Huanhuan went to Aunt Wu's house again. Wu Feng and Qin Shi had another daughter, who is only 1 year old now. She is very delicate and pretty, and Aunt Wu is holding her in her arms to comfort her. Xia Huanhuan gave her an egg cake to eat, and the little one didn't cry. She ate while staring at Xia Huanhuan in a daze. Aunt Wu smiled and said, "You're back just in time. This year I went to the back mountain and picked a lot of chestnuts and fungus, dried wild mushrooms, and picked dates from the jujube trees at the entrance of the village. I will bring you some when you go back." Xia Huanhuan knew that she was sincere, so she smiled and said, "Okay. Then I won't be polite to you, Aunt Wu." Then she asked, "Aunt Wu, how are Qin Shi and Wu Feng these years?" Aunt Wu smiled and said, "They are doing well. Wu Feng follows your third brother Li Jia and goes out to work for a few days from time to time and can bring back dozens of dollars. Qin Shi stays at home to take care of the children and do farm work. However, the two of them are also considering moving to the county town to do business, like your third brother and his wife. Alas, I can't persuade them. I heard that a shop in the county town costs hundreds or thousands of dollars. You said that they have worked so hard to save up their family fortune. What if their business doesn't make money? How can we farmers withstand such a big storm?" Xia Huanhuan heard this and said, "Auntie Wu, don't worry too much. Young people have their own way of living. The world outside will be big in the future. The development in the city will be much faster than in the countryside. Wu Feng and Qin Shi want to go to the county town, which I think is a good idea." Auntie Wu heard this and asked doubtfully, "Huanhuan, what you said. Is it true?" Xia Huanhuan nodded and smiled. "Auntie Wu, I came here today for something. I wanted to ask Qin Shi if she was willing. I bought a shop in the county some time ago, and I wanted to do a restaurant business. However, I have been in Beijing for a long time, and I don't have much time to come to see the shop, so I wanted to see if Qin Shi was willing. Of course, if Wu Feng and Qin Shi want to buy a shop and do their own business, they must do their best to run their own business. The price of a shop is not high now, and I am afraid it will be even harder to buy in a few years." Auntie Wu heard it and said, "You're planning to open a shop too? Well, then I will wait for them to come back and ask them. They have no experience in doing business. If they can work in your shop for a while and have some experience, I won't stop them if they want to go out and do it." Xia Huanhuan nodded, chatted for a while, and then went back. When she left, Auntie Wu really gave her a lot of dried black fungus, mushrooms, dates, and chestnuts. When Qin Shi and Wu Feng came back, Aunt Wu told them what Xia Huanhuan had said. "Your sister-in-law Wana meant that Chi-Chi should help look after the store, and the second child should still go out with your third brother Li. I will help you take care of the children, and your sister-in-law Wana said that you can earn 30 or 40 yuan a month. That's a lot. Mom doesn't disagree with you opening your own store, but you have saved so little money with great difficulty. If you open a store and make money, it's fine. If not, what will you do? How old are your son and daughter? When they get married in the future, don't you have to start preparing the bride price and dowry now?" I think it's better to work with your sister-in-law Wanner for a few years and then start your own business after you have some experience. It's safer. Wu Feng and Qin Shi were actually unsure about opening their own store. They just thought that since Li Jie's family had bought a store, they could give it a try. But Zhou Qiuha had been a salesperson in the supply and marketing cooperative for several years, and she was not afraid of selling things and doing business. She could also use an abacus, so she was not afraid. Chun Chi was at a loss. How about we listen to Mom and work with sister-in-law Wanner for 2 years to see how things go? Chun Chi looked at Wu Feng and asked. Wu Feng hesitated for a moment and said, "That's fine. We can move to the county town first, and then slowly look for a storefront. The last time we looked at the stores, Brother Lee San said the location was not good, and we can't just look for a cheap one." The family discussed and decided to accept Xia Huanhuan's proposal. Immediately, Qin Shi, Wu Feng, and Aunt Wu came to Xia Huanhuan's house and told her the purpose of their visit.
Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "That's fine.
You don't have to rent a house in the county for the time being. I saw a house for rent near the store, so I rented it. You can live there first and move out if you feel uncomfortable. You don't have to pay rent." Chun Chi said immediately, "Sister-in-law Wanner, how can that be? We should pay the rent ourselves." Xia Huanhuan waved her hand and smiled. "It's okay. Didn't we agree to provide you with food and accommodation? You can just stay here." The matter was settled. Xia Huanhuan specifically told Qin Chi, "The chef in the restaurant is surnamed Liu. He is a nice guy, but he has a bad temper. You should be fine if you respect him. It's just that being a manager is not easy. You should learn first. I will come back more often in the early stage. If you have any questions, just send me a telegram. By the way, there is one more thing. You also went to school for 2 years, right? There are night schools in the county. You can sign up and learn more. At least you should be able to understand account books." Chun Chi agreed to all of them. The Wu family talked for a while, and then went back. It started snowing in the evening. Early the next morning, thick snow had already accumulated outside. The adults were freezing to death, and the children were not afraid of the cold. They got up early in the morning and went crazy in the yard, and then went to the village. Xia Shuangshan and Li Zhan also had the urge to take them up the mountain to catch wild roe deer. Rong Zhenbang and Yang Qiushi also said they wanted to go together. Xia Huanhuan thought they were too childish, and together with Lin Yuru and Shun Wanxue, they prepared pancakes, boiled eggs, millet porridge, and other things for them, so that they could eat their fill before going. The children were happy. Xiaowen and Xiaowu laughed and said, "Uncle, I must catch a wild roe deer this time. Let the whole class know, the whole school envy me." Li Zhan laughed and said, "Hunting is not something you can get just because you want to, but we can try to catch more rabbits." The triplets also said, "Dad, we want to hunt rabbits too." Xiaowen and Xiaowu were fine, because when they were young, they lived in Qingshui village and had experienced hunting in the mountains. When the triplets were older, they had moved to the island, and later returned to Beijing. They didn't remember anything when they were in the village, so it was even more fresh. Even the wolf cubs were eager to try, running around excitedly around people. A group of men led the wolf cubs into the mountains in a mighty manner. Xia Huanhuan, Lin Yuru, and Shun Wanxue watched them disappear at the end of the snow trail. A little further away, the snow-covered mountains appeared before their eyes, and from time to time, the sound of snowflakes crushing branches and trees could be heard. Lin Yuru couldn't help laughing and said, "It's only half a day, and you're not afraid of tossing." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Let them take the kids to have some fun, just as exercise." She couldn't help thinking that she could take them back to the village to live for a while during the winter and summer vacations. There was no need to do farm work, and rural life was also interesting. Near noon, Li Zhan and the others came back. Xiao Wen, Xiao Wu, and the triplets each carried a rabbit in their hands, while Li Zhan carried a wild roe deer. There were also 4 or 5 pheasants, which were carried by Xia Shuangshan, Yang Qiushi, and Rong Zhenbang. The triplets ran over as soon as they entered the yard.
"Mom,
"We caught a rabbit." Yi ran too fast and fell down with his mouth biting the snow. Fortunately, there was a lot of snow in the yard, otherwise he would have had a bloody nose. Xia Huanhuan hurried over and pulled him up. Ye's little face was wrinkled and his eyebrows and face were covered with snow, which made him look both cute and funny. Xia Huanhuan held back her laughter and wiped the snow off his face before she said, "Why are you running so fast?" Yi didn't cry either. She excitedly picked up the rabbit that she was reluctant to let go of even though it had just fallen, and said, "Mom, rabbit. I want to eat roasted rabbit."
Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Okay.
"We can eat it however you want." Then she asked, "Why is there such a good harvest today?" Li Zhan smiled and said, "Have you forgotten what your man does? It's easy to catch a few rabbits and pheasants." Xia Huanhuan pursed her lips and smiled, saying, "What a character." Yen Yen said excitedly, "Mom, this rabbit is so stupid. We got some wheat grains and made a trap, and we caught it in a short while. And there was a wild roe deer. It was so scared when it saw us that it lay straight on the ground pretending to be dead, and we caught it." Several little guys chattered excitedly. Xia Huanhuan said with a smile, "You are all amazing. Since we have caught so many wild game today, let's just be rough today." Li Zhan said with a smile, "What are you going to do?" Xia Huanhuan said, "Don't we have firewood at home? Let's just light a fire under the pergola, roast meat while warming ourselves by the fire." With that, everyone started to move. There was too much food to eat in one meal, so Xia Huanhuan asked Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei to take the triplets to send a rabbit and a pheasant to Secretary Zhao's home and Aunt Wu's home respectively. Xia Huanhuan, Lin Yuru, Shan Wanxue, and Chen Yan were responsible for boiling water, scalding and plucking the feathers of the remaining 3 wild pheasants and cleaning up the internal organs. Li Zhan, Xia Shuangshan, Rong Jinbang, and Yang Qiushi were responsible for skinning the wild rabbits, gutting them, and cleaning up the internal organs. After a while, the meat was almost cleaned up. Xia Huanhuan first marinated one of the pheasants with cooking wine, soy sauce, salt, etc., and left the others as they were. Several children also came back, and they were not empty-handed. They brought back a cabbage, 3 or 4 radishes, and 3 or 4 onions. Although the things were all vegetables grown in the fields, they came back suddenly and Xia Huanhuan couldn't take out fresh vegetables from the space, but they just happened to be used. The seasonings were borrowed from Aunt Wu's house yesterday, but only salt and were borrowed. Cumin, chili powder, and other spices were also taken out of the space. In addition, Xia Huanhuan asked Li Zhan to dig some clay and mix it with hot water to make soft mud. In addition, Xiaowen went to Aunt Wu's house to borrow some dried lotus leaves. In the countryside, people would pick some corn leaves, boil them in water, and then dry them and store them. When steaming steamed buns, they would be spread on the grate to prevent the buns from sticking to the pot. Qingshui village has a lotus pond, so everyone also picked lotus leaves and preserved them in the same way. Xiaowen came back with 3 or 4 lotus leaves in a short while. Xia Huanhuan soaked the pickled wild pheasant with water to soften it a little, rubbed it with oil, salt, cumin, and chili powder, stuffed mushrooms and onions into the belly, and then carefully wrapped it with lotus leaves in several layers, and then wrapped it with a layer of mixed mud on the outside. After making a fire in the pergola, the mud ball wrapped around the chicken was put into the fire and roasted together. This is the common way to cook beggar's chicken. Everyone moved out chairs and roasted around the fire. Li Zhan divided several pickled rabbits into 4 parts, put a rabbit leg on each part, pierced it with branches, and roasted it on the fire. Xia Huanhuan also used the stove to burn firewood and stewed the remaining chicken in a casserole with radish pieces, dried black fungus, dried wild mushrooms, etc. After a while, the hare was roasted to a crispy outside and tender inside, sizzling with oil. It was seasoned with salt, cumin, and various spices. Everyone had one, even the wolf cub, and they ate it with relish. When they were almost done, there was light chicken soup and soft, tasty radish cubes to relieve the greasiness. They chatted while roasting the fire. After the roasted rabbit was finished, they took the beggar chicken out of the fire, smashed the dirt on the outside with a hammer, removed the lotus leaves, and the chicken, which had been roasted soft and oily by the heat, gave off a burst of fragrance. Everyone shared it and ate it, and everyone was full. Rong Jinban couldn't help laughing and said, "Huanhuan still has many ideas." This way of eating sounds rough, but it is really fresh. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Dad, if you like it, we can come again when everyone has winter vacation. Anyway, there is a place to stay in the countryside. After eating this meal, everyone rested for another night. The next morning, they returned to the county town. The wild roe deer were not eaten, so they were taken to the county town. Half of them were given to Li Jie and Zhou Qiuhe's family, so that they could make bacon and save them for eating. The other half was taken on the train and sent to the Fu family after returning to Beijing. Yang Qiushi also lived in the courtyard. Soon, those who went to school finished their final exams and ushered in the winter vacation. It was almost the time of the little new year. Everyone began to prepare for the new year. The New Year's goods to be purchased were no different from previous years. The family's income was nominally only Li Zhan's allowance and her subsidy. In addition, the Fu family knew that she was selling clothes outside. Therefore, it is impossible to buy a lot of expensive things at once. The electrical appliances bought from Chen Rongxing in Guangzhou last time are still lying in the space. Only Li Zhan knows about this at home. However, it is not easy to take out large electrical appliances, but Xia Huanhuan is not so restrained when it comes to food and clothing. She went out with Li Zhan, saying that they were going to the vegetable market, but in fact they took out half a piece of pork directly from the space, and also took a lot of other chickens, ducks and fish and brought them back home. In the winter in the north, the temperature outside is basically below 0 degrees. There is no need to worry about pork, chickens, ducks, and fish going bad. Just pierce a hole and hang them on the tree in the yard with a rope. The children in the family, including Chen Yan, each made a new set of clothes. Several elderly people took cotton cloth and cotton out of the space and asked the tailor shop to help make thick cotton coats and trousers. In addition to Xia Shuangshan, Lin Yuru, Shen Wanxue, Rong Zhenbang, and Yang Qiushi, who lived together in the courtyard, there would naturally be no shortage of things for Grandpa Fu and Fu Weixin. In addition, Xia Huanhuan and her triplets sent a set of gifts to Grandma Luo in the sanatorium, as well as some food. The triplets shouted, Grandma, can you come to our house and celebrate the New Year with us? Many people living in the sanatorium are relatives of martyrs, so every year the sanatorium organizes programs and various New Year activities, which is actually quite lively. After hearing what the triplets said, Xia Huanhuan's heart moved, and she smiled and said, Aunt, the kids are right. If you are willing, come home and celebrate the New Year with us. We have a place to live, you can go and stay for a few days, and if you are not used to it, you can come back to the nursing home, it will be convenient. Grandma Luo had no relatives or friends, and on weekdays, only Xia Huanhuan brought the children to visit her. After hearing what the triplets said, she was worried about causing trouble for Xia Huanhuan, so she waved her hand and said, Forget it. I have a lot of old sisters here. We can talk and make dumplings together and live happily. In the past, Xia Huanhuan had also suggested that she go and stay for a few days, but Grandma Luo refused every time. However, it is the Chinese New Year after all, Xia Huanhuan said with a smile. Aunt, it's the Chinese New Year, and it's lively over there too. You can come and stay for a few days. If you really don't get used to it, we can send you back, right?
Grandma, come.
My mother will make a lot of delicious food. Grandma Luo looked at the children and finally nodded, saying, Well, then I'll be thick-skinned and stay over for a few days. This matter was settled. Xia Huanhuan came with Li Zhan the next day and took Grandma Luo to the courtyard. Then everyone worked together to clean the house, buy New Year's goods, prepare food, fry it, paste couplets, buy firecrackers, and it was so busy that it was the New Year's Eve. After setting off firecrackers, everyone gathered around the big table and ate a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner of dumplings, chicken, duck, fish, and meat. After eating, Xia Huanhuan took out fried peanuts, melon seeds, and other things, and put them on the table. She also took out cards and mahjong from the space. For people sat at each table, either playing cards or mahjong. Even the children had 2 tables set up for them to play. Those who knew how to play taught those who couldn't play. They didn't play for money, just for fun. They played until 8 or 9 o'clock, then went to bed. Li Zhan directly sent the triplets to sleep with their 2 brothers, Xiaowen and Xiaowu. On New Year's Eve, of course he had to occupy his wife and couldn't let those little brats mess up. As a result, Xia Huanhuan slept in on the morning of the first day of the new year. Lin Yuru couldn't help but come over and call, laughing, "How can you sleep in on the first day of the new year? The dumplings are almost rolled up." It started snowing again in the middle of the night last night. Now the triplets and Xiaowen, Xiaowu and Beibei are playing in the snow and making snowmen in the yard. Yan Yan turned around and said, "Grandma, we all up. My mom is not as diligent as us." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zhan walked over and patted him on the head, scolding with a smile, "You little rascal, what are you talking about your mom? Be careful, or your mom will beat you." When Yan Yan heard this, he thought about how he felt when he was spanked when he was naughty in the past, and he subconsciously covered his little ace. Li Zhan brought a bowl of dumplings to the house and smiled guiltily. "Just sit up halfway, and I'll feed you." Xia Huanhuan glanced at him reproachfully, supported her sore waist and half sat up, took the bowl and said, "I'll eat it myself. If I let you feed me again, the whole family will laugh at me." Li Zhan chuckled twice and said, "Don't worry, I won't laugh at you." Xia Huanhuan threw the pillow over. "Don't you see who did this? If you dare to laugh at me, humph." However, Li Zhan is already 31 years old, and his energy is not much lower than before. Xia Huanhuan really admires him. It's not that she doesn't want it, but she enjoyed it at the beginning, but it was a bit unbearable later. Thinking about how she begged in a low voice last night, this rascal didn't restrain himself, so she wanted to beat him. The dumplings were stuffed with pork and cabbage. After eating the dumplings, Xia Huanhuan struggled to get up. All the adults in the family are up. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan took Chunyan, Xiaowen, Xiaowu Beibei, and the triplets, one house at a time, to go to Baidu. Everyone also prepared New Year's money for them. However, Xia Huanhuan had gone through it in advance. Like Yang Qiushi, Shen Wan, Xuerong Jinbang, and others, they had valuable things as soon as they took action. Pack red envelope. Children just used their New Year's money to enjoy the celebration, buy firecrackers and some snacks. Chunyan didn't go home for the Chinese New Year this year. There are so many people here. If she went back, she would be even busier during the Chinese New Year. Xia Huanhuan asked her opinion. After thinking about it, she couldn't go back. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, she also got a share of the New Year's money. Although she is older than other children, she is also afraid that she will feel uncomfortable when she sees Xiaowen and Xiaowu and the others buying things with their New Year's money during the Chinese New Year. Chunyan was overjoyed. In rural areas, New Year's money is actually money from one family for money from that family, so it's all about saving what you can. Older children don't have it. She probably remembered receiving lucky money when she was 7 or 8 years old. "Fourth uncle, this. Are these really all for me?" Li Zhan said with a smile. "Yeah, just keep it. If you want to buy anything during the new year, just give it as pocket change." Chunyan happily said, "Hey," made a sound. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan took several children and gifts to Fu's house to pay New Year's greetings. Fu Dongjin, Fu Beifa and his wife, and Fu Nanjing and Yu Siju also came back. The children at home got into a mess and went to play war games with other children in the courtyard. Yu Siju was already 2 months pregnant, and she couldn't tell from her figure. However, she was so happy that she didn't eat much for lunch. Fu Nanjing carries plum candy with him, and when he feels nauseous, he gives one to Yu Siju, who is also full of affection. The day passed with Mr. Fu taking a walk and Fu Weixin practicing calligraphy. In the next few days, I also visited relatives and friends. In addition, I started to prepare the raw materials for braised food, which was also a matter of opening 2 stores. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Xia Huanhuan got up early. Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan couldn't sleep either, and woke up early. Braised meat is braised the night before, including beef, beef tongue, beef offal, pig's trotters, pig's ears, pig's head and face, as well as chicken feet, chicken gizzards, chicken racks, and whole braised duck, etc. Vegetarian dishes include braised tofu skin, dried tofu, shredded kelp, yuba, winter bamboo shoots, and other varieties. This was all done at 4 or 5 in the morning. Xia Shuangshan had already delivered 2 large pots of braised meat to the shop on a cart. The name of the shop is also simple, just Xia Ji Braised Meat. Xia Huanhuan had someone write the name of the shop in advance, and then found a carpenter to finish it, and it was already hung up on the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. In addition to the store name sign, there is also a large wooden board with the varieties and prices of braised meat prepared daily written on it. This saves you the trouble of bargaining, and since this is a new store, if many people don't know the price, they will be hesitant to come forward and buy it. If the price is clearly marked, people won't be afraid that after asking, they will think it's too expensive, so they won't. Embarrassing to buy. Xia Huanhuan's idea was that the store would only be open for the rest of the day, so that Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru could make a living, and their bodies could handle it. However, today is the first day of opening, so it must start in the morning. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru were both wearing newly made clothes, and their hair was neatly combed. Li Zhan set off firecrackers and placed a sign at the door of the store with a festive red paper that read "Big Opening Offer." Below it was a line of small words: "Buy any braised food and get braised dried beans for free." The price of braised food is not expensive either. The meat version is only 1.30 yuan per catty, and the vegetarian version is 50 cents per catty. In fact, it is just hard-earned money. However, Xia Huanhuan took out the raw materials from the space. She lied that she had made an agreement with a slaughterhouse on the outskirts of the city, and the prices for parts, such as offal, were cheaper. Ingredients such as dried tofu are all made in-house, and it takes a lot of time. As soon as the firecrackers went off, everyone's attention was indeed attracted, and then they saw that it was a small shop, and everyone became even more curious. For more than 10 years now, when buying braised food, I have to go to state-owned food stores. The taste of the state-owned food store is pretty good, but the price is indeed 1.51 catty for meat and 70 cents for vegetarian food. They are both more expensive than this store. Moreover, the salesperson is also arrogant. When he sees someone buying less, I couldn't help but say something unpleasant. Now that I saw such a small facade, I couldn't help but stepped forward and asked if it was a private facade. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Yes. Doesn't the country encourage self-employed people now? I braise these at home, and the ingredients are the freshest. Sister, try this beef tongue. It tastes good." Xia Huanhuan said. Taking a plate came out, which contained beef tongue that had been cut into small pieces, with small bamboo skewers inserted on each piece. This kind of tasting was still common in the future, but in those days, 1 penny would be broken in half and spent, and food was in short supply, not to mention meat dishes were brought out for free tasting. The elder sister, who just asked, was a little hesitant. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Sister, don't worry, this is a trial. It's free." After hearing this, the eldest sister looked at Xia Huanhuan in disbelief, but she still took a piece and tasted it. It tasted really good, very tasty and not too salty. The eldest sister couldn't help but nod. Xia Huanhuan said to other onlookers, "Everyone can try it. It doesn't matter if you don't buy it." After hearing this, everyone rushed up and took a piece to taste. Many people took them without buying them, but many people thought they tasted good, were cheaper than state-owned stores, and came with dried tofu, so they went and bought them. Although the price is by the kilogram, what everyone buys must be bought in twos, and threes. Lin Yiru and Xia Shuangshan were in the store, with Xiaowen helping them. Xia Shuangshan was responsible for cutting it and putting it into everyone's own lunchboxes, while Xiaowen helped Lin Yiru collect money and settle accounts. Some of them didn't bring lunchboxes, so Xia Shuangshan lent them the bowls in the store to take back. After a while, there were actually about 10 people who bought 2 or 5 tails and left. Xia Huanhuan looked on from the side. I also feel that it really deserves to be the capital city. If this were in other small counties, even if you opened a store, no one would dare to come in and buy it.
Why?
Although the service attitude of the state-run outlets is a bit misleading, at least they are honest and will not cheat you. Who knows if a private store will be short of money? Moreover, even if the policy has been issued, it still takes a lot of time to spread it to the lower levels. If you dare to open a store blatantly, someone may report it to the relevant departments as soon as you open the store, and then bring people to come and cause trouble for you. Therefore, The store here in Beijing was so popular on the first day of opening, which shows that everyone's acceptance of the policy is completely different from other remote places. Xia Huanhuan felt more confident. When she set up a street stall before, she actually felt that everyone should not exclude private people. Moreover, she set up the stall many times and no one came to say that she was disturbing the order, so she should not encounter any trouble after opening the shop. Worry. Now looking at the situation in braised food stores, there shouldn't be much of a problem in clothing stores. Seeing that there were already 4 or 5 people queuing up at the newly opened braised meat shop, Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan quietly left and went to the clothing store. At the clothing store, Qi Ningyu is waiting. The original agreement with Qi Jian was to let Qi Ningyu go to the braised meat shop to help, but Xia Huanhuan asked Qi Ningyu what he thought. After Qi Ningyu sold clothes with Xia Huanhuan several times, she became more interested in the clothing store. Therefore, Xia Huanhuan directly asked her to come to the clothing store to help. When setting up a street stall before, Qi Ningyu was given a commission. She would get a commission based on the amount of sales. Now there is also a commission, but it is much lower than when the stall was set up before. After all, Qi Ningyu had to take some risks when setting up a stall before, and it was also hard work being exposed to wind and sun. Now in the store she bought. Many of the customers who come to the store come for the store and the clothes in the area. Compared with when she set up a stall, the role of people is not that big. This is also the reason why Xia Tian Huanhuan explains the reason for the commission reduction. However, in addition to commission, there is also salary, which is 40 yuan a month, which is higher than the salary of senior workers in the factory. Coupled with the commission for every piece sold, it is a very high income. Qi Ningyu had nothing to say, so he happily came to work. Seeing Xia Huanhuan coming, Qi Ningyu hurriedly greeted him. "Sister Huanhuan, brother Li Zhan, you are here. Shall we set off firecrackers now?" Similarly, there is also a promotion, buy 2 pieces and get 20% off. The firecrackers crackled. This is on the street of Wangfujing. There are a lot of people. When they hear the sound of firecrackers, there are still many people surrounding them. Xia Huanhuan and Qi Ningyu enthusiastically let everyone into the store to take a look. When the store was renovated, she replaced all the doors with glass doors and also knocked down a wall and installed glass, so the furnishings in the store can be seen from the outside. The clothes the owner sells are hung facing the window so that people can see them from the outside. Xia Huanhuan regrets that there are no plastic mannequins with hangers like that. Otherwise, if he puts on some clothes and puts them in the window, the appeal will be more intuitive. The clothes in the store are already on display. They are all sweaters and jeans that Xia Huanhuan brought back from Guangzhou. In addition, there are more than 20 coats. There were no warm cotton coats in Guangzhou, but the thick woolen coats were good. The purchase price for each was 12, so she brought 20 pieces, and the price was set at 18. In addition, there are 4 or 5 cotton padded coats filled with down and cotton. They are not handmade and have a good design. The waists are specially designed to pinch the waist, and there are also hats. The fabric is also similar to waterproof and windproof, not ordinary cotton and linen. These pieces were actually designed and rushed out by Xia Huanhuan herself. There are no factories in Guangzhou that produce thick cotton padded clothes, but this is indispensable in winter. She drew 2 design drafts and also provided the fabric, cotton, and goose down. She commissioned manager Li to find a factory to help make a few sets. Even with this kind of private help, the efficiency is relatively low. In more than 20 days, only 5 or 6 sets were made. Although the materials are all Xia Huanhuan's, the processing fee alone costs 8 yuan for 1 piece. These cotton padded clothes that are similar to a mixture of down jackets and cotton jackets are priced at 25 by Xia Huanhuan. However, the discount is that as long as you buy 2 or more pieces, the whole store will be discounted, without exception, so after the discount it will be 20 yuan each. At first, the onlookers were too embarrassed to come in, so they curiously watched from the door. Fu Nanjing took Yu Siju in first. Yu Siju picked out a loose sweater and a coat, and went to the fitting room to try them on. She came out and looked at herself in front of the huge floor-length mirror, and smiled. This dress is pretty good. However, Yu Siju was actually a stoogie. Xia Huanhuan had already given her a loose sweater, so there was no need to buy one now. After her belly became obvious, The clothes she bought now could no longer be worn. With Yusija going in first, everyone went in one after another. They saw that the shop was clean and bright, with large mirrors everywhere. The most valuable thing was that there was even a fitting room. "Boss, you have a fitting room here? Do you mean we can try them on?" Xia Huan said with a smile. "Of course. Whether the clothes are good-looking or not, you can't tell if they are hanging. You must try them on. What if they don't fit after trying them on? You won't force us to buy them, right?" State-owned department stores don't allow people to try on clothes easily. Sometimes, if you accidentally open the packaging and try them on, you'll be forced to buy them. Xia Huan said with a smile. "How could that be? Trying on clothes is free. If you don't think they fit, just put them down. You don't have to buy them." After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but pick a few pieces to try on. Soon someone paid for them. It was just after the Chinese New Year, and everyone still had some money in their hands, so in just one morning, more than 10 orders were sold. Those most expensive cotton coats were the most popular. Basically, those who liked them in the front and tried them on with gritted teeth finally bought them. The clothes are ankle length and look bulgy and thick, but when they take them off and touch them, they are soft and light, much lighter than ordinary cotton padded clothes. Moreover, although it is light, it feels warm after putting it on, which is in sharp contrast with the cotton padded clothes on their bodies. What's more, the selling price is 25 yuan, but with an 80% discount, it can be 5 yuan cheaper. And there are only 5 pieces. They will be gone once they're sold out. If you don't buy it, there will be several people waiting to buy it behind you. Therefore, the people who got the clothes gritted their teeth and paid for it. Xia Huan didn't expect that in a short while, all the cotton padded clothes she designed and made were sold out. And the cost of these 5 clothes is actually only the processing fee of 8 yuan. The fabric, cotton, and down are all in the space. Several customers who didn't buy came over and asked, "Boss, this cotton padded jacket is out of stock? When can it be restocked?" Xia Huan thought for a while and said with a smile, "The manufacturer is out of stock too. I'll ask if there is any left, but it may take more than half a month." The customers couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, Beijing will still be cold in more than half a month, so it's not impossible to wait. Therefore, they asked, "Boss, I will definitely buy it next time you come back, and you must leave one for me." Xia Huan agreed, with a smile. After staying in the store for most of the day, Xia Huan handed the store to Qin Yu, and she and Li Zhan went back to the braised food store to take a look. In order to show his support for his daughter, Fu Weixin asked Aunt Chen to come and buy braised food, but Aunt Chen and Lin Yuru were refusing because of money. "Sister Chen, we can't take this money. If we charge Huan's father and grandfather for some braised food, what will happen?" Xia Huan came over and saw it and smiled. "Aunt Chen, you should put the money away quickly. How can you pay for food at home? Don't be afraid of my dad scolding you. Wait until I go back and tell my dad and grandfather." Aunt Chen looked at Xia Huan with embarrassment and finally had to put it away and smiled. "Okay, then I'll keep it." By the afternoon, the braised food had been sold out. On the first day of opening, the amount prepared was not much, mainly to avoid selling overnight, and also to prevent Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru from being so tired. However, although the amount was not much, there were many categories prepared, mainly to see which categories could sell faster, so that there would be a focus later. After calculating for a day, it turned out that there was a revenue of 15 yuan. Lin Yuru couldn't believe her eyes.
"Huanar, tis.
"Is this really the money your father and I earn? We can earn 15 yuan a day, so we can earn hundreds of dollars a month, right?" Xia Shuangshan said, "If you can't count, don't count. Didn't Wanner buy this shop for free? And we also bought marinated ingredients, pig's trotters, pig's ears, beef offal, and various ingredients such as bean curd and dried bean curd. Which one of them doesn't cost money? After deducting all these, we have earned money." Lin Yuru listened to Xia Shuangshan scolding her and couldn't help muttering, "You are the only one who can do it. You are the only one who knows. I made this marinated food at home, and it's our profit. What did you do besides cutting vegetables?" Seeing that the two of them could quarrel, Xia Huan couldn't help laughing and said quickly, "Dad, Mom, making money is a happy thing. How can you still quarrel with each other?" My dad also did a lot of work in painting the walls and laying the floors of the store. However, it's mainly because of Mom's good craftsmanship. To do business, there are costs, that's for sure. The money spent on buying a shop is a lot of money, but the shop itself may increase in price in the future. There is no need to calculate the cost for the time being. Just counting the ingredients and marinade, don't we buy them directly from the slaughterhouse? The price of beef and pork offal is 50 cents per pound, and bean curd, dried bean curd sticks, and kelp is 20 cents per pound. The marinade is used more for the first time, and if it is properly preserved later, even if new ones are added, it will not be much. The cost of this part can actually be controlled within 40% to 50%. Now that my family members are helping, there is no salary or other expenses, so today we made 15 yuan, and the actual net profit is about 9 yuan. In fact, the ingredients are all in Xia Huanhuan's space, so it is a net profit of 15 yuan. This is also the reason why Xia Huanhuan puts the catering industry in a major position in the design of the future business map. She has a prerequisite that is superior to anyone else, that is, the best ingredients with almost zero cost. The reason why it is almost zero is that she is only one person after all. Even if there is space, if the catering industry is expanded across the country in the future, she can't rely entirely on her own manpower to carry and deliver ingredients to various restaurants in person, right? Therefore, the later purchase must be combined with the ingredients in her space. However, this small braised food shop, including the steamed bun shop near the county train station, is actually not part of Xia Huanhuan's envisioned territory. The scale is a bit small, and it is more of a family workshop, so the money that can be made is limited. The braised food shop is mainly for Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru to have a livelihood. What she mainly wants is the restaurant next door that is still empty and used as a warehouse. However, Uncle Chi said last time that the government intends to rent out the restaurant, but there has been no substantial progress so far. Lin Yuru heard this and said with a smile, 9 yuan a day, that's a lot. How much can you make in a month? Xiaowen, calculate it for Grandma. Xiaowen smiled and said, Grandma, if it's 9 yuan a day, based on 30 days a month, you can make 270 yuan. 270 yuan.
My God.
Isn't this too profitable? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Mom, you think too idealistically. Today is the first day of opening, and there are activities. Everyone is also fresh, so we sell a lot. Now everyone's life is tight, which family can buy braised food every day? I estimate that after these 3 days of opening, we can make 2 or 3 yuan, 3 or 4 yuan a day, which is enough. 2 or 3 yuan a day, that's 70 or 80 yuan a month. Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan were still very happy when they heard this. In the past, the two of them came here to follow their daughter and son-in-law to enjoy the city. Although they also helped with housework and cooking, they always felt that they were eating for free. Otherwise, Xia Shuangshan would not have gone out to haul coal for others. Now, the old couple can earn dozens of yuan a month, which is higher than the allowances of the son-in-law and daughter. How can they not be happy? On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, the bun shop in the county town was also going to open. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan took the early train early in the morning and arrived at 11 o'clock in the morning. Li Zhan asked Xia Huanhuan to use the space to go there in advance, but Xia Huanhuan did not agree. She was actually a little worried that Li Zhan would be depressed. Although Li Zhan also came when the 2 stores opened yesterday, she was actually busy alone from buying the shops to purchasing goods and opening them. She was a little worried that Li Zhan would feel lonely. If she let him come by train again, she would have to run around using the space, and she would feel a little guilty. Li Zhan took out an apple, gave it to her, and said with a smile, What are you thinking about? Xia Huanhuan took the apple, and then asked guiltily, Li Zhan, you haven't been unhappy these 2 days, have you? Li Zhan was stunned for a moment, then asked with a smile, Why do you ask this suddenly? Why should I be unhappy? Xia Huanhuan took a bite of the apple and said, It's just, have I ignored you these 2 days? Li Zhan listened, glanced at her, and said faintly, You still know? Xia Huanhuan shrank her head and said, How about? You announced the opening today? Li Zhan continued to say coldly, Wait until these 2 busy days are over, and see how I deal with you." Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. Why didn't his words make sense? Then she realized that Li Zhan was talking about the thing in bed. She couldn't help but feel angry and amused, and stuffed an apple into his mouth. "Go away. I'm talking about serious things. You're the only one who thinks about those things every day." Li Zhan took the apple away, couldn't help but laugh, and then said seriously, "It would be a lie to say that I'm not disappointed at all. I always feel that my wife seems to have put all her energy and focus on the business.
Well,
I feel a sense of crisis." Xia Huanhuan reflected on it and found that she was indeed running out through space at every turn. Not to mention Li Zhan, she hasn't even taken care of the kids at home recently. However, after all, it's just the beginning, and it's a bit hectic. I want to catch everything, and it's also possible to lose sight of one thing while focusing on another. Huanhuan, I believe you will find a balance. Don't worry, no matter what, I will always support you behind your back." Li Zhan continued. Xia Huanhuan's nose suddenly felt a little sour. She was obsessed with doing business. In fact, her family was not short of money. She just wanted a sense of accomplishment. If she neglected the time with her family because of this, then it would be better not to do business. Xia Huanhuan nodded and said solemnly, "Well, Li Zhan, don't worry. I will think seriously about how to balance business and family matters." Seeing her so serious, Li Zhan couldn't help but raised his hand and touched her head and smiled. "It's just the beginning now. There is no need to take this matter so seriously. The most important thing is not to tire yourself out." The two chatted all the way to the county town. The store is just opposite the train station, so it's not troublesome. Just went there. Wu Feng and Qin Shi were already waiting, and Master Lu was also wearing the chef's uniform, standing side by side with Qin Shi and the others. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan went there, first greeted Master Lu, and then greeted Wu Feng and Qin Shi. Without further ado, just like in Beijing, firecrackers were set off, and a sign was placed at the door for a grand opening sale. If you eat in the restaurant, you will get a fried egg for free. The chef in the kitchen is Master Lu. The store was originally 2 rooms, but they were merged into one. There are twice as many tables as before, with 8 tables. The main products of the store are yangchun noodles and fresh meat dumplings. There are also large steamed buns, large dumplings, pancakes, etc., which are only open for lunch and dinner. Ingredients such as flour, fresh pork, eggs, vegetables, etc. were all sent by Xia Huanhuan. After the opening ceremony, Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Master Lu, Li Zhan and I have been on the bus for the whole morning, so it's a good opportunity to taste your cooking skills. Qin Shi, we want 2 bowls of plain noodles, 2 steamed dumplings with fresh meat, and a portion of braised beef." Qin Shi agreed and handed the menu to Master Lu. The noodles were all freshly made and kneaded, and the meat filling was also ready. Master Lu listened and said, "Okay." He began to wrap the steamed dumplings skillfully, first steaming them in a pot, then pulling the noodles. After a while, the dough turned into long and thin noodles, which were directly boiled in boiling water. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the noodles were cooked, and they were taken out and scooped into the hot chicken soup that had been boiled in another pot, sprinkled with salt, chopped green onions and coriander, and then blanched a handful of green vegetables and put them in the noodle soup and added a fried egg, and then they were ready to be served. At this time, the steamed dumplings were ready, and Qin Shi brought them up for Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan to enjoy slowly. The braised beef was also braised in advance. If you want to eat beef noodles, just put a few pieces of beef in, which is convenient. There are a lot of people at the train station, so customers came in quickly. However, the best-selling items are big white steamed buns, big meat buns, pancakes, etc., and they're served with a bowl of plain noodles. Many people also come for the fried eggs. At 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the lunch market was about to end, Master Lu was a little unhappy. These people don't know what's good. Aren't these fresh meat dumplings better than those big white steamed buns and meat dumplings? Li Zhan couldn't help laughing and said, "Master Lu, calm down. There's nothing we can do about it. Many families still eat steamed buns now. These fresh meat dumplings are exquisite and delicious, but compared with the big white steamed buns and dumplings, they are still somewhat not cost-effective. Many people who come to the train station are out to make a living, so they will definitely save as much as possible. Master Lu knew that even when this store belonged to their Lu family, this area was a mixed bag, and most people bought big steamed buns. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Master Lu, let's take a look at the types of products we sell. We can't make them too highbrow, right? If the big steamed buns and dumplings sell quickly, we can make more steamed buns and dumplings to sell. Only by being more down-to-earth can we make money. However, these steamed dumplings are your specialty, so you must keep them. After some time, when everyone's life is better, someone will definitely be willing to eat them. Master Lu sighed and said, Alas. I also know that everyone's life is hard. I'm just afraid that this skill will be lost slowly. Well, let's be more down-to-earth and make big steamed buns and dumplings to sell. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Master Lu, you have to keep the check. For the meat and vegetable dumplings, what kind of fillings and ingredients do you want? Just tell me and I'll make it. After talking for a while, Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan were going to go to Zhou Qiuhua and Li Jie's store to take a look. Before leaving, they secretly gave the money for their meal to Qin Qi. Qin Qi couldn't help laughing and said, Sister Huanhuan, this. Isn't it your own store? Why are you still paying? Xia Huanhuan said with a smile, After all, this is the first business deal for Li Zhan and I. Let's have a good start. Come back later, I won't pay even if you ask me to. Then, he took Li Zhan away. The store opened a few days earlier, on the third day after the Chinese New Year. This is the third day. The store also sells steamed buns, dumplings, fried dough sticks, pancakes, etc. In addition, there is millet and sweet potato porridge, or rice porridge and radish and mutton soup in winter. When Xia Huanhuan and her friends went there were 2 tables of customers coming in and shouting, Boss, I want a bowl of mutton soup and 2 big steamed buns. Li Jie agreed and quickly served a bowl of mutton and radish soup from the big pot. It was full of radishes and 2 big pieces of mutton. It cost 1 yuan a bowl, which was not a loss at all. The big white steamed bun was also the size of a palm, and it cost 10 cents each, which was also quite affordable. Seeing Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan coming in, Li Jie happily wiped his hands on his apron and came over, saying with a smile, Li Zhan, Huanhuan, you guys are here? I told you to open the shop, but I closed the shop all day and came here, but you wouldn't let me. How is the business over there? Li Zhan said with a smile, It's okay. Third brother, your business here seems to be pretty good. Li Jie smiled embarrassedly and said, Thanks to the supply channels found by Huanhuan, this mutton is much cheaper than the ones sold in the market, and it's also very fresh. We can buy more if we give more, and it can also help to gain popularity. Xia Huanhuan nodded and said, Third brother, your idea is right. Be honest in business, and you'll have many repeat customers. Li Jie also said with a smile. Qiuhua said the same thing. By the way, you guys do it, and I'll serve you a bowl of mutton soup. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan hurriedly declined. Third brother, don't bother. We just ate over there and came here. But Li Jie insisted. Eat less after you've eaten. It's cold. Drink a bowl of mutton soup to warm yourself up. Wait. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan had no choice but to sit down. Sure enough, Li Jie brought the mutton soup over in a while. There was not much seasoning, just some salt, and it had some mutton smell, but the mutton that Xia Huanhuan took out of her space was raised on good pasture, so the smell was not strong, and when she drank it, only the fragrance was left. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan had just eaten their fill, and now they couldn't help but finish the whole bowl of mutton soup. The guests at the other 2 tables had also finished their meals, and Li Jie went over to collect the money, and then took the bowls and chopsticks back to the kitchen. After Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan finished the mutton soup, they said they were leaving. Li Jie said, Look at you. You are in such a hurry to go back to Beijing? It's a rare trip back home. You can have dinner at home, stay 1 night, and then go back. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan laughed and said, We haven't told our families that we are not going back. They will be worried. Let's come back in a few days and talk about going home for dinner. After hearing this, Li Jie had to give up. Before leaving, Xia Huanhuan suddenly asked, By the way, third brother, are there a lot of jobs in Luoqing recently? Li Jie smiled and said, A lot, but I'm away for half a month at a time, and I have to travel long distances. I go there once every month or so. If it's too frequent, I won't be able to take care of my family. Now that I have this store, I may not go there so often in the future. Xia Huanhuan nodded and smiled, so that's how it is. On the way back, Li Zhan couldn't help feeling jealous. You seem to care about Luocheng a lot? Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and asked, Are you jealous? Li Zhan glanced at her, turned away, and said, Who? Who wants to be jealous of him? Xia Huanhuan covered her mouth and smiled, saying, I asked about Luocheng mainly because third brother can drive, right? If there is short-distance transportation in the future, I can ask third brother to help. However, if there is a lot of work in Luocheng, I plan to forget it. Li Zhan was stunned for a moment and asked, Transportation? Don't you have space? Do you still need transportation? Xia Huanhuan sighed and said, You also said that I seem to have put all my energy into business now, right? I think I can't always do it myself. For some things, it would be easier to find someone to do it for me. She can't rely on her own space and work herself to death, right? Li Zhan nodded and said, It's best if you think so. You have been working too hard recently. These days, except for the New Year's Eve when they did it, Xia Huanhuan fell asleep as soon as she touched the pillow. She was too tired to be in the mood. After returning to Beijing, the vacation was almost over. Xia Huanhuan stayed at home to help the children check on their winter vacation homework, or help sell braised food, or go to the clothing store. Qinning Yu did a good job, and the store sold a lot of sweaters and jeans. However, from time to time, people still came to ask about the coat last time. Xia Huanhuan thought about making some more. However, the state-owned clothing factory in Guangzhou had its own orders, so even if she helped, there was a limit to what she could do. Xia Huanhuan thought about setting up a small clothing factory near Jing City. But first of all, a complete set of equipment was a problem. Xia Huanhuan thought of the textile factory in Mo County. Although it was called a textile factory in Mo County, it actually had a smaller garment workshop. The clothes sold in the county department store, and the work clothes in the factory were all produced there. Xia Huanhuan thought about it, and asked Li Zhan to help ask his old comrade in arms to see if the state-owned factory was willing to cooperate with her. She provided design patterns, fabrics, cotton, goose down, etc., and borrowed equipment from the garment workshop to make cotton-padded clothes. Li Zhan was stunned for a moment. Can you design clothes? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Not really, I just have some styles in my mind that are not on sale now, and I want to try to make them. She is not a graduate of a professional school, but she had seen a lot before she traveled through time. Moreover, the styles of clothes nowadays are the same across the country. Just adding a ruffle will make people's eyes shine. Xia Huanhuan is just showing off her skills now. Later, she will still have to find a professional to design. Li Zhan nodded and said, The last time I went to the county to see Lao Lu, he was still sighing because the textile factory had no orders and couldn't pay the wages.
I'll go and ask.
Li Zhan immediately called County Magistrate Lu. After hearing what Li Zhan said, County Magistrate Lu thought he was joking at first. Lao Li, although there is a policy now, there is no restriction, and it can even be said that it encourages state-owned factories and private individuals to cooperate and revitalize resources. But how many pieces can your wife make? Isn't this nonsense? Li Zhan was a little unsure after hearing this, and said, She said to make 100 pieces in the first batch, and the processing fee for one piece is 6 yuan. The rest of the needlework, fabrics, cotton, and goose down are all provided by us. But if it's not suitable, forget it. We can think of another way. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by County Magistrate Lu. Wait, how many pieces did you say? 100? How long will the construction period be? Probably half a month. The last time I did it somewhere else, it took about this time. Half a month's construction period, 100 pieces, and a processing fee of 6 yuan per piece. That's 600 yuan in half a month, enough to pay a month's salary to 20 workers. County Magistrate Lu rubbed his hands and said, Old Li, then you guys take some time to go back to the county. I'll ask the director of the textile factory and the workshop director of the garment workshop to come over and discuss with you to see how to do it. After hanging up the phone, Li Zhan couldn't help but be stunned. Why did old Lu suddenly change his mind? The next day, Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan went back to the county together. As expected, County Magistrate Lu came with the director and deputy director of the textile factory. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan were both shocked. Li Zhan laughed and said, "Old Lu, aren't you making too much of a fuss?" Huanhuan means 100 cotton padded clothes. Lao Lu said with a bitter smile, "Lao Li, you are in Beijing. You don't know the hardship of our small factory. When you just said that, I thought it was 3 or 5 pieces, and we could just find a tailor shop to make them. How could I know that you would make so many pieces?" The director of the textile factory, whose surname was Zhang, also laughed and said, 100 orders are enough for our garment factory to run for half a month. You don't know that the demand for cloth has dropped a lot now, and half of the workshops in our factory have stopped production. However, the workers' wages cannot be paid. They haven't been paid for 2 months. If we can have your orders, at least we can solve some people's wages a little. Xia Huanhuan didn't expect that the textile factory was so difficult now, so she said, "If the factory doesn't mind, I should have clothes to make in the spring and summer later. The quantity may not be large, and I will entrust them to the factory at that time." After listening, Director Zhang rubbed his hands and said gratefully, "Then we are definitely welcome. Comrade Xia, I heard that you and Comrade Li are both from RMO County. It's great that you don't forget your roots." The matter was settled. Xia Huanhuan was not vague. The next day, she sent the cloth, cotton, and goose down to the textile factory and asked them to start work. Cotton padded clothes are mainly sold in winter. She actually started late, and it was still unknown whether all the 100 pieces could be sold. After the cotton padded clothes are made, spring clothes will also be rushed to make. It is the most convenient to go to Guangzhou to wholesale the ready-made clothes and sell them back. However, Xia Huanhuan still wants to create her own clothing brand, so independent design and production and processing are essential. But building a factory is much more difficult than buying a store and opening a store. Xia Huanhuan has no worries about raw materials, but it will take time to prepare for the factory, equipment, and the future recruitment of workers. Therefore, Xia Huanhuan still plans to wholesale half of the ready-made clothes from Guangzhou City and design the other half by herself, combining them together. In this case, Xia Huanhuan has to draw the design draft in advance. Although she paid more attention to fashion before she traveled through time and had some painting skills, she was not a professional fashion designer after all, and she actually lacked a lot of basic knowledge. Fortunately, there are various professional books in her space, and she learned while doing it. She first drew the picture herself, then took out the fabric, cut it according to the size and shape, sewed it together, and then tried it on to see the effect, and changed the design if it was not suitable. Fortunately, she only planned to design one set of spring clothes, a knitted sweater with a little bat sleeves, and a slim wool skirt. Li Zhan felt so distressed when he saw Xia Huanhuan sitting in front of the table drawing pictures until late at night every night. However, he did not persuade or complain. His wife wanted to do this, but he could not help or share the burden. At least, he should not be resentful and hold her back. Therefore, Li Zhan did more housework and other things at home these days. After 9 o'clock in the evening, he would make her a bowl of noodles and cut a few pieces of mutton for her as a midnight snack. After working day and night for 7 or 8 days, the design draft was finally finalized. The knitted sweater has a lapel, and the pattern is also carefully designed by her. However, sweaters require special equipment, which is not available in the garment workshop of Mo County Textile Factory. Xia Huanhuan still went to Manager Li in Guangshi. Manager Li looked at the pattern and asked the factory's production manager before replying to her that it was okay. Manager Li couldn't help laughing and said, "Comrade Xia, did you design this sweater yourself? And the cotton padded jacket last time? I showed the design draft to the workshop director of our factory, and he said he had never seen your design. The patterns are fresh, with little trees and little deer, but the sleeves are so wide. Can they be sold?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Anyway, just make 100 pieces first, and there's no need to worry about inventory if they can't be sold." Manager Li nodded and said, "That's fine. The quotation is cheaper than the last cotton padded jacket, with a processing fee of 5 yuan per piece." However, will you still provide the wool yarn? Or will you use ours? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, I'll provide it, and the factory will just help weave it. She still had a lot of wool in her space. After she used up all of it, she would talk about purchasing. As for the wool skirt, she handed it over to Mo County for processing. The craftsmanship of wool skirts was much less than that of cotton padded clothes, so the processing period for 100 pieces was about 6 or 7 days, and the processing fee for each piece was 4 yuan. Therefore, about a week after the 100 cotton padded clothes were hung in the store, the sweaters and wool skirts designed by Xia Huanhuan were also displayed in the store. Xia Huanhuan directly asked Qiningyu to change into the clothes in the store from head to toe, with sweaters and wool skirts inside, and wearing a soft and warm cotton coat. She is a walking advertisement. Customers who come to the store see Qiningyu wearing it like this, which is beautiful and neat, and they can't help but try it on. A cotton coat is 25 yuan, and a sweater and a wool skirt are both 12 yuan, which are not cheap. After all, in the late 1970s and early 1980s, a military coat that was known as the best winter coat only cost more than 20 yuan. However, customers who have tried it in the store can actually feel that although this coat is light, it feels that the cotton used is only a thin layer when pressed, but it is very warm when worn. It is warmer than a thick and heavy military coat. Moreover, when the new products were put on the shelves, Xia Huanhuan still held a 3-day special offer, and any 2 pieces in the store could be discounted by 20%. In total, the coat is 20 yuan, and the sweater and wool skirt can be bought for less than 10 yuan. Although everyone is living a tight life now, there are still wealthy families in Beijing. When buying clothes in the store here, there is no need for cloth coupons or anything. Therefore, some people buy all 3 pieces directly, and some buy only 2 pieces or buy 1 but choose a pair of animal leather gloves for 2 yuan, which is also considered 2 pieces. The 3 new products are actually selling well, and they can sell 7 or 8 pieces a day. After the new products were put on the shelves, Xia Huanhuan didn't pay much attention to the sales in the store and left it to Qiningyu. She just went there occasionally. Qiningyu couldn't help asking, Sister Huanhuan, this coat is really warm, and why is it so light? Isn't it made of cotton? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, cotton and some goose down are used in it. Goose down is light and warm, so the clothes are so light. Goose down? It's goose feathers? How many geese do you have to kill to make 1 piece? Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing and said, goose down is not simply about killing the goose and using the goose feathers. It has to go through many processes before it can be used to make clothes. Whether it is goose down or duck down, not all goose feathers and duck feathers can be used. Only the down on the chest of geese and ducks can be selected to make it. It is fluffy and waterproof, and it needs to go through washing, drying, sterilization, separation, and other steps before it can be made into goose down or duck down. Therefore, it is not without reason that down is more expensive than ordinary cotton-filled cotton padded clothes. However, Xia Huanhuan did not tell Qiningyu about these. I only knew about this when I went to Shanghai before and saw materials like this from abroad on the market there. Qiningyu still said admiringly, Sister Huanhuan, you know so much. After the clothing store had winter and spring clothes, Xia Huanhuan put her energy back into her studies. As for summer clothes, there were all kinds in Guangzhou, so she didn't plan to design them herself. Although Beijing is the center of the country, light industry is developed in Guangzhou after all. The price difference between the 2 cities in the north and south alone is already very profitable. Not long after school started in February, Yan Haotian sent a telegram saying that he was going abroad to carry out a mission. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, and then she calculated the time and knew what it was. She remembered that the mission should not take long, just over a month. However, since she was going to the battlefield, Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but feel a little worried. She was afraid that Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru would be worried after hearing this, so she kept it a secret and said that she was going to carry out a small mission and it was not dangerous. However, she still asked about Chen Lu. After all, Chen Lu and her brother had been dating since last summer. Yan Haotian should have sent her a telegram to tell her about such a big thing. As a result, when she asked, Chen Lu's eyes widened in surprise, and then her eyes were filled with worry and panic. She grabbed Xia Huanhuan's hand. Huan, what did you say?
He
He is going to the battlefield? Xia Huan looked at her and felt that something was wrong. Could it be that Yan Haotian was afraid that Chenlu would worry, so he deliberately kept it a secret from her? But Chenlu seemed to be guilty, so it didn't seem like that. Moreover, she had been busy recently, so she didn't notice it. But now that she thought about it, Chenlu seemed to be restless these days and seemed to be avoiding her intentionally or unintentionally. Chenlu, you and my brother are not going well? Chenlu's face turned pale in an instant, and she lowered her head in shame. Then she stammered, My family doesn't agree. When Chenlu said this, Xia Huan knew it. It seems that her brother's love did not go smoothly. Chenlu is a good person, but her temper is indeed a little soft, the kind of good girl. It is understandable that she did not stand firm because of her family's opposition. Xia Huan had no intention of judging her. After all, matters like feelings have always been a matter between two people. If one party backs down, even if they're forced to be together, all kinds of problems will arise in the future. She smiled and asked, break up? Chenlu's face turned red and white in an instant, and she apologized shamefully. Huan,
I'm sorry.
Xia Huan smiled and said, it's nothing. You listened to your family and broke up with my brother. Maybe your relationship is not to that extent, and you don't like him that much in your heart. This is your own business. You don't have to apologize to me. Chenlu bit her lip, and a moment of confusion flashed in her eyes. In her heart, didn't she like Yan Haotian that much? Chenlu couldn't help feeling a little lost. If she really didn't like Yan Haotian that much, why did her heart feel like it was being pulled to death by something? Her family felt that Yan Haotian was not from Guangzhou, and although he was a soldier, he might still be transferred somewhere else, so they still disagreed. Chenlu protested several times, but her mother forced her by going on a hunger strike, and in the end, she had no choice but to compromise. Although Yan Haotian was in pain when he heard her ask for a breakup, he still respected her decision and agreed. After that, Yan Haotian, who used to wait for her downstairs of her house from time to time, never came to see her again. During the Chinese New Year, he still asked people to send gifts such as pork ribs, candy, and eggs. On the day when she took the train back to school, she seemed to feel from a distance that someone in the crowd was looking at her. But after looking carefully, she couldn't find him. It was not until the train started and was getting faster and faster that she saw the fleeting familiar figure on the platform. Chenlu couldn't help but burst into tears. It was also at that time that she realized that he missed her so much in his heart. After arriving at school, she hesitated for several days and finally couldn't help writing a letter to Yan Haotian, telling her about her lovesickness and her apology for giving up their love because she was too weak at that time. She wanted to reconcile with him. As for her family, she also planned to argue with her parents. However, this letter has never been replied. She originally thought that he was angry, didn't love her anymore, and didn't want her. But she didn't expect that he went to the battlefield. Chenlu was so worried that she didn't sleep well all night, hiding in the quilt to wipe her tears. Early the next morning, Xia Huan saw her dark circles and eyes that were swollen like walnuts, and couldn't help being stunned. Without waiting for Xia Huan to ask, Chenlu eagerly grabbed her hand and asked, Huan, is there any latest news?
He
won't contact me again. Seeing her like this, even with a crying tone, Xia Huan knew in her heart that Chenlu should also like Yan Haotian. However, if you like someone but don't dare to bravely defend your love, then your love is powerless. Xia Huan shook her head and said, it's only been a day. Even if my brother sent a new telegram, it won't be delivered so quickly. Don't worry. If there is any latest news, I won't hide it from you. Chenlu nodded, but still looked lost. Xia Huan sighed and didn't say anything else. She remembered that this operation seemed to last for more than a month. But when it came to Yan Haotian's safety, she didn't dare to guarantee it. This matter couldn't be told to Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru, so Xia Huan secretly told Li Zhan. Li Zhan was also in the army. Although he was not from the same military district, he did no more than Xia Huan. But he couldn't reveal the details, so he just said, "Don't worry, I have asked the military district over there to keep an eye on it. If anything happens to your brother, they will tell me as soon as possible." Xia Huanhuan nodded and said grateful, "Li Zhan, thank you." Li Zhan couldn't help but hold her and laughed. "What do you thank me between our husband and wife?" He looked at Xia Huanhuan just, "Huanhuan, what happened to you today?"
How do you talk about it?
"Don't do anything bad. Afraid I am angry. So I said these sugar-coated artillery in advance?" Xia Huanhuan was so angry and funny. As soon as he was overwhelmed, he responded, "I also doubted her." Xia Huanhuan, she rolled her eyes at him and smiled. "That's more like it." Li Zhan looked at her deeply and said, "Huanhuan, me too. Marrying you in this life is my greatest blessing." Xia Huanhuan was overwhelmed by his sudden affection. "Don't be so serious all of a sudden. I'm a little uncomfortable." Li Zhan glared at her unhappily and smiled through gritted teeth. "Who started it? Now you blame me? Let me show you how I'm going to deal with you." After the two of them played around for a while, Xia Huanhuan told Li Zhan that Qinlu had broken up with Yan Haotian because of her family's opposition. "When I see my brother and Qinlu, I feel that we are so good together." Li Zhan also sighed, hugged his wife more cherishingly, and said, "Of course. We are their role models. Let them learn well. However, as you said, Qinlu seems to like your brother very much. I think there may be a turning point." Xia Huanhuan nodded and said, "I hope so." This operation was just as Xia Huanhuan expected, and it lasted for more than a month before it ended. Yan Haotian also came back, but he was injured. He was shot in the chest, but fortunately the bullet just missed the heart and other important organs, so he was saved. Although this operation lasted only 1 month, there were more than 30,000 casualties, which was tragic. Yan Haotian was just one of them. Yan Haotian was first sent back to the military hospital in Guangshi for treatment. Li Zhan got the news first and secretly told Xia Huanhuan that night. Xia Huanhuan was anxious and hesitated whether to tell Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yu the news. If she didn't tell them, if Yan Haotian couldn't make it, they might not even be able to see him for the last time. But if she told them, I was also afraid that they would be shocked and passed away all of a sudden. Li Zhan pondered for a moment and said, "I will make a report and ask if he can be transferred to a hospital in Jing City so that his family members can be around and take better care of him." According to the news from there, he is still unconscious, but his condition is relatively stable. If he can be transferred, tell them, and they can go to see your brother immediately, and they won't be so anxious. Xia Huanhuan listened, nodded, and said in a trembling voice, "Okay. Then I will go there through the space tomorrow to have a look."
Li Zhan said, "Well,
Don't worry too much. He can hold on in such a bad situation on the battlefield. Now he has returned to China, and he will be fine." The next day, Xia Huanhuan went to Guang City through the space. Fortunately, Yan Haotian's comrades knew Xia Huanhuan, and they met Yan Haotian smoothly. Xia Huanhuan vaguely said that she happened to come to Guang City to do something these days, so she rushed there immediately. Yan Haotian had not woken up yet. He had a bandage on his chest and was still receiving N4. The doctor said that if the wound doesn't get infected and worsen after these 2 days, the danger period should be over. Yan Haotian's comrade said.
Xia Huanhuan nodded and said, "Oh,
That is good." That night, Xia Huanhuan accompanied him in the ward. At home, Li Zhan lied that she went to sleep at a classmate's house. The army made arrangements quickly, and the next day there was news that it agreed to use a special plane to transfer Yan Haotian and several seriously injured soldiers to Jing City. Xia Huanhuan did not accompany them on this special plane, but returned through space. After returning to Jing City, she told Qinlu about Yan Haotian's injury. Qinlu's face turned pale, and tears flowed down. She held Xia Huanhuan's hand tightly and asked in a trembling voice, "Is he okay? Where is he now?" "In Guang City."
I
will take leave and go back immediately." Seeing that she was so anxious, Xia Huanhuan's estrangement caused by her retreat was somewhat eliminated. Although she knew that dating was a matter between the two parties, Qinlu backed off, and as a bystander, she had nothing to say. However, people always have different feelings for each other. No matter how good her relationship with Chenlu was, Yan Haotian was definitely more important than Chenlu.
Don't worry.
The army has agreed to send my brother and several other seriously injured soldiers to Jing City by special plane. They should arrive tomorrow. My family is here, so it's easier to take care of them. After hearing this, Chenlu nodded somewhat helplessly, but couldn't help worrying.
But
will he refuse to see me? Will he blame me? If she had known that he was going to carry out such a dangerous mission, even if she had a falling out with her family, she would never have broken up with Yan Haotian before the new year. Although he respected her choice and never pestered her, she knew that he must have been feeling bad. What kind of mood did he have on the battlefield? The next day, Yan Haotian was transferred to the military hospital in Jing City. Li Zhan, Xia Huanhuan, and Chenlu rushed there as soon as possible. Yan Haotian had woken up after arriving in Jing City, but his consciousness was still a little confused. The doctor also checked that the wound was not infected. He should be able to recover as long as he rested. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan walked in. Xia Huanhuan forced a smile and said, "Brother, you finally woke up." Yan Haotian was stunned when he saw Xia Huanhuan and asked weakly, "Huanhuan Li Zhan? Why are you here? This is China?" "I'm not." Xia Huanhuan hurriedly said, "Brother, this is Jing City. After you were shot, your comrades carried you from the battlefield to the field hospital and then sent you back to Guang City. Li Zhan asked the military region to coordinate and transfer you to Jing City for treatment. You have been unconscious for 9 days."
Oh.
So that's it. His memory still stayed at the bullet whistling in his ears, and then his chest suddenly hurt, and then he was confused and carried by someone.
Dad and Mom don't know, right?
Yan Haotian asked. Xia Huanhuan shook her head and said, "I didn't dare tell them. However, the doctor said that you have improved. I plan to tell them today when I go back. They should be able to come to see you early tomorrow morning." Yan Haotian nodded and said, "That's fine. Just don't let them worry too much." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "I know. By the way, brother, there is another person who wants to see you." Yan Haotian was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. He opened his mouth but didn't say a word. Chenlu had already appeared at the door timidly. His eyes were swollen like walnuts, and seeing Yan Haotian's pale face, he couldn't help crying again. Xia Huanhuan pulled Li Zhan out and said, "Brother, you and Chenlu have a good talk. After Chenlu knew that you went to the battlefield, she has been worried about you. After hearing that you were injured, she almost bought a ticket to go back to Guangzhou to take care of you. She could only help here. Whether it can be successful depends on the luck of Chenlu and Yan Haotian." Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan went out and closed the door considerately. The two of them were left alone, and Chenlu felt a little uneasy. She carried a net bag of apples, walked to the bedside and sat down, not daring to look at Yan Haotian, and asked incoherently, Haotian, how are you? Does the wound hurt?" "I'll peel an apple for you." As she spoke, she took the fruit knife next to her and peeled the apple. Yan Haotian looked at her without blinking, and his heart couldn't help softening. "Chenlu, do your family know that you came to see me?" Yan Haotian asked softly. Chenlu paused for a moment with the fruit knife in her hand, then bit her lip and shook her head gently. Yan Haotian looked at her for a while before moving his eyes away. He sighed softly and said, "Chenlu, I'm fine. I'm sorry for making you so worried. You sit for a while, and then go back. If others know about this, it will be bad for you." Chenlu's face turned pale, her hands trembled, and her white fingers were cut, and blood immediately flowed out. Seeing this, Yan Haotian was anxious and wanted to sit up to check. "Why are you so careless? Let me see." However, his movement suddenly affected the wound, and sweat immediately broke out on his forehead due to the pain. Chenlu hurried to help him and said, "I'm fine. Lie down and don't move." Yan Haotian lay down helplessly and said, "You've lost so much blood, and you're still fine? I'll ask the nurse to come."
"No."
Chenlu pressed the wound tightly with her clothes and said stubbornly. Yan Haotian was stunned for a moment and looked at her quietly. Chenlu looked at him, tears in her eyes, and said in a low but firm voice, Hao Yan, I won't leave. I won't leave again.
You.
Duent chase me away, okay? I was wrong before, I shouldn't have been so weak, just listened to my parents and broke up with you. Hao Tian, I want to marry you. Hao Yan's heart beat violently when he heard her say this. But he quickly restrained himself, looked at Chenlu, and said, Chenlu, don't act on impulse, your family. Before he finished speaking, Chenlu suddenly leaned over impulsively and kissed him on the lips. Hao Yan's eyes widened suddenly. Chenlu was also bold for a moment. After the kiss, her face turned red like the sunset in the sky, and she wanted to run away immediately. However, Yan Hantian, who came to his senses, did not give her a chance. He grabbed Chenlu's head forcefully and took over.
Well.
Chenlu was shy and frightened, afraid that someone would come in suddenly and see her. But she didn't dare to struggle. Hao Yan was still injured. When she moved a little, Hao Yan showed a painful expression on his face. How could he dare to move again? However, Hao Yan still restrained himself and let her go after a while. He looked at Chenlu seriously and stubbornly, and said softly, Chenlu, think it through. Last time, I respected your choice. This time, if you choose to start over with us, then next time if you compromise again and want to break up with me again, I will not let go easily. Chenlu looked at Hao Yan shyly, biting her lips that were a little red and swollen from being kissed, with a firm light flashing in her eyes. She nodded solemnly and said, Hao Yan, I am serious.
I
don't want to break up with you. If you don't believe me, my organizational relations are all in the school. When you get better, we will go to get the marriage certificate immediately.
If
you still wish. If you are willing. Hao Yan saw her eager look and knew that she was really determined and brave this time. The haze in his heart these days could not help but be swept away. He held Chenlu's hand tightly with his big hand and smiled. Your organizational relationship is in the school, and mine is still in the army. Besides, you have to file a marriage report. You can't just get married. You are too anxious. Chenlu's face turned redder. The girl's reserve made her stutter and said, I'm not that anxious. Hao Yan didn't expose her. She had said twice that she wanted to marry him after coming here. He smiled dotingly, okay? You are not anxious, but I am anxious to marry you. However, we still have to wait a little longer. As for your family, I will go to propose marriage when we return to Guangzhou. After all, marriage is a big deal. If your parents don't agree, we can't just go and get the certificate without caring about it. If we do that, it will hurt your parents' hearts too much. Chenlu's nose felt a little sour. She had actually planned to keep it a secret from her family and get the marriage certificate with Hao Yan first, and then tell her family about the plan after the matter was settled. By then, her parents would definitely be angry, but she had already let Hao Yan down once, and if she backed down again this time, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Unexpectedly, Hao Yan was still thinking about her and couldn't bear to let her get married without her parents' blessings. But my parents. Thinking of how her own parents rejected Hao Yan, and her mother even threatened to go on a hunger strike. Don't worry. I'm a tenacious fighter. When I have time in the future, I will show my presence, and I will definitely move them. Chenlu came out of the ward. Seeing her blushing face, Xia Huanhuan knew that the two of them must have talked it out and reconciled. She walked over and smiled. What? Are you reconciled again? Chenlu nodded shyly and said, Well, Huanhuan, can I borrow your kitchen? I want to make soup for Hao Yan. The food in the cafeteria is not nutritious enough. Xia Huanhuan pursed her lips and smiled, and said, Don't worry about the diet. My parents will worry about it. But, since you said so, the food cooked by your lover is different from that cooked by your parents. I will definitely agree to you. Anyway, the ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law. You can meet them in advance. Chenlu couldn't help but pat Xia Huanhuan, gritted his teeth and laughed. You just like to make fun of me. In the afternoon, Chenlu really followed Xia Huanhuan back to the courtyard. Xia Huanhuan told Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru about Hao Yan's injury, and the two were really anxious. Lin Yuru almost fainted. Xia Shuangshan was so anxious that he had to go to the train station to buy a ticket and rush to Guangshi. Xia Huanhuan quickly said, "Dad, Mom, my brother is fine. Li Zhan has applied to transfer my brother to Jingshi for treatment and recuperation. My brother just arrived in Jingshi today and is now in the military hospital. I came back to take you to see my brother." Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yu looked at Xia Huanhuan in a daze and asked, "Really? Why didn't you tell us earlier?" "Xiao Tian is really okay?" Li Zhan came over and said, "Dad, Mom, Huanhuan said it's true. We are afraid that you are so old. If we tell you earlier, you will be anxious and can't see him immediately, which will hurt your body. So, we have kept it a secret until now. We will take you to the hospital to see him now." Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yu nodded desperately and said, Okay, let us go now." At that moment, Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan took Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yu to the hospital again. Chenlu did not go with them. She went to the vegetable market to pick out the best old hens and pig stomachs. She also went to the pharmacy to buy Chinese angelica, astragalus, rhodiola, ginseng, and other Chinese medicinal materials that can promote the healing of medicinal materials and prevent infection. In addition, there are fresh pork, eggs, vegetables, etc. Chun Lu used a casserole to boil the angelica, astragalus, pork tripe, and chicken soup, and then made other dishes. Yan Haotian was injured and could not eat spicy food or seafood. Therefore, the other dishes were only barbecued pork, a fried egg, and a blanched Chinese cabbage heart and white porridge. After they were done, they were packed in a lunchbox and then hurried back to the hospital. In the hospital, Lin Yu was worried and kept wiping tears. If the injured part was on the leg or something, it would be fine. But the wound was on the chest, and it was a blessing to be able to save his life. As a mother, she had lost her son and did not fulfill her responsibilities as a mother. Now, seeing her son was so seriously injured, she could not do anything and she felt really bad. Instead, Yan Haotian comforted her and smiled. "Mom, don't cry. Look, I'm fine, right? If you cry again, I will cry with you and the wound will split even more." After hearing this, Lin Yu quickly wiped away her tears and said, "Mom, don't cry anymore. By the way, are you hungry? You see, I was so anxious that I forgot to make some hot meals and dishes for you."
Oh.
"Mom will go back now." Xia Huanhuan quickly pulled her and said with a smile, "Mom, don't worry about cooking. Someone has already made it and sent it over." Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. "Someone has already made it? Who?" Xia Huanhuan glanced at Yan Haotian and smiled. "Who?" "Your future daughter-in-law." Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, and then she remembered that the girl named Chenlu had just gone home with Xia Huanhuan. However, when Xia Huanhuan mentioned Yan Haotian, Lin Yu was so anxious that she was at a loss, and she ignored the girl.
Oh.
"I was so anxious just now. It was the first time for the girl to come to my house, and I didn't even say a few words. How could I ask her to cook? I'll go back quickly." "Mom, you don't understand this. My brother is injured, and his girlfriend wants to cook for him. That's the friendship between the couple. You insist on not letting her do it. Isn't that wasting their time?" Xia Shuangshan also coughed twice and said, "Don't meddle in the affairs of young people." Yan Haotian was a little embarrassed by what he said, but he couldn't help feeling happy in his heart. In a while, he would be able to eat the meal cooked by his wife. No, his future wife. After hearing this, Lin Yu had to give up. After a while, Chenlu really rushed to the hospital with a lunchbox. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan naturally went out with Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yu, leaving the two alone. Chenlu's face was burning. He took out the still hot pork tripe and chicken soup and served a bowl of it in a small bowl. Yan Haotian didn't dare to move in his current condition. Chenlu had to use a spoon to feed him the soup mouthful by mouthful. After drinking a bowl of soup, he fed Yan Haotian some of the porridge covered with barbecued pork and blanched Chinese cabbage. Yan Haotian didn't dare to eat too much a few days after the operation. After he ate a little, he pushed it back and said with a smile, "You've been busy for so long and you haven't eaten anything, right? You can eat the rest." Ever since Chenlu knew that Yan Haotian went to the battlefield, she has been unable to sleep or eat. Today she has been worried and nervous all day. Only now does she really feel hungry.
I'm
not hungry. Chen-Lu wanted to be stubborn, but suddenly her stomach growled. Yan Haotian laughed and said, "Your stomach is growling, and you still say you're not hungry?" Chen-Lu had no choice but to drink some chicken soup and porridge with a red face. That night, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru said they wanted to stay with him, but they were persuaded by Xia Huanhuan to come back. After all, if they were there, Chen-Lu would be embarrassed to stay, right? The military hospital arranged a single ward with an empty bed, so Chen-Lu stayed there to accompany him. Time passed quickly. Yan Haotian had been in the hospital for almost a month. During this time, Chen-Lu had been taking good care of him, and their relationship had returned to the state of being inseparable before they broke up. Xia Huanhuan, on her part, began to sell the home appliances she bought from Chen Rongxing. Of course, the 3 color TVs, 3 fully automatic washing machines, 5 single-drum washing machines, and 2 refrigerators would not be sold all. The color TVs, automatic washing machines, and refrigerators were all to be kept for home use, 1 for each courtyard, and the Fu family also planned to send 1 each. The extra fully automatic washing machine was intended to be given to Fu Nanjing and Yu Siju. The remaining 5 single-drum washing machines were to be sold. However, Xia Huanhuan did not give them all away at once, otherwise it would be a problem to explain where the money came from and where the items that required foreign exchange coupons were bought from. So she gave away the practical washing machine first. The refrigerator can be given away later in the summer. As for the color TV, there is no rush. Even so, Fu Weixin, Mr. Fu, and Fu Nanjing were very confused about where they got it. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "The clothing store and the braised food shop are doing well now, and the daily income is several dozen. It is enough to buy a washing machine in half a month." This was bought from Guangzhou City and sent over. There was the Canton Fair there before, and now it is open, so you can buy it without foreign exchange coupons. This was bought by my classmate who has a Canton Fair in Guangzhou City and found a way to buy it. After hearing this, Fu Weixin and Old Man Fu did not suspect anything. But Fu Nanjing was not so easy to fool, so he asked him privately. Xia Huanhuan told him half-truthfully that she went to Guangzhou last year, and Li Zhan happened to rescue a man from Hong Kong at the train station. Later, they started to communicate and found out that he was in the foreign trade business, so she got some goods from Hong Kong through him and sold them in Beijing. Fu Nanjing was familiar with Luo Cheng, who was in this business. Therefore, Fu Nanjing did not show any special surprise, but just said, "This kind of transaction is still quite risky, so you should be careful." After saying that, he still took out 1,000 yuan and insisted on giving it to Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan quickly declined, but Fu Nanjing was also stubborn and said, "You take it. The one you gave to your family is your filial piety, I don't care. However, I won't let you spend money on this one for me and Siju." Xia Huanhuan sighed and said, "Third brother, this washing machine is 600 yuan including shipping fee. If you give me 1,000 yuan, I will make money from you, right? I will take 600 yuan. Is that okay?" In fact, the price of a washing machine delivered in Guangzhou is 600 yuan, but if it is transported to Beijing by ordinary transportation, at least another 100 yuan will be added for freight. However, Xia Huanhuan directly transported it through the space, so she saved this part of the money. Fu Nanjing listened and did not insist, so he took back the 400 yuan. The remaining 5 single-drum washing machines are all large items, and it is definitely not appropriate to sell them on the street. Xia Huanhuan found Dahe and asked him to help with the shipment. The purchase price of a single-drum washing machine is 100 yuan per unit, and Xia Huanhuan gave Dahe a price of 180 yuan, making a net profit of 80 yuan per unit. No industrial coupons are needed. As for what price Dahe can sell it at and how much she can earn, it depends on Dahe's ability. In the late 1970s, a domestically produced Beijing Bailon single-drum washing machine sold in department stores also cost 199 yuan, and an industrial coupon was required to buy it. However, Xia Huanhuan's 5 single-drum washing machines were imported and popular, and anyone with money could buy them. Therefore, the minimum price can be sold for 200 yuan, 220 yuan, or even higher. Dahe was naturally happy to agree. He has a wide network of contacts, and this washing machine is in short supply. Not to mention 5, 10, or 20 units can be sold out quickly. He doesn't make much money from each unit, so he sells it for 220 yuan. In this way, he can make 40 yuan from each unit and 200 yuan from 5 units. This is only 10 days, or half a month. With such a basically risk-free source of goods and huge profits, he is of course happy. Sister Wana, you are so amazing. Even Brother Luo can't keep the price of these large washing machines so low. If there is such an opportunity in the future, you must remember me, Dahe. Xia Huanhuan said with a smile. Don't flatter me first, sell these units first, and then talk about the future. Dahe smiled and said, Okay. Then Sister Wana, you just wait for my good news. Sure enough, within 10 days, Dahe had sold all 5 single-drum washing machines. He gave Xia Huanhuan 180 yuan for each washing machine and couldn't help asking, Sister, do you have anything else to sell? When I was selling, many people asked about sewing machines and refrigerators. Oh, and TVs. At worst, didn't you get watches, belts, and the like last time? Those are fine too, just give them to me and I will definitely sell them all. Xia Huanhuan looked at him and smiled. You've made 1 or 200 this time, right? What's going on? Are you short of money? Dahe touched his head and smiled. Isn't this a man who hasn't married yet? He's thinking about saving money to buy a house so that he can marry a wife. Brother Luo has been spending more time in Shanghai and Guangzhou these years, and there is not much work to do in Beijing. Dahe was also born in a poor family with many brothers. Including his 4th child, there were 7 children in total, and the family of 9 lived in 2 small houses in a large courtyard. He grew up in the alleys and later met Luo Cheng. He just followed Luo Cheng. Over the years, he made a lot of money, but he gave it all to his family, bought houses for his brothers, paid for betrothal gifts, paid for the tuition of his younger brothers and sisters, and the living expenses of the family. Now his 2 older brothers are married, and his eldest sister is also married, so it's his turn, but he doesn't have much money. It's not realistic to build a house in a large courtyard. The yard is so small, and there are 4 or 5 families living in it. If you occupy the yard, other families will definitely say something. Dahe's father originally had a job, but his eldest brother took over his job, and the people below him were out of work. At that time, the second brother and eldest sister went to the countryside. He was mainly because his father was not flexible, so they agreed to let him stay in the city, but he didn't arrange a job. So, there is no chance to wait for the unit to distribute houses. He can only buy outside. But even a private house in a large courtyard costs thousands of dollars. Xia Huanhuan thought for a while and said, it may take some time for brand new ones to be available, but there are a batch of second-hand ones. They should be functional and can be sold. Xia Huanhuan was talking about the second-hand bicycles, sewing machines, and the like that she had stockpiled before she traveled through time. She originally planned to use them for her own use, but now that she has a way to buy new ones, she can get rid of them. When Dahe heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, Sister, you'll be my sister in the future. Second-hand ones may be more popular than new ones. Leave it to me. I guarantee that you can sell them at a good price. Seeing how happy he was, Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Then you should go to the courtyard house near Beijing University in a few days, and I will give you the goods. After the agreement, Xia Huanhuan went to the hospital to see Yan Haotian. It was about to enter May, and the weather was getting warmer and warmer. The spring clothes in the clothing stores should basically be taken off the shelves and replaced with summer clothes. As for the summer clothes, Xia Huanhuan did not design them herself and planned to purchase them from Guangzhou. This time, she didn't plan to buy all the goods from Manager Li, otherwise the styles would be too monotonous. Summer clothes have a low unit price, so she can prepare more styles and larger quantities. Moreover, as Dahe said, she also planned to buy another batch of electrical appliances, watches, belts, sunglasses, and the like, so she had to go to Guangzhou again. When she arrived at the hospital, Xia Huanhuan put the cherries she took out of the space on the table. Chun Lu was there too, and happened to have bought some newly launched cherries. When Xia Huanhuan came in, Chun Lu was just feeding Yan Haotian with one. Seeing Xia Huanhuan coming in, Chun Lu blushed and stuttered. Huan, no. It's Hao Qian's injury. He can't move around yet. After saying that, his face became even redder. After a month of recuperation, Hao Qian's wounds recovered quickly. He was still full of energy and went out for a walk 2 days ago. How could he not move around? Xia Huan suppressed her laughter and teased. Oh, so that's how it is. Hao Qian looked at his sister and said with a smile, Chenlu is thin-skinned. Don't tease her. Xia Huan said with a smile. Brother, you re-protecting her like this before she even gets married? Chenlu stamped her feet in shame. Huan, if you say that again, I'm going to get angry. Xia Huan said with a smile. Okay, I won't say anything. It just so happens that I also bought some cherries on the way, but it seems that someone has already eaten them. Chenlu's face became even hotter. Xia Huan didn't wait for Chenlu to speak and said, Then I'll go back first and won't disturb you. With that, she left. She took out some more cherries from the space, first sent some to the Fu family, and then went back to the courtyard and put a full plate in Yang Qiusher's room, Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang's room, and Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru's room, and put the rest in the main room. Chunyan was washing clothes in a washing machine, and while washing, she was struggling to read the words written on the washing machine. Xia Huan heard her clumsily reading in a low voice while tracing the 2 words on the panel of the washing machine with her fingers, and her heart was moved. Chunyan, come and help me wash the cherries. Let's eat cherries. Chunyan was startled when Xia Huan came back at this time and quickly ran to the water well, as if she was caught, and smiled a little guilty.
Fourth aunt, I just want to take a look at this washing machine. How can people be so smart?
Put the clothes in the washing machine, turn on the power, and the clothes will be washed clean with clangs. Xia Huan smiled. Isn't it? In addition to the washing machine, there is also a refrigerator and a TV. Our family will buy them in the future. Chunyan's eyes lit up and asked excitedly, The refrigerator is a machine that can freeze even in the hot summer, right? I saw it in Beibei's book. You said it's so hot in summer. How can it freeze? Xia Huan smiled and said, That's because there is a refrigeration substance added inside, and then it is compressed by a compressor, and the refrigeration system is working. However, I don't know more details. Chunyan still looked at Xia Huan with envy and admiration. Fourth aunt, you are amazing. You know everything. Just as they were talking, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru came back with Xiaowen, Xiaowu, Beibei, and the triplets. The braised food shop is now open from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. In this way, Lin Yuru doesn't need to prepare too much braised food every day, just enough to sell for half a day. It doesn't delay Xia Shuangshan from going to school to pick up the children. In this era, there are not so many human traffickers, and there are not many cars on the road. It is not so dangerous. The children go to school by themselves, led by the older ones. If they are rural children, it is also very common to walk 10 miles over mountains and ridges to go to school. However, the triplets were once kidnapped by Lu Lan and human traffickers, and Hao Qian had been sold by Xia Dazhuang and Li Tsuehua since he was a child. Xia Shuangshan refused to stop picking up the children. When the triplets returned home, they saw Xia Huan washing cherries and ran over.
Wow.
Cherries. I'll eat one first. I want one too. Xia Huan said with a smile. Don't just eat yourselves. Take this plate over to Grandpa and Grandma, and there are also ones for big brother, second brother, and sister. The triplets agreed and took a plate of red cherries over to Xia Shuangshan, Lin Yuru, and others. Xia Huan and Chunyan washed the others and took them back to the main room together. At this time, Yang Qiusher, Shen Wanxue, and Rong Zhenbang also came in. After Yang Qiusher moved to the courtyard, Xia Huan secretly told Fu Nanjing about his situation, and also told him that she followed Yang Qiusher to learn Chinese medicine. She wanted Fu Nanjing to see if she could ask the hospital if they could hire Yang Qiusher as a doctor. Fu Nanjing had seen Xia Huan's medical skills. After hearing about Yang Qiusher's deeds, he immediately said, It would be a pity to let such an old senior who is proficient in both Chinese and Western medicine stay at home idle. Don't worry, I'll go tell the hospital right away. About half a month later, Fu Nanjing accompanied the hospital leaders to the courtyard and personally invited Yang Qiushi to attend the consultation.
Yang Qiushi naturally agreed happily.
He had no wife or children in his life, and the medical skills he learned were all he owned. Now I am satisfied to be a doctor again so that I can still use my remaining energy in my later years. Therefore, like Xin Wanxue and Rong Jinbang, Yang Qiushi now leaves early and returns late to go to the hospital for consultation. After all, I haven't touched a scalpel in 10 years and I am getting older, so I still practice traditional Chinese medicine inherited from my family. As soon as the three of them entered the door, they saw bright cherries on the plate in the main room. Rong Jinbang couldn't help but smile at the red cherries and said, "Look, I said Huan must have already bought them. If you don't believe me, you insist on buying some on the way." Shen Wanxue gave him a white look and said, "If you buy more, eat more." Lao Yang is a doctor. Lao Yang, tell Lao Rong that if there are many children in the family, eating more fruits can supplement vitamins. Fortunately, you are a university professor and you don't even understand this. Rong Jinbang was not annoyed when his wife said something to him. He smiled fondly and said, Okay, I don't understand. I'll learn from you next time, okay? Xia Huan came over to greet them. Dad, Mom, Master, you wash your hands and eat the cherries first, and we'll cook later. The three of them agreed and went to wash their hands. Seeing that Li Zhan was not there, Shen Wanxue couldn't help but ask, "Why hasn't Li Zhan come back yet?" Xia Huan said, "He said in the morning that he had a full class today and had field training in the afternoon. Maybe he was delayed." Shen Wanxue nodded and said with a smile, "Then let's leave some for him." Xia Huan smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry. I've already left it for him. We all ate these. In addition, I also put some in your room and the master's room. You can take it when you want to eat." Everyone sat together eating cherries and chatting. After eating the cherries, Xia Huan, Lin Yuru, Shen Wanxue, and Shen Yan went to prepare dinner together. Xia Huan took some more cherries and asked Xiaowen to come over and let him cook them. These were sent to Grandma Luo in the nursing home. Xiaowen agreed and took the family's bicycle to deliver them. The triplets insisted on following, but Xiaowen could only take one person with him on the bicycle. When things like this happen, it's always 3 days in a row. This time, it was Yen's turn. Xiaoyao was so jealous that he followed the bicycle all the way out of the alley, then came back with a sigh. Seeing them like this, Xia Huan couldn't help but laugh. What's so good about riding on this bicycle? The legs have to be lifted up to prevent them from getting caught in the rear wheel. More importantly, they are easy to fall. The joy of children is so simple and enviable. Everyone comes back after dinner. After they had finished eating, Xia Huan secretly put the portion left for him into the space. When he came back, he took it out from the space, and it was still steaming. "Why is it so late today?" Xia Huan couldn't help but ask. Li Zhan washed his hands and sat down, took a big white steamed bun and started eating. He smiled and said, "I wasted some time going to the mountains for cross-country training." Xia Huan nodded and told Li Zhan that he was going to Guang City again in the next 2 days. Li Zhan is used to it. Anyway, his wife's space is too convenient, and she is still there at this moment. The person next to you may be thousands of miles away in the next second. Li Zhan smiled and said, "Well, just don't work too hard. By the way, in the next 2 months, my training tasks at school and in the army may be heavier. Sometimes I may not be able to come back at night. You see, if it's late, you don't have to wait for me to come back." After hearing this, Xia Huan felt a chill in her heart and asked, "Is there any secret mission coming next? Is it dangerous?" The specific mission content cannot be disclosed. Li Zhan just shook his head and said with a smile, "It's confidential, but it's nothing dangerous. Don't worry." Xia Huan still looked at him worriedly. When was Li Zhan's confidential mission not dangerous? "You didn't lie to me?" Xia Huan asked with a frown. Li Zhan smiled and said, "Why did I lie to you? Don't worry, if there is any danger, I will definitely tell you." Xia Huan also knew that he couldn't reveal more, so she could only trust him and nodded. In the next few days, Li Zhan went out early and came back late. It was okay when he went out in the morning and Xia Huan could still let him ride his bicycle. He went to school by himself and basically came back alone in the afternoon. However, this man obviously trained more intensely during the day and was still energetic at night. After 2 days, Xia Huanhuan took advantage of this. After resting, she went to Guangshi through the space. As usual, she sent Chinese medicine to Aunt Li. As expected, Manager Li only had 2 or 3 conservative styles, and Xia Huanhuan fell in love with a floral skirt with a small round neck and plaid skirts, and only took about 10 pieces each. After leaving Manager Li, Xia Huanhuan went to the newly emerging self-employed wholesale market in Guangzhou to take a look. In just 6 months, the self-employed wholesale market in Guangzhou has become more than 3 times more lively than before. Looking at the dazzling array of goods displayed by the wholesale vendors, Guangzhou in this era is really open-minded. It was much better than other places in the country. Xia Huanhuan went straight to the clothing wholesale stall. There were indeed many more styles with ruffled necklines and ruffled skirts than elsewhere. Designs, V-neck red slim-fitting skirts, more neutral shirts, skirts, etc. were all copied from popular clothes in Hong Kong and Taiwan. In this era, there was no copyright awareness at all. There is no idea of piracy. Guangzhou is close to Hong Kong, so it is a first-come, first-served advantage. It is natural for light industries such as clothing to develop rapidly. Xia Huanhuan visited almost all the stalls. When I found a style I was interested in, I asked about the price and shopped around, and finally decided on the stall I wanted to buy from. The owner of this stall was named Jean, and everyone who came to pick up the goods called him Lao Jean. He looked like he was in his 30s. Is not tall, but he is very active in business. The reason why Xia Huanhuan chose him is not that his prices are the lowest, but that he has the most styles and has many high-quality goods that are not available at other stalls. Wide-leg jeans. In the 1980s, wide-leg bell-bottoms became popular across the country. It can be said that it was the first fashion craze after the opening up of the mainland. Now, not many people are optimistic about this kind of wide-leg trousers. Looking at the entire market, only Lao Jean has it. However, most people put it down after just one look. Lao Jean also highly recommends this style, but the summer here in Guangzhou is hot. These wide-leg long jeans look good, but they're still a bit too hot to wear and are not suitable for summer wear. The price of this piece of clothing is not low, and the buyer is not stupid. He will not wait for autumn until autumn. If you want to sell it, your funds will be. It's better to get a few more summer clothes that can be sold immediately. The style is good, but the timing is not right. It seems that the 100 items he got through his connections can only be kept to himself for the time being, and he can only sell them after the summer. Xia Huanhuan fell in love with these pants at first sight. It is hot in Beijing in summer, but the temperature difference between day and night is huge, so these kind of flared pants with large swings are also popular. It's just that the price of the goods was too expensive, and she was a little bit dissatisfied with it. The purchase price for one piece is 15. More expensive than a winter cotton coat. She took it back and resold it at a higher price. Even if she only added 1 yuan, it would cost 16 pieces. It was a bit too expensive to spend more than half a month's salary on a pair of summer pants. The jeans Xia Huanhuan sold for the first time were priced at roughly 10 yuan. This design is beautiful, and it's only 12 or 13 yuan a piece, so it will definitely be sold out. But in that case, she would be losing money and making a profit. Xia Huanhuan first decided on other styles of clothes to get: 50 pieces of dresses, 50 pieces of skirts, 50 pieces each of round neck and V-neck tops, and 30 pieces of shirts, all in different colors and styles. A few pieces come together. The purchase price of dresses is 5 yuan a piece, skirts are 3 yuan, various tops are also 3 yuan, and shirts are 4 yuan a piece. Summer clothes are thinner, so they are not expensive. When Lao Jin saw that he was a big customer, he became excited and took out his bell-bottom pants. "Comrade, look at these pants. They are a very fashionable and popular style abroad. How about a pair of 15? Xia Huanhuan took it and looked at it. The quality and workmanship are indeed first class. But she still returned it to him first and said calmly, "The style is pretty, but it's too expensive. 15 apiece is enough to buy 3 dresses." Lao Jin also knew that it was expensive, otherwise no one would care about it. "If you can get more, we can discuss the price." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "If I want to get 20 pieces, how much price can you give me?" Lao Jin's eyes lit up a little confused. He looked at Xia Huanhuan suspiciously. "The in front of me is not very old, but she is quite beautiful, the kind that makes people unable to take their eyes away once they see her." Because of this, he was convinced that this was a stranger. It must be his first time to come to the wholesale market here, otherwise he will never forget it. She has already taken more than 800 pieces of goods. Can she still ask for 20 more bell-bottom pants? That adds up to thousands of dollars. However, the goods worth about 800 yuan just now have already been paid, so they won't owe him 2 or 300 yuan now, right? Lao Jin pondered for a moment and said, "If you can take 20 pieces, I'll give you a discount of 2 yuan per piece. How about 13 yuan per piece?" Although his profit is a little less, with the extra money he can get more other styles that are easy to sell from the factory. After 2 or 3 months of turnover in the summer, the profit will be made up. It's better than holding the goods in hand for a few months. Not to mention that it takes up space. If the market changes later, and the price of other people's goods of the same style drops, he will lose money. Xia Huanhuan heard it, shook her head, and said, "It's still too expensive. How about I take 50 pieces, and you give me 10 yuan? Lao Jin's eyes widened, and he confirmed with some stammering, 50 pieces? Are you sure you want that much?" Xia Huanhuan is not afraid of holding goods. With such a capital of several thousand, she is not afraid of not being able to turn it over. She nodded and smiled. "Do I look like I'm kidding?" Lao Jin thought for a moment and said, 10 yuan won't do, at least 12. His purchase price was 9 yuan, and this style would be sold well in the fall. Now he sells it at 10 yuan and makes 1 yuan per piece, which is a bit too little. Although most of his other styles make a few cents per piece, mainly because of volume. But this pair of bell-bottom pants has the highest purchase price, the most money invested, and the biggest risk. Human nature makes it so that after taking such a big risk, he ends up making the same amount of money as other low-risk styles, and psychologically feels that he has lost money. Xia Huanhuan still shook her head and said, 12 is still too expensive, and it's not easy for me to sell it. How about this? 11 yuan per piece. If it works, I'll take 50 pieces, if not, forget it. Making 2 yuan per piece, the profit of 50 pieces is 100 yuan. Although Lao Jin felt that he made little money, it was still very attractive to mobilize 500 or 600 yuan of funds at once. After thinking for a while, Lao Jin nodded and said with a smile, "Okay. You bought so many goods from me today, 11 yuan is 11 yuan, let's keep it steady, and there is a long way to go. Comrade, may I ask your last name? Are you also in the clothing business? Come to me to buy goods in the future, and I will definitely give you the lowest price. The payment for 50 pairs of bell-bottom pants is 550 yuan, plus the ones just now. The total is 820 yuan. Xia Huanhuan also took another 100 small silk scarves, 50 cents each, a total of 50 yuan. This is 1,420 yuan in revenue. More than his sales in 3 days. Of course, he has to seize such a customer." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "My last name is Xia. Yes, my family is also in the clothing business. As long as you give me the lowest price, I will definitely come often in the future." Xia Huanhuan found a tricycle driver and asked him to transport all the clothes to the yard rented in Guangzhou. When there was no one, he took them back into the space. After getting the summer clothes, she found a public phone and called Chen Rongxing. Chen Rongxing also left a number from Guangzhou. This was mainly because it was difficult for ordinary people from the mainland to call Hong Kong, so he first called the office in Guangzhou, and then the office relayed the information to Hong Kong. After hanging up the phone, Chen Rongxing called back directly not long after. This time Chen Rongxing was not in Guangzhou, so Xia Huanhuan told Chen Rongxing what she wanted on the phone. Chen Rongxing was doing foreign trade business. As a Hong Kong businessman, it was much more convenient for him to travel between Hong Kong and Guangzhou than for ordinary people from Hong Kong to go back to the mainland to apply for a return permit. However, it was a bit extravagant for him to come here specially just to listen to what she wanted. The last time Chen Rongxing and Xia Huanhuan did an electrical appliance transaction, not only did he settle the bill on the spot in US dollars, but he also gave him a commission of nearly 10%, although he finally returned the bulk of it and only received $10. Such generosity, not to mention that none of the state-owned department stores in mainland China he had contacted were so straightforward. Even the partners in Hong Kong were few and far between. Everyone was wary of signing contracts with each other, and they paid for the goods after receiving them. Sometimes it was common for the payment to be delayed for half a year or a year. Doing business with Xia Huan, even if it was just a verbal promise, but a promise was worth 1,000 gold. It was a cash flow transaction, and the money and goods were paid. How could he not treat such a customer attentively? Therefore, this time, no matter what Xia Huan wanted and how many pieces she wanted, Chen Rongxing agreed, without saying a word. Miss Xia, I will contact the source of goods first, and it will be ready in about a week.
Xia Huan smiled and said, that's fine.
I will come to receive the goods in a week, and we will still settle in US dollars. Last time, when selling pearls, he received $1,800 from Smith and spent $510 on buying home appliances with Chen Rongxing. Xia Huan still had $1,290 in her space, which was more than enough to pay for the transaction. However, she also needed to get some more foreign currency. Xia Huan found Smith's business card and saw the address and phone number on it. Smith should be a permanent resident in Gang City. However, she also left the phone number of the temporary office in Guang City. Because she didn't have a landline and didn't often visit her residence in Guang City, she didn't leave Smith contact information at the time. Now more than half a year has passed, and it's time to call to express her condolences. After calling, she just left a message and asked the office to convey it to Smith, telling him that she would be back in Guang City in about a week, and if there was a chance, they could contact each other then. After hanging up the phone, Xia Huan didn't stay in Guang City any longer and returned through the space. First, she deliberately found someone to pull a cart to transport all the summer clothes she brought back to the clothing store, and then she and Qi Ningyu hung up all the styles on hangers and displayed them in the store. The window originally displayed spring knitted sweaters and wool skirts, so Xia Huan also changed directly into 3 sets of summer clothes. One set was the store's main white shirt with bell-bottom pants, one set was a slim-fitting dress, and the other set was a round-neck cotton shirt with a skirt. Unfortunately, there were no plastic models, so the clothes could only be matched in sets and hung high in the window. Otherwise, the effect of wearing them would be more impactful. Xia Huan planned to wait a week to go to Guangzhou City to see if there were such full-body plastic models. Then she would bring back a few and put them in the window. As usual, there were discounts on summer clothes. However, this time, the bell-bottom pants were not discounted. The purchase price was 11 yuan, and they were sold at 15 yuan. If they were discounted by 20%, the profit would only be 1 yuan, which was not as good as other cheaper clothes. It would not be suitable. Other dresses, skirts, tops, etc. were all participating. If you buy 2 or more, you can get a 20% discount. The 100 small silk scarves were used as gifts. If you buy 3, you can get an extra one. The purchase price of a dress is 5 yuan, and the selling price is 10 yuan. The skirt and the top can be matched. They are all purchased at 3 yuan each and sold at 6 yuan, or 12 yuan for a set. The purchase price of a shirt is 4 yuan, and the selling price is 8 yuan. After sorting out the goods, Xia Huan handed the store over to Qi Ningyu. Qi Ningyu has been trained in the past few months and has become more skilled in receiving customers. If he encounters a customer who wants to bargain, he can smile and politely refuse. From the opening of the store in early February to now in May, the profit of the clothing store has reached 500 to 600 yuan per month. However, the summer clothing is a little busier than the winter and spring. Xia Huan is also considering whether to find someone to help look after the store. Otherwise, it would be very hard for Qi Ningyu alone. The clothing store is doing its job step by step, and Qin Shi is also doing a good job in the snack bar in the county. Now, the main business of the store has gradually developed into 2 parts. One part is for customers who are in a hurry, mainly selling big steamed buns, white flour steamed buns, grain steamed buns, and various pickles pickled by Master Lu. The other part is for customers who are not in a hurry, fresh meat dumplings, scallion oil noodles, plain noodles, braised beef, braised mutton, mutton soup, and so on. Master Lu has good skills and fair prices. Manager Chin Chi is also a waiter and has a good attitude, so he has surpassed the state-owned restaurant next door. Now, the state-owned restaurant is even more deserted, while customers here are endless, which makes the waiters of the state-owned restaurant almost angry. Xia Huanhuan still comes here regularly to supply fresh meat, vegetables, rice, and noodles to the small shop and Li Jie's snack bar. Li Jie's business is also good. Generally, he sells steamed buns, pancakes, fried dough sticks, and millet porridge in the morning, and sells mutton soup, boiled mutton, and dumplings at noon and in the afternoon. After school, Yingying and Huanhuan brought Dongbao and another younger brother to the store to help wipe the table and wash the dishes. They're also very diligent. The profit for the day is also more than 10 yuan, which is equivalent to 1/3 of Chioha's monthly salary last week. Zhou Chioha works at the department store, so she certainly can't take care of the store. She just accompanies Li Jie in the evening to make dough, stuffing for buns and dumplings, steam buns, make dumplings, and other tasks. But Li Jie is the one who works the hardest. Zhou Chioha wants to quit her job at the department store and come to her own store so that Li Jie can relax a little. Li Jie still disagrees. It's so hard to get a stable job. I'll work hard for a while and then see how things go in 2 years.
There are more and more small vendors now.
Our store is booming now, but it doesn't mean it will be booming in the future. In 2 years, if the business is still good, you can quit your job again. After hearing this, Zhou Chioha had to temporarily give up the idea of resigning. Another reason why she couldn't make up her mind to quit was because of the housing issue. However, she was gradually transferred from a rural household registration to a formal salesperson, and her household registration was also changed to a commercial grain household registration. The cumulative years of service after becoming a formal worker were actually only about 1 or 2 years. If she had to wait for a house, she would probably have to wait for 3 to 5 years. But even if she had to wait for 3 to 5 years, the old houses in the county town were sold privately, but there was no way to buy and sell the staff buildings in the new urban area, so she could only wait for the company to distribute houses. If she resigned, she would completely become a self-employed person, and there would be no hope for a house. Although she moved to the city, she didn't even have a house in the city. She had been renting a house all the time, and she didn't feel a sense of belonging. When Xia Huanhuan came over, Zhou Chioha also told Xia Huanhuan about her concerns. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "In fact, you don't have to worry too much about the house. Maybe in a few years, you don't have to wait for the company to distribute houses. There may be houses for sale, and there is no restriction on the identity of the buyer. As long as you have money, you can buy it." Zhou Chioha and Li Jie looked at each other. Both of them were a little unconvinced. "Huanhuan, you studied at Beijing University, you know a lot what you said. Is it really possible?" Xia Huanhuan nodded affirmatively and said, "It's possible. The kind of house that can be bought with money is called commercial housing. The idea of building commercial housing was proposed last year. Apart from other things, Guangzhou City is already discussing cooperation with enterprises in Hong Kong City. If the cooperation is successful, the enterprises in Hong Kong City will invest in building houses and then sell them to citizens. The first commercial housing community in the country was built in Donghu District, Guangzhou. In 1979, the Hong Kong businessmen negotiated with the community, and the construction started in December and was completed by the end of 1982. This community is about 60,000 square meters, 20,000 square meters of which are used as resettlement housing, and the remaining 40,000 square meters are sold by Guangzhou and Hong Kong businessmen, with a price of 800 yuan per square meter. In addition to Guangzhou, commercial housing began to appear in Shanghai in 1979. The commercial housing community in Beijing was built later in 1986. The booming real estate industry in the next 40 years started in these 2 years. However, Xia Huanhuan did not intend to reveal too much to Li Jie and Zhou Chioha. After all, Guangzhou and Shanghai were pioneers, and it would take several years for the fire to spread to the small county of Mo County. It might be better to wait for the distribution of houses than to wait for yourself to spend money to buy a house. Moreover, the price of commercial housing can be said to be sky-high for ordinary workers. It is not really that easy to afford hundreds or thousands of dollars. Xia Huanhuan still said. However, I think this is the general trend. Now self-employed people may be despised and feel embarrassed by everyone, but this situation will definitely change in the future. I support your resignation, sister-in-law. However, as my third brother said, we can wait for a year or two. After listening to Xia Huanhuan's words, Zhou Qiuhe nodded solemnly and said, Huanhuan, when you say that, I have a bottom line in my heart. I will work for another 2 years and see. If there is no news about the distribution of the house, I will resign and open a store with Li Jia. A week passed quickly. Xia Huanhuan went to Guangshi again and met Chen Rongxing. This time, she asked for 5 refrigerators and 10 single-drum washing machines, as well as watches, wallets, belts, tape recorders, and singers' tapes, posters, and other things that young people like. The refrigerator was still 600 yuan, and the single drum was 100 yuan, which was 2,200 yuan in total. The other watches, tape recorders, etc., together cost about 1,000 yuan, which was 3,300 yuan in total. At a conversion rate of 10 to 1, it was $330. Xia Huanhuan gave 350 yuan directly, but Chen Rongxing still returned the 20 yuan. The price he gave Xia Huanhuan actually included his own remuneration, so he didn't ask for commission. The main reason was that he thought Xia Huanhuan was capable and wanted to cooperate for a long time. Seeing that he refused twice, Xia Huanhuan knew what he meant, so she didn't give in and took back the $20. After the business was settled, Xia Huanhuan called the Guangshi office, left by Smith again. Unexpectedly, this time it was Smith who answered the phone in person. Miss Xia, you finally contacted me. I've been waiting so hard, Smith said anxiously on the phone. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing and replied in a foreign language. Don't be so ambiguous. I'm married and have a husband. Smith was stunned and surprised. You remarried? You look like you're in your early 20s?
How could that be?
Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing and said, You can't ask a lady's age casually. But let's not talk about that. Why are you in Guangzhou? Smith said, I was afraid of missing you again, so I came a few days in advance. I've been waiting for several days. Miss, oh no. What's your husband's last name? What should I call you? Xia Huanhuan said, We don't have the habit of changing our surnames to the same as our husbands after marriage, so you can continue to call me Miss Xia. Smith said, Okay then. Miss Xia, can we meet? The pearls last time were very popular with our company's customers, and we want to purchase an additional batch of pearls. Xia Huanhuan looked at the time and said, Okay. Then let's meet in the tea house? The two soon met in the tea house. Smith only wanted big pearls this time, and the price was the same as last time, 80 yuan per pearl, and a total of 300 pearls, which was 24,000 yuan, and it was converted into US dollars at an exchange rate of 1 to 8, which was exactly 3,000 US dollars. Smith came directly with cash, and Xia Huanhuan was not vague, and handed over the prepared box containing 300 pearls. The quality is still first class. After Smith inspected the goods, he couldn't help asking, Miss Xia, where are these pearls of yours cultivated? Such good quality, without any flaws. We have conducted on-site investigations and purchases in major pearl-producing areas around the world, but none of them can match your pearls, Miss Xia. How did you cultivate them? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Mr. Smith, this is our business secret and cannot be disclosed casually. Smith sighed sadly and said, Well, okay. However, Miss Xia, could you please leave a phone number or address so that next time if we need to buy pearls, I can contact you directly? This is a difficult problem. Although Xia Huanhuan came to Guangshi frequently through the space, she actually just rented a house in Guangshi. Even if she left her address, there was no way to contact her in time. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but miss the convenience of having a mobile phone. However, even pagers are not popular yet. As for the prototype of the mobile phone, the Big Brother, it will take more than 10 years for it to become popular. It's still too early. After thinking about it, Xia Huanhuan said, My time in Guangshi is irregular and I don't have a fixed phone number, so leaving an address is not very meaningful. Let's do this. I will call your office every time I come to Guangshi and we can contact each other if you need anything. After hearing this, Smith had no better solution for the time being, so he had to agree. After saying goodbye to Smith, Xia Huanhuan returned to Beijing again. She handed the goods she got from Chen Rongxing directly to Dahe, asking Dahe to help sell them. Dahe had already sold the second-hand electrical appliances that he took out from the space last time, and he had earned a total of 500 or 600. Dahe sent the money to the courtyard, and Qinyu happened to come to find Xia Huanhuan, so they met. Dahe felt his eyes brighten, and his eyes were glued to Qinyu. Qinyu also noticed Dahe's eyes, and his face became a little embarrassed. He deliberately didn't look at him and said to Xia Huanhuan, "Sister Huanhuan, my dad asked me to tell you that if you are free these 2 days, come to my house. I have something very important to tell you." After saying that, without staying for long, he rode his bike to the clothing store to work. Dahe's eyes were still following the other person's bike until the bike turned a corner and disappeared from the alley. Then he reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Xia Huanhuan naturally saw his look and looked at him with a smile. Dahe noticed Xia Huanhuan looking at him and couldn't help touching his nose, chuckling twice, and asked, "Sister Wanner, what's the name of that girl just now? Is she married?" Xia Huanhuan pursed her lips and smiled, and said, "Why? Do you like her?" Dahe chuckled and said, "Just asking. She's pretty." Xia Huanhuan said, "Her name is Qinyu. She's not married. But I can't say for sure whether she has a partner, and I haven't asked." Dahe got a little anxious when he heard it and said, "Sister Wanner, can you help me find out?" Xia Huanhuan had a good impression of Dahe, otherwise she would not have trusted him so much. She would give Dahe electrical appliances worth hundreds of dollars and let him sell them. However, Dahe's family situation was not particularly good after all. Not to mention his elder brother and sister, he also had 3 younger brothers and sisters. Who knows what would happen in the future, so he still needed his help. Compared with Dahe, the Qi family's ancestors had opened a restaurant. Even though the industry was converted to the state after the public-private partnership, the family still had a small courtyard house and a small storefront that was sold to Xia Huanhuan before. The Qi family's son died again, leaving only Qinyu as the daughter. I'm afraid that old man Qi would not just find someone to marry his daughter. However, she was thinking too far ahead. Even if Dahe was interested in someone, Qinyu might not like Dahe. This fate has not been decided yet. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Okay, I'll ask you later." Dahe was so happy that he scratched his head and cheeks and couldn't help asking, "Sister Wanna, let me ask another question. Where does she work?" Xia Huanhuan looked at him and smiled. "She works in my clothing store. However, I have to remind you that you are used to hanging out in the alleys, and your words and actions may be a bit too casual. Don't go to the store all of a sudden. If you scare people away, don't blame me for not reminding you." Dahe's face rarely turned red, and he said, "Sister Wanner, I know. I just asked first, and I dare not do anything rash. It's okay, I'll leave first. I'll come again in a few days, Sister Wanner. Don't forget to ask for me." Dahe instructed again and then left. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but smile and went back to the house. Yan Haotian had been recuperating for more than a month and had almost recovered. He applied to return to the team and would return to Guangzhou in the next few days. Chunlu was worried and wanted to accompany him back so that he could take care of him on the way. However, Yan Haotian did not agree. "The semester is not over yet. It will take you at least 3 days to take the train back and forth, which will delay your studies. If your family knew about this, wouldn't they be even more dissatisfied with me as their future son-in-law?" Chun Lu's face turned red.
What?
"What future son-in-law? Aren't you ashamed?" Yan Haotian saw her shy look and couldn't help teasing her. "Why should I be shy? I don't know who it was who cried red eyes more than a month ago and insisted on marrying me." Chun Lu stamped her feet in shame and came up to cover his mouth, saying, "You still say?" Yan Haotian took the opportunity to grab her hand and said solemnly, "Don't worry. There are other comrades going back together. When we arrive at the station, the troops will come to pick us up. It's okay. When you go back to Guangzhou during the summer vacation, we'll talk about other things." Chun Lu nodded. She and Yan Haotian had already discussed that they wanted to get engaged during the summer vacation. Of course, Yan Haotian insisted on waiting until her parents accepted him. However, she would never back down this time. Even if her parents disagreed, she did not intend to back down. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru went to the train station to see Yan Haotian off. Lin Yuru cried again. Xia Huanhuan persuaded her for a while before she stopped. Lin Yuru steamed some meat buns, which were still hot, and also had homemade braised pig's trotters, pig intestines, chicken feet, chicken wings, and the like. She insisted that Yan Haotian take them to eat on the way. In addition to buns, there were also cherries, tomatoes, cucumbers, and the like grown in the backyard. Yan Haotian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he still took them all. After seeing Yan Haotian off, Xia Huanhuan remembered what Qi Ningyu said yesterday, so she went to the Qi family. Qi Jian saw her coming and said with a smile, "I said that if you don't come again, I will have to let Ningyu go to find you again." Xia Huanhuan asked with a smile, "Uncle Qi, what's the matter?" Qi Jian said excitedly, "The rental of the restaurant building has been approved by the street and the district. If you haven't changed your mind, we can meet with the district leader in charge of this in the next 2 days to discuss the details." Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but be overjoyed when she heard it. Whether it's a braised food shop or a small shop at the county train station, they are all small businesses, and she has always wanted to run a big restaurant. Now, there is finally progress in the rental of the building here, so she is naturally happy. "Uncle Qi, are you serious? Then, do you say when we can meet to talk at the earliest?" Qi Jian said, "Of course it's true. Otherwise I wouldn't be so anxious to find you. I'll go to the street to ask tomorrow, and it will probably be the day after tomorrow." Xia Huanhuan listened and nodded happily. "Okay, then I'll wait for your good news, Uncle Qi." The next day, Qi Jian sent a message saying that they would be able to meet the next day. Xia Huanhuan went to Qi's house early in the morning and went to the street with Qi Jian, and then went to the office of the district leader with Aunt Lu from the street. The district chief was named Wang, wearing a Zhongshan suit, and received them with a smile on his face. "You are Xia Huanhuan, Comrade Xia, mentioned by Mr. Qi and the street office, right? A top student from Peking University?" District Chief Wang said, extending his hand to her. Xia Huanhuan did not hesitate at all, and shook hands with him generously, saying, "District Chief Wang, I didn't expect you to know me. I am really flattered." District Chief Wang smiled and said, "I not only know you, but also your husband, your father and grandfather. Li Zhan is my old comrade in arms, and Mr. Fu is my old leader. However, I have to say it in advance, the rental of this restaurant will not be biased towards you just because of your family background." Xia Huanhuan felt even more embarrassed after hearing this, and said seriously, "District Chief Wang, don't worry about this. They are them, and I am me. I believe there are many other competitors for leasing the restaurant building this time, so you can just treat me as an ordinary competitor." District Chief Wang nodded and said with a smile, "Let's do it this way, and we'll talk about the specific details." After talking, it was found that the district's goal was to recreate the grand occasion of the old restaurant when the Qi family was in charge, and to revitalize the business in this area. It was for this reason that the street would give priority to Qi Jian. If Qi Jian gives up the lease, they will consider other people. When the Qi family was in charge, the restaurant was called Yuanxiangju. The district means that when the restaurant reopens, the name will still be Yuanxiangju. I don't know if you agree with this. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. It is normal for old restaurants to retain the original signboard and store name to attract customers. However, she did not really want to continue the name of someone else's restaurant. What she wanted to build was her own restaurant. However, the location and scale of this restaurant were the most suitable ones for her at the moment. Xia Huanhuan pondered for a moment and said, "District Chief Wang, I have no problem with the restaurant still being called Yuanxiangju. After all, it's the first restaurant, and it's a good thing to have a time-honored brand name," so Xia Huanhuan agreed. Then the rent and lease period were discussed. Xia Huanhuan proposed a monthly rent of 2,000 yuan for a period of 10 years, and the rent could be adjusted every 3 years. However, she also proposed an additional condition, that is, if the building is sold in the future, she will have the priority right to purchase it. After the discussion, District Chief Wang asked Xia Huanhuan and Qi Jian to come back and wait for news. About a week later, the district sent a notice that Xia Huanhuan was selected to rent the restaurant, and the rent was based on her offer, so she was asked to go to the district as soon as possible to negotiate the agreement. Xia Huanhuan was overjoyed and immediately went with Qi Jian to sign the agreement, receive the keys, and then couldn't wait to go with Qi Jian to inspect the restaurant. This restaurant, the upper and lower floors, covering an area of 300 square meters, are all made of wood. Entering is a bright hall with 5 or 6 large wooden pillars supporting the roof. On one side of the door is the counter where the shopkeeper used to stay. The stairs leading to the second floor are a little further inside. The second floor is surrounded by railings and has windows facing the street. If you put tables and chairs, you can eat and drink by the railings. However, this place has been used as a warehouse for storing sundries for nearly 10 years, and it is dirty. The original tables and chairs in the building are long gone, and it is empty. The paint on the wooden railings and beams is also mottled and cracked. Fortunately, the overall structure is still solid, and there is no need to worry about the risk of collapse. However, in order to open the business, it needs to be thoroughly renovated from the inside out. Xia Huanhuan looked at the overall situation and calculated in her mind that the renovation would probably cost tens of thousands of dollars just to start. The rotten wood needs to be replaced with new ones, and the whole thing needs to be repainted. In addition, there are several broken glass windows that need to be repaired. There are also tables and chairs and various tools in the kitchen which need to be repurchased. To repair wooden structures, it is natural to find construction masters in this field and carpenters with better skills. Fortunately, she has endless wood in her space, so she can save money on this part. In short, it is unlikely to open without several months of cleaning and renovation. The district has taken this situation into consideration and agreed that Xia Huanhuan will start paying rent from the official opening. However, in return, the cost of repairing the restaurant will need to be paid by Xia Huanhuan herself. Xia Huanhuan estimated the construction period and planned to wait until October to officially open the restaurant. 5 months were left for renovation and recruiting chefs and waiters. To support a 2-story old restaurant, it is not like a snack bar, where you just need to find a chef and a person in charge, or simply have your own family to look after the store like a braised food store. This restaurant has 2 floors and can accommodate about 30 tables. Not to mention full seats. Even if the occupancy rate is 50%, there are 15 tables of guests waiting for food at the same time. If you only find a chef, I am afraid he will be exhausted and can't catch up. Moreover, the guests are different, and the types of dishes they order are definitely different. No matter how powerful the chef is, it is impossible to be proficient in all dishes. After sorting out the timeline of what to do next, Xia Huanhuan began to arrange the renovation. Regarding finding a wooden structure construction master and carpenter, Xia Huanhuan directly found a professor of relevant majors through the Department of Architecture of Tsinghua University next door. Of course, it was not to let the professor do the renovation, but through the professor, she got to know many folk professional craftsmen in this field. There was also someone who was introduced by Qi Jian. He was the young master of Yuanxiangju. He was not yet born when the building was built, but he still remembered a few of the craftsmen who built the building. Even if the elders are gone, the younger generations behind may have inherited the mantle. Xia Huanhuan personally visited and invited. Yuanxiangju was quite famous back then. So many old craftsmen agreed readily when they heard that they were going to repair the building. Many even said generously that they would not ask for wages. However, Xia Huanhuan still paid everyone. After the professional craftsmen were found, Xia Huanhuan took out all the necessary wood from the space according to their requirements and left the rest to them. The most important chef, Qi Jian, needed to step in. The most important thing in a restaurant is the chef. If the dishes are not delicious, then no matter how good the location is or how luxurious the decoration is, it will not be able to retain customers in the end. After all, Qi Jian was the young master of Yuanxiangju in the past, and he would be familiar with the older generation of chefs. The chefs would also give him face. Some of those chefs are now working as chefs in state-owned restaurants, while others are unemployed at home. If Xia Huan, a young woman, were to hire them, even if she was paid, those skilled chefs would probably not buy in. Of course, Xia Huan did not intend to let Qi Jian help for nothing. She was thinking that when the restaurant opened, it would be made into a joint stock company, and some shares would be allocated to the Qi family. After all, Yuanxiangju was originally the signature of the Qi family restaurant, and it was also a time-honored brand. This is similar to borrowing someone else's famous trademark brand, and you also have to pay a brand usage fee. Long before the renovation began, Xia Huan had already solemnly talked to Qi Jian about the shares. Uncle Qi, 90% of the district's agreement to rent the restaurant to me this time is due to you, Uncle Qi. Now, the name of the restaurant will continue to be Yuanxiangju, the original name of the Qi family restaurant. Later, I also have a lot of things I need to ask Uncle Qi for advice. So, my idea for this restaurant is that Uncle Qi will own 10% of the shares, which is considered the signature of Yuanxiangju, and the remaining 90% is mine. I will pay for the renovation of the restaurant, the recruitment of employees, and the purchase of ingredients. What do you think, Uncle Qi? Qi Jian wanted to refuse at first, but Xia Huan insisted, so Qi Jian agreed. He couldn't help but admire Xia Huan. The Qi family didn't spend a penny, but they got 10% of the shares, so they can get dividends every year in the future. As the young master of a big restaurant in the past, he knew a thing or two about these business aspects. In this way, even if he was gone in the future, his daughter would not be afraid of having no livelihood unless the restaurant went bankrupt. He was so enthusiastic to help ask. In fact, it was also to thank Xia Huan for helping him and his daughter in the past 2 years. On the other hand, the restaurant was no longer in his hands. If it could really be reopened, even if he was not named Qi. He felt a little relieved to see the name of Yuanxiangju established again. Unexpectedly, Xia Huan would take the initiative to give him shares. Therefore, he naturally worked harder to visit the former master chefs and invite them to come back to Yuanxiangju. The former young master of the Qi family had a good reputation, and Xia Huan offered a good salary. Not only did the master chefs who had retired and closed their doors to guests agree to come back, but even those who worked in state-owned restaurants could not help but feel a little shaken. However, after all, no one knew what would happen to private restaurants in the future. Therefore, in the end, only one of the master chefs at the state-owned restaurant agreed to resign and return to Yuanxiangju. In this way, a master chef who is good at making pasta, there is a master chef who specializes in Shandong cuisine, and another master chef who specializes in Hunan cuisine. They are considered to have gathered all the staff. As for the assistants and kitchen helpers, each of them can take care of 2. Xia Huan pays them high wages so people in the same industry can hire similar people after asking. In order to make it easier for the master chef to operate, Xia Huan also doubled the size of the kitchen. In this way, there will be no conflict between the stoves and no smell. Xia Huan plans to recruit waiters in the lobby herself. When the time comes, she will post a recruitment notice downstairs, and it should be easy to recruit them. However, there are still several months before Zhang leaves, so Xia Huan is not in a hurry. On the other hand, Xia Huan hired a young girl to work at the clothing store. She earns 20 yuan a month, not bad. But there is a commission, so I can get 30 or 40 yuan a month. In June, Xia Huan took out the refrigerator from the space and gave one to her family and the Fu family. In addition, she kept one of the 5 refrigerators she took from Chen Rongxing the second time and gave it to Fu Nanjing's family. Yu Siju has been pregnant for almost 8 months and is about to give birth. It is naturally good to have a refrigerator at home. Fu Nanjing did not refuse, but he still gave them money, as usual. The kids at home were overjoyed. This refrigerator can be used to freeze popsicles. When summer comes, won't there be endless popsicles? In the following time, Xia Huan focused more on studying. They haven't been to Guangshi and the county town much. Li Zhan is also busy with training. Sometimes he lives directly in school or the army. He also said that he might need to go on a mission in July and will not be at home for a month. Xia Huan thought about it and realized that they haven't talked properly for a long time. However, Li Zhan is busy, and she is busy too. There is no way for the time being, so they can only wait until after August. The children at home are also about to take their final exams, and Xia Huanhuan is still busy tutoring them. However, when the triplets are doing their homework, they will see Chun Yen sitting neatly at the table, her eyes always carefully looking at the triplets' textbooks and homework books. Xia Huanhuan suddenly remembered the scene when she saw Chun Yen secretly copying the words on the washing machine. She has been busy so much that she forgot about it. When Chun Yen was not around, Xia Huanhuan secretly asked Bei Bei. After asking, she found out that Chun Yen had been secretly learning to read by herself for the past few months, and asked Bei Bei if she didn't understand. Bei Bei is in the 5th grade of elementary school now, and will be promoted to the 1st grade of junior high school in the fall. Therefore, Chun Yen can't understand the textbooks, so Bei Bei told Chun Yen that she can learn from the textbooks of the triplets. So, there was the scene that Xia Huanhuan saw. Sister Chun Yen studied very seriously. Now she can write her own name and recognize a lot of characters. It's just, Mom, Sister Chun Yen didn't let me tell you. You must not say it was me who said it. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing and said, Don't let me tell you?
Why?
Am I a scourge? You dare not tell me? Bei Bei said, Anyway, don't tell Sister Chun Yen this. I promise, Sister Chun Yen. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, This is quite trustworthy. Okay, I won't say it was you who said it. A few days later, Xia Huanhuan found an opportunity and asked Chun Yen about this. Chun Yen saw that Xia Huanhuan knew about it, and her face immediately turned pale with fear. She pinched the corner of her clothes with both hands, lowered her head, looked up at Xia Huanhuan with guilt, and said with some stammering, Fourth aunt, I only watched it when I was free, and I didn't slack off from work.
You
must not send me home. Xia Huanhuan was helpless to see her so scared. She and Li Zhan should have gotten along well. However, thinking about it, she was not that old, and she came to the city under the pretext of helping with work. It was normal for her to be afraid. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Do aunt be afraid. It's a good thing that you want to learn to read. Fourth aunt won't stop you from learning. But you're so old, you'll definitely feel embarrassed to go to elementary school with Yen Yen and the others. I checked, there's a night school near our courtyard. The students are all adults, and there are 2 or 3 classes every night. If you want to learn, Fourth aunt will sign you up, and you can go in 2 days. Chun Yen's eyes lit up when she heard this. She asked in surprise, Fourth aunt, is this true? You really won't stop me? Xia Huanhuan smiled. Of course it's true. You study hard, and if you really do well, Fourth aunt will find you a better job in the future. Chun Yen excitedly promised. Fourth aunt, I will definitely study hard. But forget about a better job. I think working at home is the best job. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing. Silly girl. What kind of good job is it to cook and wash clothes for others all the time? Anyway, you should study first, and then you can talk about other things after you have learned well. 2 days later, Chun Yen happily went to night school every night after cooking and eating. Time passed quickly, and it was the beginning of July in a blink of an eye. The 10th final exam was finally over. Xia Huanhuan and Chen Lu came out of the examination room with ease. Chen Lu bought a train ticket for the night after the exam. It can be said that he was eager to go home and wanted to return to Guangzhou as soon as possible. Xia Huanhuan didn't delay her and said goodbye to her. Chen Lu went to the dormitory to pack her luggage, and she walked to the school gate. When she arrived at the gate, she saw Li Zhan standing next to the bicycle, waiting for her. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. Wasn't Li Zhan very busy in the past few months? Why did he suddenly come to pick her up in broad daylight? She ran 2 steps quickly and came to him. She couldn't help but ask with a smile, Why are you here? You didn't even tell me in advance. Li Zhan looked at her and smiled. Today is a half-day holiday. I have to report to the army early tomorrow morning. I may not even contact you for more than a month. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help feeling a little disappointed after hearing this, but she also knew that this was determined by the nature of Li Zhan's work, so she didn't ask anything and said, Yeah. Anyway, you should be careful. Li Zhan smiled, raised his hand to rub her hair, and said, I know. Let's go home. Xia Huanhuan listened and also sorted out her mood and smiled. Let's go. Li Zhan rode on the bicycle, Xia Huanhuan sat on the back seat, and left Beijing University and rode towards home. Li Zixin saw Xia Huanhuan at the school gate and couldn't help but sneered twice. Didn't you find a jeep to pick you up last time, and it was so glorious, and now you are riding a bicycle? What's wrong with being a deputy division commander? Her husband was originally in the army, but he retired after the new year and went to work in a local department, in charge of the economy. Li Zixin's family opened a restaurant near the water tower, and now she can earn 200 or 300 yuan a month, which is much higher than the more than 100 yuan a month allowance of the deputy division level. Therefore, the depression she was suppressed at the school gate a year ago has finally been released a little. It's a pity that she can't find a chance to show off in front of Xia Huanhuan and regain her face. However, there is no rush. After the family restaurant has been run for a while and makes 1,000 or 800 yuan, she will slap Xia Huanhuan in the face, which will make her feel more relieved. Xia Huanhuan didn't know what Li Zixin was thinking. She hugged Li Zhan's waist and chatted all the way. When she got home, she took out a few watermelons from the space, put them in the refrigerator, moved them a little, took them out and cut them, and everyone ate. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, Beibei, and the triplets have also finished their exams. The triplets opened the refrigerator door as soon as they came back.
Mom,
We've finished the exam. You promised us that we could eat popsicles. Xia Huanhuan came over helplessly and took out homemade popsicles from the freezer. There weren't many plastic products in this era, so there certainly weren't any homemade popsicle molds. However, this thing didn't require much technical skills, so Xia Huanhuan took out some wood and bamboo from the space and asked Li Zhan to dig out a few molds. As for making popsicles, that wasn't difficult either. In the space, add milk and various fresh fruits into small pieces, add sugar, stir evenly, pour into the mold, insert the wooden stick of the popsicle, and freeze it into shape. Also, boil mung bean soup, add sugar, pour it in, and you have mung bean popsicles. Xia Huanhuan gave the 6 of them and Chen Yan a milk ice cream each and asked them to eat. Xia Shuangshan, Lin Yuru, Shen Wanxue, Rong Zhenbang, and Yang Qiushi were old, and eating popsicles would upset their stomachs, so in summer they would boil mung bean paste and red bean paste, put them in the refrigerator, and when it was too hot, take out a small bowl and drink it, which was also very refreshing. Xia Huanhuan gave herself and Li Zhan a popsicle each. They ate while watching the triplets playing with the wolf cubs in the yard, not caring about the heat. After eating the popsicles, Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei made an appointment with their classmates to go to the summer palace to play, and the triplets clamored to go with them. Xia Huanhuan asked Chen Yan to go with them to play together and take care of the little ones. In addition, there were wolf cubs following him, so Xia Huanhuan wasn't that worried. However, Chen Yan, Xiaowen, and Xiaowu were still told not to go boating or go to the waterside. She also gave each person 1 yuan in pocket money and gave Xiaowen 5 yuan in case there was any need to spend money. I put hats on the triplets and took out sunscreen from the space, of course. I got it from the empty box of the cream that was more common in this era and applied it on their arms, faces, and legs. And took some sugar, cakes, fruits, etc., and of course a kettle before letting them go. After the 7 people and 1 dog set off, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru went back to their rooms to rest, while Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang went to prepare lessons, and Yang Qiushi went back to read medical books. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan also entered the house. Xia Huanhuan got a lot of ice from the space and put it in the room. In this way, even without air conditioning, the room was cool enough. The 2 of them are busy these days and they fall asleep at night, and they haven't done that kind of thing for a while. At this moment, everyone is a little impatient. Several buttons on Xia Huanhuan's shirt were torn. Xia Huanhuan just wanted to open her mouth to complain, but her mouth was already blocked. Chen Yan, Xiaowen, and Xiaowu took the bus to the gate of the summer palace. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei met their classmates, and everyone lined up to buy tickets. Tickets are still a dime for adults and half price for children. However, the others were all over 1 meter tall, so only the triplets had half-price tickets. A group of about 10 children entered the park in a mighty manner. I guess other parents have also warned me not to allow boating or playing in the water. The children found the shade of a big tree and sat down to eat the delicious food they had brought. The boys went to the canteen in the park together and bought Arctic ice-cold soda and ice cream for everyone to eat. In addition, the boys played hoops, tree climbing, cockfighting, and glass, while the girls played rubber bands, flip ropes, and shuttlecocks. The triplets also had a great time playing in it. On the contrary, I forgot all about catching cicadas. As the elder sister, Bebe was more attentive. When she saw them sweating profusely while playing, she called them over and gave them the grapes she brought in the lunchbox. After eating, the triplets were caught as strong men and went over to help hold up the rubber bands. When they were having fun, a female classmate of Bebe suddenly said secretly, "Bebe, look, there are two people over there. They seem to be looking towards us." After hearing this, Bebe, even though she is young, but she was still very vigilant, and she immediately looked over there pretending to be casual. Sure enough, I saw two people, a man and a woman, looking over here. Seeing Bebe looking over, the two of them immediately turned their heads and looked elsewhere. Bebe felt a little scared, so she went over and secretly told Xiaowen about it. "Brother, there are two people over there. They seem to have been looking at us since the beginning," Bebe said in a low voice. When Xiaowen heard this, he immediately became alert and immediately raised his head and looked in the direction Bebe said. However, there was no one there. "Where is it?" Bebe also looked back and said a little anxiously, "Huh? Why is there no one? He was here just now." After hearing this, Xiaowen lowered his voice and said, "Maybe I saw you paying attention. When they arrived, they left. I think it's getting late, so let's go back first." Bebe nodded in agreement after hearing this. When she was a child in Qingshui village, Bebe still remembered the triplets being taken away, so she couldn't let her brothers be taken away again. However, Xiao Wu was careless and didn't notice the two people just now. He said with a disappointed look on his face, "Oh, you have to go back so early? I haven't had enough fun yet." The triplets remembered at this moment there was no need to catch cicadas yet, so he shouted, "That's right. Brother, we haven't caught cicadas yet." Xiaowen looked at three identical little guys holding a net, raising his head and frowning seriously. He also didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Brother will accompany you to the woods in the park near your home tomorrow to catch them. It's too late today. If you don't go back, Mom will scold you." Xiao Wu and the triplets also heard the last words. Frightened for a second, Mom became fierce, but it gave her a headache. Maybe starting from tomorrow, one popsicle every day will be gone. Xiao Wu and the triplets had no choice but to follow the big guy back with their heads down. Xiaowen and Bebe didn't dare to tell Xia Huanhuan about this. The main reason is that if Xia Huanhuan feels that it is dangerous after hearing this, they will not be allowed to go out to play alone in the future, which will cause trouble. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan didn't get up until evening. Xia Huanhuan went straight into the space to take a bath and soak in the hot springs to guess. Li Zhan was miserable and didn't receive such good treatment, so he went to the bathroom and took a shower. However, Gu Zhanqiu, who had been saving up for several days, was released, and he was still quite refreshed. Early the next morning, at dawn, Li Zhan set off. Xia Huanhuan could only give him numerous warnings, telling him to pay attention to his safety. Li Zhan couldn't help but smile and said, "As I said, this mission is not that dangerous. Don't worry." After saying that, he couldn't help but pull the person and kissed him before leaving. After a few days, Xia Huanhuan took out the color TV and put it in the house. The Fu family's unit was also sent over. This time, the little kids who rushed out every day as soon as they lost their jobs seemed to be locked up at home, never wanting to go out again. However, Xia Huanhuan was also afraid that they would be addicted to TV and would not be able to extricate themselves, so he set a limit on how long they could watch TV every day. The adults in the family are also extremely rare. Xia Huanhuan didn't hide the fact about opening a clothing store from her family. Therefore, Xia Huanhuan bought the color TV with the profits from the clothing store and the braised meat shop. One day while having dinner, Yan Yan suddenly pointed at the TV and said excitedly, "Mom, look, my dad is on TV." Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing. "What are you thinking? How could your dad be possible?" Halfway through her words, she was also dumbfounded. Li Zhan was standing near the periphery of a very high-ranking person, and the camera only lasted 5 or 6 seconds. But it was indeed a fierce battle. Xia Huanhuan was dumbfounded. Was the mission he mentioned actually to protect such an important person? No wonder he said he wanted to keep it a secret. Xia Huanhuan breathed a sigh of relief. At least, although this job is confidential, the level of risk is indeed not that high. Yi turned around and said, "Mom, it's really my dad." I saw it too. Xia Huanhuan was also afraid that the children would be ignorant and talk nonsense when they went out, so he said, "If you eat your food, maybe you'll grow up." It looks like it. Your dad is in the Northeast. The triplets couldn't help feeling a little frustrated after hearing this. Why did my dad go to the Northeast? Parents who look like him can be on TV. Alas. Yen Yen sighed, looking like he hated iron. Xia Huanhuan nodded his little head and said, "What's wrong with running to the Northeast? Your dad is also on a mission, and it's your turn to dislike him?" Yen Yen touched the spot where he was clicked and said with a cowardly smile, "Mom, I just said it casually. How dare I dislike my dad?" After saying that, he couldn't help but sigh again. If his father was on TV, he would be so proud in front of his classmates. Xia Huanhuan guessed what he was thinking and said, "You guys are not allowed to talk nonsense when you go out, do you hear me? Otherwise, be careful when you come back." The triplets sighed sadly and said, "I understand."
Mom.
The adults also saw it. After hearing Xia Huanhuan's words, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru didn't doubt it, thinking that maybe Li Zhan really went to the Northeast. Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbong were different. In the evening, Shen Wanxue quietly asked Xia Huanhuan, "Huanhuan, did Li Zhan really go to the Northeast?" Xia Huanhuan lowered his voice, shook his head and said, "Actually, I do too. I don't know. Maybe that's him on TV." After hearing this, Shen Wanxue felt a little excited. Her son is indeed very good to be a guard for such an important person. Your dad, and I also think we look alike. We knew it when we heard what you said. In late July, a letter came from the nursing home, saying that Grandma Luo was bedridden and asked Xia Huanhuan to go and take a closer look. Xia Huanhuan passed immediately. Grandma Luo was already a little confused, but she could still recognize Xia Huanhuan and grabbed Xia Huanhuan and refused to let go. "Huanhuan, it's you." Xia Huanhuan said quickly, "Auntie, it's me. I'm here to pick you up and stay at home for a few days." Grandma Luo was startled for a moment and then asked, "Go home?" "Also." "That's fine. The big peach tree at home must have produced a lot of peaches." After hearing this, Xia Huanhuan knew she had misunderstood. What she meant was to take her to the courtyard. She had just checked Grandma Luo's pulse, and she was afraid that she might be in her old age. For the rest of the days, she just wanted to take care of him as much as she could. Anyway, it is her summer vacation, and she has nothing else to do except to check out the progress of the hotel's renovations and use the space to go to Guang City to buy some clothes and send fresh ingredients to the county. However, Xia Huanhuan did not correct her. The leaves have fallen back to their roots. When she was dying, she wanted to go back to the house in Tunghua Lane in the county town. It was only human nature. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Well, I went to see it some time ago. The peaches are in good shape. Each one is as big as a fist, and the tips are already red. Let's go back. Maybe you can still eat them." "Can we really eat them? Those peaches are so sweet. Shuxin loves them the most, and she's so naughty. When her father and I aren't paying attention, she'll climb up the tree to pick them." Xia Huanhuan couldn't help feeling a little sad when she heard her talking about her children. "Aunt, I'll find a car and we'll go back home in the next 2 days." Xia Huanhuan told her family that she was going to accompany Grandma Luo back to the county town to live for a while. She planned to take the triplets with her, mainly because she thought it would be more lively at home with the triplets making noises. No one at home had any objections, and Lin Yiru said, "Let Chunyan go too. You can't handle it all by yourself?" Xia Huanhuan disagreed. Chunyan has to go to night school in the evening. Besides, I'm worried about not having Chunyan to take care of the family. "It's okay. I'll look for anyone who can help after I get to the county town, and it won't be a problem." However, in the end, Xiaowen was still asked to come along, just in case anything happened, and she could take care of him by running errands or delivering messages. The next day, Xia Huanhuan asked Dahe to help find a car, handle the formalities, and take Grandma Luo to the train station and then take the train back to the county town. When they arrived at the county town train station, they asked Li Jie to help take her to the house in Tunghua Lane. Although Xia Huanhuan did not live in the house in the county town, she came to clean it every now and then, and every time she came to the county town, she would teleport here directly. Therefore, although the house had been sold for 7 or 8 years, it did not look dilapidated. The old peach tree in the yard was even more fruitful and looked very pleasing. Grandma Luo looked at the familiar courtyard, and tears welled up in her dry eyes. I don't know if it was because she returned to her old house, but Grandma Luo's spirits were much better, and she could even get out of bed and walk around.
Moved.
Xia Huanhuan still took out ice cubes from the space at any time, so the house was not hot in the hot summer. Grandma Luo sometimes sat in a rocking chair under the big peach tree with a basin of ice next to her. The scorching sun in July shone through the dense leaves and fruits of the peach tree, casting spots of light on people and the ground. The triplets played with glass or pushed iron rings in the yard, or were forced by Xia Huanhuan to do their homework with a sad face. Yao Yao would run over with his Chinese textbook from time to time and ask Grandma Luo how to pronounce this word. Grandma Luo was also literate, and after reading it, she told him tremblingly. Yao Yao thanked her happily and ran back to continue writing. Sometimes, when Grandma Luo was in good spirits, the triplets would surround her and ask her to tell stories. During this period, Xia Huanhuan made lighter meals and medicinal soups. Anyway, the meat, vegetables, and so on are all fresh in the space. She would also prepare some tonic prescriptions using tonics such as ginseng and angelica, not to cure diseases but just to nourish a little so that Mrs. Luo can feel better. Xia Huanhuan also asked Xiaowen to climb up the peach tree carefully, pick a few relatively ripe peaches, wash them, and use the juicer in the space to squeeze peach juice for Mrs. Luo to eat. About half a month later, Mrs. Luo suddenly asked Xia Huanhuan to pry open a square brick under the old peach tree and then dig down. Xia Huanhuan was stunned. Could this old lady still bury something in this yard? The house was sold to her, but she didn't dig it away before selling it? Didn't she dig out a gold-painted sandalwood box at the back? Xia Huanhuan opened it and saw that there was indeed a golden box of gold inside. Xia Huanhuan, Mrs. Luo said lightly, this box of yellow things, just think of it as a gift to the little guys. I am an old widower with no relatives, so it is useless to keep her.
Auntie.
Xia Huanhuan didn't know what to say. In fact, she said that she had been taken care of by Grandma Luo for many years, but in fact, she just took her home during holidays or went to see her, and she really didn't do much else. Grandma Luo smiled and said, "Do not refuse. This house has actually been sold to you. You will find this thing sooner or later. In fact, I just revealed the surprise in advance." Cough, cough, cough. As she said, she couldn't help coughing violently twice. Annie, are you okay? Xia Huanhuan hurried over to help her. Grandma Luo waved her hand and said, I'm fine. Cough, cough.
Alas.
We have seen this old house and eaten the peaches on the old peach tree. Tomorrow, let's go back to Beijing.
I.
Cough, cough, cough. Miss my children. Xia Huanhuan felt sad when she heard it, nodded, and said, Okay, let's go back to Beijing tomorrow. Xia Huanhuan asked Xiaowen to go and talk to Li Jie. The next day, Li Jie came again and helped to send Grandma Luo to the train station. When they arrived at the train station, it was still Dahe who came to pick them up. Xia Huanhuan originally planned to take Grandma Luo to the courtyard. However, Grandma Luo did not agree, so she went directly back to the sanatorium. She was in good spirits. She leaned on a cane and let Xia Huanhuan support her. She brought fruits, flowers, and some cakes that her children liked to eat, and went to the martyrs' cemetery tremblingly. She stayed there for an afternoon before coming back. That night, she was on her deathbed and died in the second half of the night. She passed away peacefully. The sanatorium was originally responsible for the funeral. However, Xia Huanhuan still offered to pay for the funeral to be more splendid. She received a box of gold from Grandma Luo, so it was only natural for her to help deal with the funeral. Li Zhan came back around mid-August, and after listening to Xia Huanhuan's explanation of the whole story, he also helped to deal with these matters. By the time this matter was settled, it was already late August. Yu Siju also reached her due date and gave birth to a daughter in the hospital. Fu Nanjing was extremely happy. A big doctor looking at such a small daughter, he was actually a little at a loss. He was afraid of hurting his daughter, even if he hugged her. Fu Weixin and old man Fu also came to the hospital in person to see her, and the family was full of joy. Xia Huanhuan made a longevity lock with gold as a gift for the little guy. Fu Nanjing thought it was too expensive at first and refused to accept it, but Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "It's not for you. Why are you refusing?"
Don't worry.
Now the clothing store and the stewed food store are doing well, and we have made a lot of money from selling electrical appliances. Our family is not as poor as you think. Fu Nanjing had to accept it after hearing this. In early September, the new semester started. Chenlu also brought good news. Her family finally agreed to her and Yan Haotian's relationship. Xia Huanhuan was also happy for them and couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Did you get your parents' consent? Or did you get married privately?" Chenlu blushed and smiled. "You are making fun of me again." Haotian didn't agree to get married privately. "My parents later agreed." It was a coincidence that she agreed so quickly. As soon as Chenlu returned to Guangshi, she hadn't had time to meet Yan Haotian yet. Her parents knew that she still had feelings for Yan Haotian, the soldier, so they immediately arranged a blind date for her. The other party was also the director of a department in Guangshi with a stable job and had just been allocated a house. The only difference was that he was short and not very good-looking. After meeting him, Chenlu disagreed. Chenlu's mother couldn't help but scold her. "Xiao Zhang has a stable job, a house, and is a local. You will enjoy life if you marry him. How is he not better than that, Yan? I heard that his hometown is in the countryside, and he doesn't even have a house in Guangshi. In a few years, if he goes home for his major, you, a college student from Peking University, are you going to follow him back to the countryside to farm?" Chenlu couldn't help but retort when she heard her mother belittling Yan Haotian again. "Mom, don't be so prejudiced against him. He is a soldier, defending his country, which is much more noble than having a stable job. Anyway, I don't agree with that Xiao Zhang. In this life, I will not marry anyone other than Yan Haotian." Chenlu's mother was so angry that she didn't eat that night. The next day, Chenlu was worried about Yan Haotian's injury and wanted to go out to see her, but she found herself locked in the room and couldn't get out. Chenlu was angry and anxious and could only talk to her mother in a nice voice. "Mom, what are you doing? Let me out quickly." Chenlu's mother said coldly, "As long as you promise not to be with that Yan Haotian, I will let you out. Mom is doing this for your own good." "Mom, you can't be so unreasonable."
Dad, talk to my mom.
However, no matter what Chenlu said, her mother would not give in. Chenlu's father usually listened to Chenlu's mother, and he was in a dilemma, so he had to hide and go to work. Chenlu used to be very close to Yan Haotian, and when he hadn't seen her for a few days, Yan Haotian knew that something had probably happened. He went to Chenlu's house to see what was going on. It was just a coincidence that the summer heat was very hot, and Chenlu's mother hadn't eaten well for the past few days. She probably got heat stroke and fainted. The key point was that when she fainted, she also twisted her ankle. It happened that Chenlu was still locked in the house and couldn't get out, and there was no phone at home to contact the outside world. Chenlu could only ask for help outside through the window. Yan Haotian happened to be downstairs, and he rushed upstairs after hearing it. Not caring about the injury on his chest, he kicked the door open with all his strength, and then kicked the door of Chenlu's room open, and then he carried Chenlu's mother on his back and rushed her to the hospital. Chenlu quickly sent someone to send a message to her father, and she was so anxious that she could only follow Yan Haotian to the hospital. Because of this, Chenlu's father was very grateful to Yan Haotian. Yan Haotian had visited the beef offal rice noodle roll shop, where Chenlu's father worked many times. Chenlu's father actually had a good impression of Yan Haotian, a young man. He was tall, handsome, and cheerful, but he couldn't get over his wife's prejudice. However, this time Yan Haoyan saved Chenlu's mother, and Chenlu's father rarely stood on the side of Yan Haoyan and his daughter. Chenlu's father took the opportunity when Chenlu and Yan Haoyan went home together to make soup for Chenlu's mother and sent it to her, and couldn't help but scold her. You should be quiet too. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. I think Xiao Yan is pretty good. He is a good-looking man, and he is also a soldier who defends his country. He is not much worse than that Xiao Zhang. It is glorious for any daughter to get married.
But you
Have petty bourgeois thinking. Chenlu's mother was furious when she saw that Chenlu's father, who always listened to her, actually went against her. I have petty bourgeois thinking? I just want our daughter not to suffer after she gets married. That Yan Haoyan, a soldier from another place, doesn't even have a house. The army is mobilized at any time, and there is definitely no talk of allocating houses. In a few years, he will be demobilized and go back to his hometown in the countryside. Do you have the heart to let our daughter suffer in the countryside? Chenlu's father said. You just think too much. We mainly look at the character. Even if Xiao Yan is demobilized in the future, he will not be assigned a job and will have to go back to the countryside. Let's not let him go back, and let him stay in Guangzhou. The house. Anyway, we only have one daughter, and the house will be given to them in the future. We can help them more, isn't it? Chenlu's mother glared at him. You are just trying to smooth things over. That Yan Haoyan, what's good about him except that he looks good? How come you gave Lulu a love potion? Just as he was talking, Chenlu and Yan Haoyan came in. Mom, how are you? Haoyan and I made you a summer heat soup with old winter melon and lotus leaves. The lotus leaves were fresh, tender lotus leaves that Haoyan picked specially. When Chenlu's mother saw Yan Haoyan, her face turned cold, but since there were outsiders around, she couldn't just get angry, so she said coldly, Put it down. I'll drink it later. Yan Haoyan didn't care and smiled. Then Chenlu, uncle and aunt, I have some things to do in the army. I will come over tomorrow. Chenlu sent him out and said worriedly, My mother has a bad temper. Don't mind it. Yan Haoyan patted her head and smiled. I know. I will come over tomorrow. But let me be frank. Next time your mother wants to lock you up again, I will go to your house and kick the door even if it makes her angry. Chenlu couldn't help but hit him and said with a smile, You'll scare my mother if you do this.
But
it's a good thing that you kicked the door this time. By the way, does the wound on your chest still hurt? Wasn't it involved last time when you kicked the door? Yan Haoyan smiled. It's okay. It doesn't hurt now. In the next few days, Yan Haoyan really came every day, either bringing mung bean soup, or stewed pig lungs with Sichuan fritillary and snow pear, or spare ribs and chicken feet. Although they were all cooked together with Chenlu, Chenlu's mother's complexion was indeed much better. After staying in the hospital for a few days, the doctor agreed to discharge her. However, Chenlu's mother's leg was sprained, and it was not completely healed yet. There is no problem walking on the flat road. The key is that their house is on the 4th floor, and it is a bit dangerous to go up the stairs. If she falls down the stairs again, she will be hurt more seriously. Yan Haoyan did not say a word and carried Chenlu's mother on his back. Chenlu's mother was reluctant at first, but Yan Haoyan moved too fast. No matter how much she refused, Yan Haoyan had already carried her up the stairs at full speed. After recuperating at home for about another week, Yan Haoyan still came every few days, just like when he went to the hospital. She was not able to move around conveniently now, and could not chase him away. She could only watch Chenlu and Chenlu's father indulge Yan Haoyan in doing this at home.
Out.
However, after a few days, Chenlu's mother also saw that Yan Haoyan was indeed a young man. He went to the kitchen to help make soup and cook, clean the house, and even help change the gas tank and so on. She did a lot of things. When her daughter saw Yan Haoyan, her eyes were full of light, and Chenlu's mother gradually softened. In mid-August, Chenlu's mother's feet finally got better, and she could move freely. Yan Haoyan had a temporary task in August, and didn't come for more than a week. Chenlu's mother couldn't help wondering, is it possible that he has only been here to show his courtesy for half a month and then backed off? Let's have him come to our house for a meal in 2 days. Chun-Lu's mother suddenly said one day, without thinking. Chun-Lu's father and Chun-Lu didn't react for a while. Chun-Lu's father asked in a daze, "Who should come?" Chun-Lu's mother looked awkward. "Who else can it be? Just that person." Chun-Lu reacted and went over to grab her mother's hand in surprise and smiled. "Mom, are you talking about Haoyan? Do you agree with us? I'll go tell him right now." After saying that, he immediately rushed out the door. Chun-Lu's father looked at Chun-Lu's mother with a smile and whispered, "Have you thought it through?" Chun-Lu's mother rolled her eyes at him and said, "Go to the market in a few days and pick out some better black chickens, ribs, vegetables, and the like. We need to host a banquet and can't use bad ingredients." Chun-Lu's father agreed. "Okay. Don't worry." Chun-Lu's mother sighed and then said, "We still have a little savings. We will ask around later to see if there is a more suitable house closer to our home. If someone is willing to sell it, we will buy it then. It can be regarded as a small home for them. Otherwise, will we still live in the army dormitory after getting married?" Chun-Lu's father nodded and said, "I'll listen to you. However, you think so far ahead. It seems that you have accepted Xiaoyan in your heart a long time ago, right?" Chun-Lu's mother glared at him again and said, "What's the point of me accepting or not? Who told your daughter to be so willful? She just had to have that one." The next day, Yan Haoyan came to the door with some candies and snacks. Chun-Lu's mother and Chun-Lu's father prepared a table of delicious food together. Everyone was seated. Chun-Lu's mother looked at Yan Haoyan and said seriously, "Inviting you home for dinner today doesn't mean that I completely accept you. At most, I agree that you and our Lulu can date. I see that you are not young anymore, but Lulu is still in college after all, and it is uncertain where she will be assigned after graduation. Therefore, you can date, but the matter of marriage should be mentioned after Lulu graduates. If you agree to this, I will not interfere with you." After hearing this, Chun-Lu couldn't help shouting, "Mom." Yan Haoyan smiled and said, "Aunt, I also plan to get married after Chun-Lu graduates. There is no problem with this."
But
Chun-Lu was a little anxious. After experiencing Yan Haoyan's injury, she really didn't want any more twists and turns. Yan Haoyan said gently, "Lulu, it's okay." Things were settled like this, and Chun-Lu's parents did not tell them that they would help them buy a house in the future. As for the engagement banquet, it was not held for the time being. You and your uncle and aunt are both in Beijing. For such a big thing as an engagement, you must discuss it with your uncle and aunt first. Haoyan said that during the winter vacation, he would pick up your uncle and aunt to Guangzhou to celebrate the new year, and then we can do it together. Xia Huanhuan listened and smiled. "That's fine. There is nothing much left at home, and it is warm in Guangzhou in winter, so let them live in Guangzhou for a while." Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru were very happy when they heard about this. Yan Haoyan's lifelong event has always been a concern for them. "That's good, your brother is finally getting married." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Mom, it's not a marriage, it's an engagement." Lin Yuru smiled and said, "Well, in our country, being engaged is almost the same as getting married." In early September, the renovation of Yuanxiangju was completed. Xia Huanhuan and Qi Jian went to take a look. The stairs were newly painted, and the rotten wood was replaced. The tables and chairs were already in place. On the wall behind the counter, there were small wooden signs with the names of various dishes in an antique style. The whole building looked a little fresher. The sign of Yuanxiangju outside the building had not been hung up yet. It would be hung up 2 days before the opening. Qi Jian looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar old building and felt a sense of emotion in his heart. Xia Huanhuan began to add pots, pans, and other things to the building. After the chefs came in, she checked the orders and prepared the ingredients in the space. As for the waiters and shopkeepers in the lobby, Xia Huanhuan had already found them. Xia Huanhuan also specially designed uniforms for the store. There was one for the kitchen staff and another for the waiters in the lobby. They were all given to the county textile factory in advance to help process the uniforms. Each person in the store had 2 sets to change and wear. The autumn and winter uniforms were distributed first, and the uniforms would be replaced tomorrow. At the turn of spring and summer uniforms were distributed separately. Soon at the end of September, the sign of Yuanxiangju was hung, but covered with a red cloth. On October 1st, even District Chief Wang and Aunt Sun from the street came to support the opening of the first private restaurant in the district. Firecrackers were set off again, and then a brief opening ceremony was held. The district leaders and Xia Huanhuan took down the red cloth on Yuanxiangju, and it was considered open. There was still a big promotion for the opening. Everyone who entered the store would get a portion of Jiuzhuan large intestine for 3 consecutive days. Then plus, Yuanxiangju is a well-known old brand. Therefore, the restaurant was almost packed with customers as soon as it opened. The 3 chefs and other chefs in the kitchen worked around the clock, but they still couldn't keep up with the orders. After all, the waiters in the lobby were all newcomers, and they were still a little unfamiliar with taking orders and serving guests. Xia Huanhuan had to come over and put on her uniform when she didn't have classes, helping out in the restaurant and training the newcomers at the same time. On the 5th day of opening, when Xia Huanhuan was helping to serve the dishes, Li Jixin and Feng Yu happened to pass by the hotel entrance. Feng Yu was sharp-eyed and immediately pointed to Li Jixin. "Hey Jixin, look, isn't this Xia Huanhuan? How come she is working as a waitress in a hotel?" Li Jixin saw this and couldn't help but flash a look of contempt in her eyes. She thought she was so great to marry a man of deputy division rank, but it seems that her family is quite short of money, and they want her to work as a waitress in a restaurant to earn money. It's really quite embarrassing for the students of Peking University. Feng Yu was a shallow-eyed person and immediately said, "Jixin, do you think we should go in and order a few dishes to embarrass her?" Feng Yu said, and couldn't help licking her lips. She didn't have much money. It is said that all the chefs in Yuanxiangju are good cooks, and the food tastes first-rate, but the price is also high. Moreover, it has only been less than a year since the opening, and everyone's life is actually not much different from a year ago. Most families can only afford to eat meat during festivals. Ordering a few dishes in a restaurant is still a luxury, and only those with a better financial situation dare to do so. Feng Yu's family is average, so naturally she is reluctant to do so. But Li Jixin is different. Feng Yu knows that Li Jixin's family opened a small restaurant. Although she doesn't know how much money they make, it is a lot of money anyway. She wanted Li Jixin to invite her in for a meal, so that she can see the world. However, Li Jixin and Sun Hui, not the same. Sun Hui likes to show off, and is quite generous. Before she was fired, she would often invite her to the cafeteria for a meal, or give her some small gifts. But Li Jixin is a low-key person. She can't be considered low-key, but the type who thinks she is noble. She doesn't take the initiative to show off, but wants others to know that she is very capable. When it comes to money, she is not as generous as Sun Hui. But Feng Yu is indispensable. After all, without Feng Yu, how can Li Jixin's superiority be highlighted? Therefore, Li Jixin would give Feng Yu some small favors from time to time. After listening to Feng Yu's words, Li Jixin glanced at Feng Yu with a condescending look, and then said, "Forget it today. I have something to do when I go back. Let's talk about it in 2 days." Having said that, he walked away in a domineering manner. Feng Yu couldn't help curling her lips behind him. She naturally felt that Li Jixin looked down on her. But Li Jixin's family had some connections in Beijing, and she was still fantasizing that after graduation, Li Jixin could help her with a job assignment, and assign her a good job, preferably one that would allow her to stay in Beijing. However, a few days later, Li Jixin was so generous that he invited several classmates in the department, including several classmates who came from wealthy families and had a good impression of Xia Huanhuan, to have dinner at the newly opened Yuanxiangju. He even invited Chen Lu for the first time. However, for some reason, Xia Huanhuan was left out. Seeing Li Jixin like this, Chen Lu refused, and there was no go. Li Jixin's move was obviously intended to isolate Xia Huanhuan. If she wanted to have a meal, she would go along. If Huanhuan knew about it, wouldn't she be heartbroken? Li Jixin was rejected and a little angry. She cursed in her heart that Xia Huanhuan was shameless, but she still had a condescending look on her face. Feng Yu was also smart. On the day when Li Jixin invited guests, she secretly went to Yuanxiangju in advance. After seeing Xia Huanhuan wearing a waiter, uniform and busying around, she came back and secretly told Li Jixin. Li Jixin nodded, still smiling, and went to Yangju with a group of 5 or 6 classmates. As soon as they entered, Xia Huanhuan came out with a plate of 9-turn large intestines and served the dishes. Your 9-turn large intestines, please enjoy. Several other classmates from the same department were stunned for a moment when they saw Xia Huanhuan wearing a waiter's uniform. Then they were shocked. Xia Huanhuan, why are you here? What are you doing? A classmate asked in astonishment. Feng Yu immediately replied, Huanhuan, is your family not well off, so you come here to work part-time as a waitress during the break from classes? Jixin and I used to see your father riding a cart to haul coal for people. Li Jixin also pretended to be surprised and said, Huanhuan, we are in the same dormitory. Your family is so difficult. You could have told me. I have an aunt who is a manager in a state-owned department store. I can talk to her and arrange for you to be a salesperson. You are just too polite. When Xia Huanhuan saw this scene and listened to what Feng Yu and Li Jixin said, she probably knew what they were planning to do. They came here specifically to laugh at her. She didn't show any embarrassment on her face and said generously, What a coincidence that you two met here today. Are you coming to eat together? There are empty seats upstairs. Or, do you want to sit downstairs? As she said that, she looked at Li Jixin and smiled. Jixin, thank you for your concern. However, this restaurant pays quite a bit, so I'll just work here. I won't bother your aunt. Li Jixin looked at Xia Huanhuan, trying to see some shame on her face, but Xia Huanhuan was calm and composed. Li Jixin's face turned ugly. Several of the students felt a little embarrassed. Xia Huanhuan was beautiful, had good grades, was helpful in the department, and had good relationships with people. If they knew in advance that Xia Huanhuan was working and studying in this restaurant, they would definitely not come here on purpose to embarrass Xia Huanhuan. However, let us go to another restaurant. That's it. Li Jixin and Feng Yu looked anxious. How could they change places now? This didn't embarrass Xia Huanhuan yet. However, before they spoke, Xia Huanhuan spoke first. No, come in now. The dishes in our restaurant are all made by master chefs, and they taste great. Li Jixin also said immediately, Since Huanhuan said so, let's eat here. Huanhuan, can you introduce us to your signature dishes? You don't have to save money for me. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, So it's you, Jixin, who's treating us? You're really generous.
Come, what do you think of this table?
After everyone sat down, Xia Huanhuan handed a large menu that looked like a book to Li Jixin. Everyone else couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? Aren't menus usually hung on the wall? This one is made into a book? It's quite exquisite. Li Jixin flipped through the menu. Most of the prices were quite affordable. Vegetarian dishes were usually priced between 80 cents and over 1 yuan, while meat dishes were only 2 or 3 yuan. However, there were a few main dishes that were more expensive, some costing 5 or 8 yuan. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Jixin just asked me to recommend a few. I'll recommend a few. Scallion fried sea cucumber, for happiness meatballs, and 9-turn large intestine are all signature Shandong dishes in our restaurant. As for Hunan cuisine, stir-fried yellow beef, steamed cured meat, and chopped pepper fish head are all specialties. If you order 2 more vegetarian dishes, you'll be almost there. Oh, by the way, we also have bird's nest porridge, which is also a specialty. Li Jixin's face turned pale when she heard this, and she wanted to kill Xia Huanhuan. The dishes Xia Huanhuan recommended to her were all 5 or 8 yuan worth of main dishes. And the bird's nest porridge was the most expensive, 5 yuan for a casserole. If there were 8 or 9 people at the table, 3 casseroles would probably be enough to share. After Xia Huanhuan made her recommendations, she didn't forget to say caringly, How is it? Jixin, if you think it's okay, I'll notify the kitchen to place the order. One of the classmates said, You don't have to order all of them, just 3 or 4 dishes will be enough. Li Jixin was now in a dilemma. After hearing what this classmate said, she felt even more embarrassed and forced to smile. How can 3 or 4 dishes be enough? Huanhuan, then bring up the ones you mentioned. Roughly speaking, this meal would cost at least 40 or 50 yuan. However, the more money she spent, the more embarrassed Xia Huanhuan looked. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Jixin, you are so generous. I'll go and notify the kitchen right away. Li Jixin's eyes darkened. How could Xia Huanhuan be so happy even though she had become her waiter? Shouldn't she be ashamed? After a while, the dishes came up. Li Jixin said with a fake smile, Huanhuan, why don't you sit down and eat together? If your boss is here, I'll talk to him. Feng Yu also said, That's it. Huanhuan, talk to your boss. We are classmates. Your boss will definitely understand. After Li Jixin finished speaking, he looked at Xia Huanhuan with a half smile, hoping to see an expression of shame on her face. Unfortunately, nothing was seen. Xia Huanhuan curved her lips and smiled, saying, No, you guys eat. The store is busy, and I can't spare my hands. Everyone was eating a little hard to describe. Li Jixin recovered quickly, with a smile on his face and his usual arrogance. After the meal, Li Jixin asked Xia Huanhuan to come and pay the bill. Xia Huanhuan smiled. The total is 48 yuan. The other classmates wanted to pay, but Feng Yu didn't move. She was not going to pay at all. If she knew she had to pay, she would never come to eat. She didn't have to pay for it herself to do Li Jixin a favor. Li Jixin had prepared himself mentally during the meal. He took out 5 big unity notes and smiled. It's okay. I said I'd treat you. How can I let you pay at the last minute? What would I be like then? Xia Huanhuan took the money, went over to get $2 in change, and gave it back to Li Jixin. Li Jixin said condescendingly again, Huanhuan, think about what I just said. Being a part-time salesperson in a department store is better than serving dishes here. Xia Huanhuan glanced at her, with a sneer on the corner of her lips. She was really persistent. Before she could speak, a waiter came over and said, Manager, Chef Young asked me to ask you to go to the kitchen. He said that there are not enough fish heads, and we need to get some urgently. Xia Huanhuan heard it and said, I know. You go and get busy first. Then she turned to Li Jixin and others and said, I'm busy, so I won't tell you yet. Come back next time, and I'll give you a discount. Having said that, he turned and went to the kitchen, leaving Li Jixin and others dumbfounded. A classmate asked with some stammering, Just now. The waitress called Xia Huanhuan what? What? It seems to be. The manager? The manager. Is the former shopkeeper, right? But isn't Xia Huanhuan working part-time to earn money for her studies? How did she become a manager? Li Jixin's face turned pale. How is it possible? Xia Huanhuan is the manager? What a joke. There must be a mistake. As a qualified follower, Feng Yu couldn't hold back his temper and pulled a waiter and asked, Hey, comrade, you just called Xia Huanhuan. What? Manager? Isn't she just a part-time waitress? The waiter was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Comrade, what are you talking about? That's our boss, but we are not familiar with him yet, and the store is busy, so the manager came to entertain the guests in person. How could he be a waiter? Feng Yu was stunned. Old. Boss. The waiter smiled. Yes. This whole restaurant is owned by our manager's family, and I was recruited by her. Li Jixin's face turned black. Is this restaurant owned by Xia Huanhuan's family? With her poor family background and her father being a coal hauler, how is it possible? How is it possible? She must have secretly informed you and asked you to lie to save face for her, right? Feng Yu said sharply. The waiter was very puzzled. Comrade, our boss is our boss. Why should I lie to you? If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. After saying that, he walked away. At this time, Qi Jian came in from outside, and as soon as he came in, he asked, Where is your manager? I have something good to tell her. The waiter smiled and said, Mr. Qi, the manager is in the kitchen and should be out soon. One of the classmates said, This old gentleman's surname is Qi, and he should be the former young master of Yuanxiangju. Li Jixin and Feng Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after seeing this. It seemed that Xia Huanhuan was lying. The real boss is here, right? Since the restaurant is still called Yuanxiangju, it must be the Qi family's restaurant. As they were talking, Xia Huanhuan came out from the kitchen. Li Jixin and Feng Yu were not in a hurry to leave. waiting to see her being exposed. When Qi Jian saw Xia Huanhuan coming out, he went up with a cane and said with a smile, "Huanhuan, I was looking for you. The street office just found me and said that the day after tomorrow, District Chief Wang will receive foreign guests, and the banquet will be held in our Yuanxiangju. District Chief Wang has personally given instructions, and you, the boss, have to accompany District Chief Wang to receive foreign guests." Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, "Why do you want me to receive them? I can't handle it." Qi Jian smiled and said, "Don't refuse. You are a top student from Peking University, and now you are the owner of the first private restaurant in our district. You have to come even if you can't handle it. District Chief Wang said that you are a role model for our district." At this point, Li Jixin, Feng Yu, and others were completely dumbfounded.
And
With the district chief to receive foreign guests?
this.
My goodness, Xia Huanhuan is actually the boss? A classmate couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration. Li Jixin was no longer in the mood to slap herself in the face. She originally thought that the snack bar opened by her family could make a net profit of 200 to 300 yuan per month, which was already above the average person. But she didn't expect that Xia Huanhuan would suddenly become the boss of such a big restaurant. Let alone other things, the rent for this building alone must be over 1,000 a month. They hired so many people. How much salary do they have to pay? If calculated, the cost per month is probably several thousand yuan. Compared with Yuanxiangju, her snack bar is so embarrassing that it's embarrassing to even mention it. Moreover, the district chief even specifically named her and asked her to accompany guests. Li Zixin felt extremely unbalanced. She originally came here to slap Xia Huanhuan in the face and laugh at her, but in the end, she found that there was an insurmountable gap between her and Xia Huanhuan. However, this time, Xia Huanhuan was the one on top, and she became the one who was humbled to the ground. How could things turn out like this?
No.
This must be Xia Huanhuan lying. Since she works part-time as a waitress here, it is possible for her to ask the boss of Yuanxiangju to lie a few words on her behalf and to support her. After all, she had to admit that with Xia Huanhuan's foxy looks, it is still very likely that she can attract men, women, young and old. Hey, how about we come over the day after tomorrow to have a look and see what the foreign guests look like? A classmate whispered to the classmate next to him. Li Jixin's heart moved. Yes. Come and see the day after tomorrow, and you will know whether Xia Huanhuan is bluffing or not. If District Chief Wang does not show up the day after tomorrow, it will be so funny. Li Jixin thought about this and calmed down a little. Still holding her proud head, she went out. Time soon came to the day after tomorrow. Li Jixin deliberately dressed low-key and came with a best friend. They found a corner seat and prepared. This time, she did not look for Feng Yu, mainly because of Feng Yu's noisy temper. If she started to make a fuss again, she would be embarrassed too. In addition, she was afraid of losing face in front of Feng Yu. After sitting down and ordering a few dishes casually, Li Jixin looked around and felt a little relieved. This Yuanxiangju was basically the same as the day before yesterday. If it was to receive foreign guests, wouldn't the place have to be cleared? Wouldn't there be some warm welcome banners outside and a few pots of flowers? There was no movement at all. Do you think there will be foreign guests coming in a while? This is a lie. Just as he was thinking this, a waiter came in, stood at the door of the kitchen, and said excitedly, "It's coming. It's ready." Li Jixin's heart sank. After a while, he saw 2 jeeps parked outside the window. Then, a man in his 40s or 50s got out of the car, followed by a few blonde foreigners, and then Xia Huanhuan actually got out of the car together. District Chief Wang and several of his entourage were all wearing Zhongshan suits, with buttons buttoned up meticulously. Xia Huanhuan put on some light makeup, but she was wearing a long-sleeved, slim-fitting skirt that reached her ankles, sweeping away the gray and conservative style of the past few years, but slightly bolder, showing a new look after the opening up. Xia Huanhuan guided in a fluent foreign language. "Everyone, please come this way." On the way, District Chief Wang had seen Xia Huanhuan's style of speaking foreign languages, which was better than the 2 translators he brought with him. She chatted and laughed with foreign guests, but she was neither humble nor arrogant. District Chief Wang's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, their district was really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Originally, he just thought that Xia Huanhuan must have received funding from the Fu family to open the store. Now, he really looks at this woman in front of him with new eyes. Li Jixin looked at Xia Huanhuan in the crowd. She was like a dazzling star, not inferior to the foreign female guests in small suits and skirts. She was so jealous that she almost broke the chopsticks in her hand. Xia Huanhuan led a group of people to the second floor. Li Jixin couldn't eat anymore. She was so angry that she paid the bill and left. Xia Huanhuan didn't notice Li Jixin sitting in the corner, but she didn't care about Li Jixin in this situation. She introduced the signature dishes of Yuanxiangju to the foreign guests generously, but when it was time to step down, she didn't show off. The main time of the banquet was for District Chief Wang to talk with foreign guests. District Chief Wang also felt very proud. The foreign guests received this time were mainly for attracting investment. But if you want to attract investment, you have to show them your investment environment, right? That's why they didn't go to the old state-owned restaurant, but came to Yuanxiangju. Now, as the owner of Yuanxiangju, Xia Huanhuan performed so well, fully reflecting the investment situation in Beijing. Isn't that giving him face? Mr. Robert, this Yuanxiangju is the first large private restaurant in our district. Comrade Xia is the boss. As you can see, Yuanxiangju is now full of customers, which shows that the investment environment in our Jingshi is still very good. Mr. Robert, if you decide to invest in our district, then we also have many preferential policies in terms of rent and tax, said District Chief Wang. The foreigner called Robert nodded and smiled. Miss Xia has shown me the prospects for the development of Jingshi's business. I will report the results of this investigation to the headquarters and finally decide whether to invest in Jingshi. The reception of foreign guests was successfully concluded, and the name of Yuanxiangju became more famous. In early October, Fu Nanjing and Yusiju held a full moon banquet for their daughter, and this time they also chose Yuanxiangju to hold the banquet. Mr. Fu and Fu Weixin also came, and they were very pleased to see Xia Huanhuan running such a large restaurant in a decent manner. As expected of the daughter of their Fu family, she is capable. Now it is October, and it is about to get cold again, so Xia Huanhuan commissioned the garment workshop of the county textile factory to make winter clothes for her. This time she designed 2 more styles, but the materials used are the same as last year, and the quantity required is also doubled, 200 sets. Xia Huanhuan prepared 150 pieces for her own clothing store in Jingshi, and the remaining 50 pieces were for Zhou Qiuhua. Zhou Qiuhua still works in the department store, but now there are many more small vendors setting up stalls outside in the county, and many of them sell clothes. Many of them even set up stalls in front of the department store. Zhou Qiuhua watched every day and found that the business was much more prosperous than that of the department store. She also had the idea of setting up a stall and trying. When Xia Huanhuan heard about it, she gave her part of the goods she imported from Guangshi. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Anyway, I'll give her the cost after selling the clothes. If they can't be sold, I can just return the clothes to her, so that Zhou Qiuhua doesn't have to worry about the future." However, when Xia Huanhuan gave Zhou Qiuhua the clothes, she also added a little more to her purchase price. Relatives are relatives, and it's impossible for them to help for free. Zhou Qiuhua had set up a night market for a few days in late summer and early autumn. Xia Huanhuan's selection of products was better than others, and the goods were directly purchased from Guangshi, which was cheaper than other people in the county who bought goods from second-hand dealers, so she was very popular. In just half a month, she made tens of thousands of dollars. This winter clothes were the ones Zhou Qiuhua asked Xia Huanhuan to keep for her. After making money by setting up a stall in the summer, Zhou Qiuhua couldn't help but want to resign again. The distribution of houses was far away, and the business of department stores was gradually taken away by small vendors who didn't charge tickets and had cheaper prices. She felt that there was no future if she continued to waste time. Zhou Qiuhua mentioned this to Xia Huanhuan again, wanting to hear Xia Huanhuan's opinion. Xia Huanhuan was not ambiguous this time, and she agreed with Zhou Qiuhua's resignation in her heart. It's just that running a business by yourself will definitely not be smooth sailing, and after losing your iron rice bowl, there will be no guarantee, welfare, housing distribution, etc. There will be no more. Welfare housing distribution will continue for nearly 20 years. Although commercial housing will gradually develop in the next 20 years, the housing prices are definitely not something that ordinary families can afford. Zhou Qiuhe nodded firmly and said, Huan, I've thought about it. I think private business will definitely become more and more prosperous in the future. Li Jie and I don't have any foundation, so we should seize the opportunity earlier, otherwise, we will have no capital to turn over in the future. Moreover, even if our business fails, the worst that can happen is that we go back to the village to farm. We'll start all over again. Xia Huan was impressed by Zhou Qiuhe's courage. She knew that Zhou Qiuhe's father was an accountant, and she had also been to school for a few years, but even high school students or even college students did not have the courage to take this step, and there were many people who were imprisoned by the iron rice bowl for their entire lives. Xia Huan smiled and said, It seems that you have made up your mind, and you just want me to give you courage again, right? Zhou Qiuhe was a little embarrassed and said, The main thing is, I'm afraid Li Jie will not agree. Xia Huan smiled and said, I'll let Li Zhan talk to the third brother about this matter. But let's be frank, no one knows what the future will be like now. If things don't go well in the future, you can't blame me and Li Zhan for instigating you. Zhou Qiuhe hurriedly said seriously, Huan, who do you think of me and Li Jie? Don't worry, this is my own decision, and I will never complain when the time comes. Xia Huan smiled and said, Then I'm relieved. But what are your plans after you resign? Zhou Qiuhe said, I think I will mainly run a snack bar and set up a stall for clothing first, and don't do anything else for now. After a while, I will look for a store and see if I can open a small clothing store. Xia Huan nodded. Zhou Qiuhe is different from her. She does not have enough funds to back her up, so it is right to set up a stall first to accumulate experience and funds, and then open a store. Otherwise, if you rashly open a store when you are not familiar with everything, you may lose everything. Then during the winter vacation, you and I will go to Guangzhou to see the wholesale market and popular trends there. In the clothing business, style is very important, and you must also learn how to choose styles in order to last long. Zhou Qiuhe listened and said gratefully, Huan, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have taken so many detours. Xia Huan smiled and said, It's nothing. You will get it if you do it more. However, since you have resigned, have you ever thought about settling down in Beijing? Zhou Qiuhe used to have a job in the county, so she didn't mention it. Now that Zhou Qiuhe has decided to resign, it is a good idea to come to Beijing for development. Not to mention the county, even the capital of Hebei province will be several times ahead of Beijing in future development. Zhou Qiuhe widened her eyes. It's not that she hadn't thought about moving her family to Beijing like Xia Huan and Li Zhan. But Li Zhan is an officer. Xia Huan was admitted to Beijing University, and her biological parents are both from Beijing. It's only natural for their family to go to Beijing. She and Li Jie are from the countryside, and they don't have any Beijing experience. Going to Beijing? It's even more unreliable than a daydream. Zhou Qiuhe just fantasized secretly and never thought about realizing it. Then Beijing City. People like me and Li Jie, who don't have much background. Can we really go there? Let's not talk about anything else. The letter of introduction has not been cancelled yet. To put it nicely, they are private business owners doing small business. To put it bluntly, they are unemployed vagrants. Settling in Beijing City. How dare you think about it? Xia Huan smiled and said, If you have this idea, Li Zhan and I will help you find a store or something. You can come here to settle down first, and then develop slowly. It will be more difficult to get a household registration, but it is not impossible. As for the schooling of the children at home, Li Zhan and I will think of a way, and it should be possible to transfer to the class. Xia Huan did not dare to say too much, but at least she and Li Zhan could think of a way to solve the problem of the children's schooling. Zhou Qiuhe was somewhat tempted after hearing this, but they had just established a foothold in the county town, and going to Beijing City would also be a huge decision, so she herself did not dare to make a rash decision. I'll go back and discuss it with Li Jie. Huan Huan, thank you. Xia Huan Huan smiled and said, what are you thanking me for? Although Li Zhan and third brother are not related by blood, they are no worse than brothers. Li Zhan certainly hopes that your lives will get better and better. When Xia Huan Huan returned to Beijing, she told Li Zhan about these things. Li Zhan listened, nodded, and said, that's good. When third brother and others come to Beijing, we can take care of each other. I'll go and ask about the children's schooling tomorrow.
Xia Huan Huan nodded and said, yeah.
It seems that my third sister-in-law also wants to start a clothing business. I will take her to Guangzhou during the winter vacation. It just so happens that my brother and Chunlu's engagement party is also planned to be held during the winter vacation, so I can go there with my parents then. The two talked for a while before they fell asleep. Now the triplets have moved to sleep in the same room with Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and the others, so the two have a lot of time alone. However, they didn't dare to be too loud. After finishing, Li Zhan got up and got some hot water and brought it into the house. It happened that Yi got up to go to the bathroom. Yi saw his father carrying hot water in a daze, rubbed his eyes, and asked in confusion, Dad, what are you doing carrying hot water in the middle of the night? Li Zhan was embarrassed for a moment when he was caught by his own son, but then he showed his father's dignity. Children should not ask about adults' affairs. Yi was called a child for no reason and was very dissatisfied. After thinking about it, he suddenly realized and said, Dad, didn't you wash your feet? My mom doesn't let you go to bed? You are too careless about hygiene. After that, he yawned and went to the toilet. Li Zhan. This little rascal, he keeps making trouble all day long. He actually dared to slander his dad. Xia Huan Huan in the room was almost laughing to death. Li Zhan looked at his wife, gloating there with a bad mood. Xia Huan Huan covered her stomach and laughed. Oh, you said you. I'll just go into the space to clean up, but you insisted on getting water. Li Zhan raised his eyebrows, gritted his teeth, and laughed. I don't know who said he didn't want to move just now, but now it's my fault? Xia Huan Huan shrank her head guiltily and laughed. Did I say that just now?
Hey,
don't. I'm wrong, isn't it? If I wake them up, they'll start guessing again. Li Zhan smiled with his sharp white teeth and said in a low and magnetic voice, Then keep your voice down. The next day, Xia Huan Huan got up with her hands on her waist and was so angry that she didn't want to pay attention to Li Zhan, the big-tailed wolf. However, after breakfast, she was still taken to school by Li Zhan on a bicycle. In late October, the policy came down, and the houses and shops of Shen Wanxue, Rong Zhenbang, and Yang Qiusher's original family were returned to their original owners. The three of them were naturally overjoyed. These were things left by their ancestors. If they were gone in their hands, they would be speechless to their ancestors. Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang had two sets of for there are two courtyard houses, and there is also a garden house in Shanghai, which was bought by Shen Wanxue's family in the 1920s and 1930s. Li Zhan and Xia Huan Huan accompanied Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang to see the two courtyard houses. One of them is the ancestral home of the Rong family, which is more magnificent than the one Xia Huan Huan bought. The other one is a smaller and more exquisite type. They haven't gone to see the garden house in Shanghai for the time being, and they will see it when they have the chance later. Li Zhan and Xia Huan Huan were both shocked. The three large camphor boxes last time were shocking enough. It turns out that there are so many properties. Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang laughed and said, I don't know if we can get these houses back, so I haven't told you. As for Yang Qiusher, there are 2 houses in Shanghai and Beijing and 15 or 16 medicine shops, 3 of which were gifts for the triplets. However, it was said that all the medicine shops were returned, but in fact, more than half of the more than 10 medicine shops were closed, and some were even allocated to homeless people. The only open medicine shops were in Shanghai and were looked after by a distant nephew of Yang Qiusher. Yang Qiusher asked Xia Huan Huan and Li Zhan to accompany him to the 5 shops in Beijing to take a look. Fortunately, the residents of the shops that were originally occupied had been moved out, and the houses were empty. But the inside was completely unrecognizable, and it would cost a lot of money to restore them to medicine shops. Xia Huan Huan smiled and said, Let's repair this place. Isn't there some medicinal herbs in Qingshui village? We can directly collect the herbs from there. Yang Qiushi sighed and said, "It's not easy to repair it." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Master, don't worry about the money. I will pay for it first. When you have finished it and make a profit, it won't be too late to pay us back." Yang Qiushi looked at her and said, "It's not about the money." Although he didn't have boxes of gold antiques like Shenwanxue and Rongzhenbang, he still had some money. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Huanhuan, I do have an idea, but I don't know if you are willing to do it." Xia Huanhuan said, "Master, as long as I can help, just tell me. I will definitely help." Yang Qiushi said, "I am so old, and I have no children. I really don't have the energy to manage so many shops. I thought that since I gave the 3 shops to the triplets before, I will give them the 3 shops in Beijing, and the remaining 2 shops will be given to you, Huanhuan, as my retirement money in the future. How about it? If you manage it, I will feel more at ease. There is just one thing, that is, these shops will be used to open medicine shops, and the name cannot be changed. It still has to be Yang's medicine shop. Can you promise to abide by this?" Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan were shocked when they heard this. "Master, this won't do. This is your ancestral property. We are not ashamed of even the one given to the triplets back then." "Yes, Uncle Yang, your gift is too expensive. Besides, what's the point of talking about pension money or not? You and my parents have been friends for many years, and you are Huanhuan's master. Just for these 2 reasons, we should take care of you." Yang Qiushi waved his hand and said, "There is no such thing as right or wrong in this world. Huanhuan, if you don't agree, I will move out, and you don't have to call me master anymore." For example, the 6 drugstores in Shanghai were looked after by a distant nephew of his, but he had been in the countryside for so many years, and this nephew had never visited him once. He had never even seen a letter. Blood ties were unreliable, and Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan had no obligation to take care of him in his old age. Xia Huanhuan was amused and helpless when she heard this. She thought for a while and said, "Master, I think this is how it should be. If you really trust me, I will help you run these drugstores first, but the ownership is still yours. When the drugstores are profitable, you can pay me a salary. What do you think?" Yang Qiushi heard this and knew the personalities of Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan. He was afraid that they would not easily agree to run these stores. After all, Huanhuan had already opened 2 stores and a large restaurant. He was also familiar with Li Zhan's parents. Their family background was not less than his, and they would not covet his family business. Therefore, he nodded and said, "That's fine. However, the 3 shops for the triplets are my grandfather's intentions, so you are not allowed to refuse." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Okay, then we won't refuse. It will still be called Yang's Pharmacy in the future, and it won't change." In addition to the 5 pharmacies in Beijing and the 6 pharmacies in Shanghai, there are 2 in Guangzhou, 1 in Kuan City in Yunnan Province, and 2 in Nan City in Jiangsu Province. There are many medicinal herbs in Yunnan Province, so the one in Kuan City is similar to a collection and transportation center for medicinal herbs. In addition, there is a large medicinal herb planting base in Kuan City, but it has been used to grow vegetables and grains for many years and has become deserted. Yang Qiushi has no time to take care of these for the time being and plans to open the 5 shops in Beijing first. Xia Huanhuan found someone to decorate the shops first. She had an idea and went to find Li Jia. After talking to Zhou Qiuhe about whether they were interested in coming to Beijing, Li Zhan went to ask the school. After some effort, the school agreed to accept transfer students from outside. As for the letter of introduction for Li Jia and Zhou Qiuhe when they come to Beijing, they can write that they are coming to live with their relatives. There is no way to solve the household registration immediately, but as long as they stay in Beijing and think of a solution slowly, it is also possible, so there is no need to rush. Li Zhan also went to talk to Li Jia again. Li Jia thought about it and finally decided to move his family to Beijing for the sake of his children. Therefore, Zhou Qiuhe has resigned and is responsible for looking after the store in the county. Li Jia has some free time. Last time, Li Jia was asked to help decorate the store in the county. This time, Xia Huanhuan also found Li Jia and asked him to find a few people to help. The decoration of the medicine shop was not difficult. Xia Huanhuan even drew a schematic diagram for Li Jia to refer to. Xia Huanhuan did not have bricks, tiles, and cement in her space, so she had to buy them. However, she had all kinds of wood, shelves, tables and chairs, etc., for storing medicinal materials, could all be made by carpenters. Li Jie was not good at carpentry, so Xia Huanhuan found another carpenter. But Li Jie was definitely capable of wall building and painting. Since he had to find someone to pay him anyway, he might as well find Li Jie. However, Xia Huanhuan also said the ugly words in advance. Third brother, we are relatives, but business is business. If the decoration does not meet my requirements, I will not be merciful and will definitely ask you to redo it. Li Jie nodded solemnly and said, Huan, don't worry. Third brother will definitely be responsible for doing a good job. He was honest, but not stupid. Naturally, he knew that Xia Huanhuan was helping him. In Beijing, if you want to find someone to build walls, paint walls, or do renovations, you can find many skilled craftsmen in a few minutes. But Xia Huanhuan still gave him all these projects. Isn't it to help him? The renovation of a shop takes about a month, and Xia Huanhuan gave a renovation fee of 600 yuan for each shop. This amount was paid by Xia Huanhuan, but Yang Qiushi also took out a few antiques and asked Xia Huanhuan to exchange them for money to repair them. Xia Huanhuan originally refused, but Yang Qiushi insisted on paying for it himself, so Xia Huanhuan had to put the antiques into the space. Li Jie, apart from the expenses of buying materials such as cement, lime, and bricks, as well as the wages of the workers he brought over, can also make 100 or 200 yuan in income. Add to that the monthly income of 200 to 300 yuan from the shops in the county, so his family can make 300 to 400 yuan a month. In that era, this was an income that most people dared not even think about. Naturally, I will do my best to do it. Xia Huanhuan's restaurant now makes a profit of about 1,000 yuan per month. The clothing store depends on the season, but it can generally maintain a profit of 400 to 500 yuan. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru's stewed food store is still in operation, with a profit of about 100 yuan per month. The snack bar in the county town is about 200 to 300 yuan. Calculated in this way, there is a profit of about 2,000 yuan per month. In addition, the part of getting goods from Chen Rongsheng and letting the help sell them is not small. The profit is about 700 to 800 yuan. Therefore, the cash flow here can be maintained while renovating the drugstores one by one. However, it is really busy. I have to balance my studies and go to the store from time to time. The ingredients used in the restaurant and stewed food store, as well as Zhou Qiuhe's store and her own store in the county town, are all taken out from her space, so now she still replenishes them personally. Fortunately, there are people watching over each store, so she doesn't have to do it herself. The restaurant has Qi Jian as a consultant, who visits from time to time. The chefs in the back kitchen have to give Qi Jian face. Xia Huanhuan also promoted a manager, who did a good job as the front-of-house manager. Now smaller things can be handled directly. Qi Ningyu is mainly responsible for the clothing store. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru are in charge of the braised food store, but Chanyan has been asked to help recently. Chanyan learned literacy and arithmetic in night school. She is smart and willing to learn, so she can help with the accounting and collecting money. Chun Qi and Wu Feng are also looking after the snack bar in the county. For electrical appliances and sundries, Dahe is now fully responsible for terminal sales. In fact, there are no major twists and turns in each store, and it has developed smoothly. But even so, it is tiring enough. Seeing her working non-stop, Li Zhan massaged her shoulders and said with concern, "You work too hard. You even have to calculate your sleeping time every day. There are some things that can be done by subordinates. Otherwise, you will get sick from exhaustion." Xia Huanhuan shouted comfortably, then sighed and said, "Well, there are too few people who can be used. Now we have to set up the 5 medicine shops of the master first, otherwise how can I live up to the trust of the master? After I finish this busy period, I will spend more time with you and the children." Li Zhan smiled and said, "When you are free, you can just have a good rest at home. Don't think so much." Xia Huanhuan was very comfortable with the massage. She fell asleep while talking and only said vaguely, "Well." Seeing her like this, Li Zhan softened his technique. covered her with a quilt, and hugged her to sleep. The first medicine shop was renovated very quickly. Now it mainly sells Chinese medicinal materials, but there is also a counter for Western medicine, selling some over-the-counter medicines for treating colds and digestion. It is easier to source non-Chinese medicinal materials. Xia Huanhuan grows them in her space, and there are also those grown in Qingshui village. Western medicine is relatively difficult to obtain. Now, the Baiyao in Yunnan province has been established for less than 10 years, and Harbin medicine has been established for less than 3 years. There is a shortage of medicines all over the country. Unless the outer packaging of the Western medicine in Xia Huanhuan's space is destroyed, it will definitely be reported by others. Therefore, it can only be sold on the black market and it cannot be sold in the medicine shop. However, these are not a big problem. With the development of the country, Western medicine will be easier to buy than Chinese medicine. Xia Huanhuan decided to formally establish a transportation team. The ingredients of each restaurant must be kept fresh, so she still takes them out from her space in person. However, in the future, except for the medicinal materials she takes out from the space to supplement, there is no need to be a porter for other medicinal materials such as those bought from Qingshui village or other places in the 5 medicine shops. There is also clothing. She still has to run her own business to buy goods from Guangshi because the journey is too far, but now she will regularly entrust the garment workshop of the county textile factory to help make clothes. In the future, the raw materials will be transported there and the finished products will be transported back to Jingshi. For these short-distance transportation, Xia Huanhuan plans to hire a transport team. Of course, in addition to transporting her own goods, she can also do the business of other vendors and individual households and even public work so that she can have other income. Xia Huanhuan has also thought about the candidates for the transport team. Li Jie and Wu Feng. Both of them have trained under Luoqing and have learned to drive a truck. Although there is a suspicion of poaching Luoqing's activities in the past 2 years have been around Guangshi and Shanghai, and there is no layout in Jingshi. Li Jie and Wu Feng have their families here, so they only have occasional work to do. Therefore, it is not too unethical for her to find Li Jie and Wu Feng. However, before establishing a transport team, you must have a truck. Although after the opening up, there is no restriction that individuals cannot buy trucks, but a Dongfeng truck, with a base price of 20,000 or 30,000, may be more expensive than buying a courtyard house now. This is naturally not a price that an individual can afford, so even if it is opened up, it is generally purchased by large state-owned enterprises. But this is not difficult for Xia Huanhuan, who told her to have a small truck in her space. When she prepared it, she also bought it according to the appearance of this age, so from the appearance alone, there will be absolutely no flaws. Li Jie is still busy decorating the medicine shop, but Li Jie readily agreed to Xia Huanhuan's suggestion to set up a short-distance transport team. Wu Feng naturally had nothing to say. Xia Huanhuan went to the county town and handed the small truck to Wu Feng. All the travel procedures and letters of introduction were naturally handled. Recently, the only things that can be used are to send the winter coats processed by the textile factory to Beijing City and the Chinese medicine for the first medicine shop, which needs to be collected in Qingshui village and then transported to Beijing City. The types of medicinal materials in Qingshui village were not complete enough, so Xia Huanhuan added some commonly used types from the space. When the first medicine shop opened, Yang Qiushi, as the boss, looked at the antique wooden shelves in the medicine shop that were as high as the beams of the house. The names of Chinese medicines were engraved on the outside of each small drawer. When he opened them, he saw the processed medicinal materials lying quietly inside. The whole shop was filled with the familiar medicinal fragrance in his memory. He couldn't help but burst into tears with excitement. After more than 10 years, Yang's medicine shop finally came back to life. How could he not be excited? Xia Huanhuan came over with a smile to comfort him. Master, don't be too excited. There are 4 more medicine shops to be opened in the back. Yang Qiushi quickly raised his sleeves to wipe his tears and said, I'm not excited. You are wrong. Xia Huanhuan pursed her lips and smiled. Okay, I am wrong. However, from then on, Yang Qiushi would occasionally pull Xiaowen, Xiaowu, Beibei, and the triplets over to teach them to read medical books and memorize the names and properties of medicinal materials. However, the focus was still on the triplets, and he really trained the triplets as future heirs. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei were fine. They had grown up, had good self-control, and could study obediently on time. The triplets were at the age of having fun, so how could they be willing to sit down and memorize? As a result, the triplets were sneaky when they entered the house, fearing that they would be caught by Grandpa Yang and taken to school. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan did not stop them. Yang Qiusher's knowledge is there. The little ones may not know what is good or bad now, but they will definitely benefit a lot in the future. Moreover, Yang Qiusher did not force the triplets to study every day. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan let the grandfather and grandchildren compete with each other. Rong Zhenbang and Shan Wanxue saw that their grandchildren were forced to study by Yang Qiusher, and they could not lose anyway, so they also joined the battle for the triplets. Seeing this, Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan quickly called the three elders over and held a serious meeting. They decided how long they could force the children to study every week. Within this time frame, they could fight for it. The rest of the time was also guaranteed for their playing time. Xia Huanhuan felt that children should still have a good childhood, and there was no point in working so hard to push them. Soon the final exams were over and the winter vacation was here. This time, Xia Huanhuan did not let Chenlu leave immediately, but asked her to stay at home for a few days and then go with her, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru. Although Chenlu felt a little awkward to get along with her future parents-in-law so directly, she thought about how Yan Haoyan had been helping her parents with housework and changing gas, and was like half a son to them. She should get familiar with her future parents-in-law first, so she agreed. After living there for a few days, Zhou Qiuha asked Li Jie's eldest sister Li Zhaodi to look after the store for a while, and also asked Qin Qi to help look after it when she had nothing to do. Then she came to Jingshi and went to Guangzhou with Xia Huanhuan and others. This time, Yan Haoyan came to pick them up again. He first sent Xia Shuangshan, Lin Yiru, Xia Huanhuan, and Zhou Qiuha to the guest house, and then sent Chenlu home. Li Zhan had a temporary mission, so he didn't come. Xia Huanhuan didn't let the little kids at home come with him this time. Yan Haoyan and Chenlu hadn't seen each other for several months, and the look in their eyes when they looked at each other was a little hot. However, when there were only two people left in the car, Chenlu blushed and was at a loss. Yan Haoyan asked her how she did on the final exam, and Chenlu finally relaxed. When they arrived downstairs of Chenlu's house, Chenlu was about to get out of the car, but Yan Haoyan suddenly leaned over and gave her a quick kiss on the lips. Chenlu was startled, and her eyes widened. Yan Haoyan was also afraid that it would be bad for Chenlu if he was seen, so he just kissed her once and then let go, smiling and asked, "It's been a few months, have you missed me?" Chenlu covered her mouth, glared at him with a red face, and then whispered, "Of course. I do. Every day." Yan Haoyan felt sweet in his heart when he heard it and smiled. "That's good. You go upstairs first. I'll settle my parents in Huanhuan and come back tomorrow to see how to arrange a meeting between the two families." Chenlu knew that they were going to discuss engagement, so she nodded with a red face and said, "Well, I'll go upstairs first. You drive carefully." When Chenlu went upstairs, Chenlu's mother first looked Chenlu up and down happily, and then immediately asked Chenlu's father to start eating, smiling and saying, "I haven't seen you for a few months. You've lost weight. Your father cooked pig's trotter soup. Drink a bowl quickly to warm yourself up." When Chenlu had almost finished eating, Chenlu's mother asked hesitantly, "Lulu, the car downstairs just now, was it driven by Haoyan?" Chenlu nodded and said yes. "Haoyan borrowed a jeep from the army to pick us up." Chenlu's mother heard the expression on her face, which was hard to describe. This is not their own car. How can they borrow it casually? What if his boss finds it strange? He will be scolded. "You guys are really, a bus ticket is only 1 cent. Isn't it very convenient?" Chenlu's mother said, sighing. Yan Haoyan is a good person, and he knows how to care for others, but he does things without considering the consequences. He is just a soldier. How can he borrow the army's car? What a bad influence. If his boss finds it strange and punishes him, then wouldn't it be their daughter who will be affected? Chen-Lu didn't know what her mother was thinking, so she smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry." Hao Tian's boss knew that Hao Tian's parents were coming, so he agreed to let him borrow a car to come. Chen-Lu's mother gave up after hearing this. Chen-Lu said again, "Mom, Hao Tian said he would come again tomorrow to discuss how to arrange a meeting between you and your uncle and aunt to see how to deal with the engagement." Chen-Lu's mother nodded and said, "I know. Don't say anything tomorrow, just let me and your dad talk." Chen-Lu was stunned for a moment. What were her parents going to say? They didn't let her interrupt? Xia Huanhuan and her friends checked in at the guest house. After settling down, Xia Huanhuan said she would take Zhou Qiuhe for a walk. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru took a train for a day and a night, so they didn't go with them. Xia Huanhuan did not take Zhou Qiuhe to any famous tourist spots, but went straight to the clothing wholesale market. Zhou Qiuhe looked at the wholesale vendors setting up stalls along the street and the various styles of clothing piled up like mountains, and was so shocked that she was speechless for a long time. "Oh my God, Huan, I have never seen so many clothes at one time," Xia Huanhuan said with a smile. It is no exaggeration to say that 80% of the clothes and shoes sold by the self-employed stall owners in the country are imported from here, and this market is only a small part of them. Zhou Qiuhe smacked her lips and said nervously, "There are so many styles. Won't it be difficult to choose?" Xia Huanhuan said with a smile, "It depends on the vision of the person who buys the goods. Everyone uses limited capital to get goods for turnover. If the style is not well chosen, it will be a loss for oneself if it cannot be sold at that time. In addition, it will take up your money, which cannot be circulated, and new goods cannot be obtained, which will be difficult to deal with later." Zhou Qiuhe nodded and said, "I didn't expect that there are so many things to know in the clothing business." When she set up a stall in the county before, she got the goods directly from Xia Huanhuan, and they were all styles prepared by Xia Huanhuan, so she felt that the sales were quite smooth. Obviously, she was the last one to set up the stall, but she was always the first one to sell out and close the stall. Now that she thinks about it, it's not because she's lucky or something, it's purely because Xia Huanhuan's selection of products is good. Xia Huanhuan brought Zhou Qiuhe here this time, not to get the goods, but to take a look first, and then come to get the goods after a few days when Yan Haotian and Chen-Lu's engagement is over. However, she still went to Lao Jin's stall and specially picked out 2 new sets of clothes for Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru. They are about to meet their mother-in-law, so at least they can't let others look down on them, right? Lao Jin had also prepared it a long time ago, and when he saw Xia Huanhuan coming, he gave it to her directly. When the two returned to the guest house, Yan Haotian was talking to Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru. Lin Yuru saw Xia Huanhuan and hurriedly called out, "Huan, you're back just in time. We were discussing which restaurant to have dinner with Qin's mother and where to hold our friend's engagement ceremony. Your father and I don't know anything, so come here and give your brother some advice." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "What else is there to discuss? We must choose the best hotel in Guangzhou, Baiyun Hotel." Baiyun Hotel officially opened in 1976. It is 34 stories high and was the tallest building in the country at that time. It is quite impressive. Her brother's engagement banquet must be held in the best place. "Don't worry about the money, I'll pay for it." Yan Haotian smiled and said, "No matter what, it's not your turn to pay. Don't worry, I have money. But won't it be too eye-catching?" Xia Huanhuan thought about it. Yan Haotian's identity and profession were there, and it seemed that it was not good to be too ostentatious. Therefore, he suggested, "How about the Victory Hotel? It has a long history and is famous but not so conspicuous." Yan Haotian nodded and said, "I have this one in my mind as a backup. Let's decide on this one for now. However, we have to discuss it with Chen-Lu's parents later. We respect their opinions." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Well, let's do it." The next day, Yan Haotian went to Chen-Lu's house and made an appointment for the two families to meet. There was nothing to say about this. Chen-Lu's mother picked a cheap and good-morning tea shop. She didn't say much about the other things. It should be said openly when the two parties meet. Yan Haotian agreed. A day later, it was the day for the two families to meet. Xia Huanhuan accompanied Xia Shuangshan, Lin Yuru and Yan Haotian to wait outside the tea house in advance. After a while, Chunlu came with her parents. This was the first time that Chunlu's parents met Xia Shuangshan, Lin Yuru, and Xia Huanhuan. Chunlu's mother originally thought that Yan Haotian's hometown was in the countryside, so his parents and sister must also be from the countryside. Even if her sister was admitted to Beijing University later, she must have dressed like a country girl. But she didn't expect that the four people in front of her were not dressed in a rustic way at all. They were even more fashionable than her, a native of Guangzhou. However, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru had wrinkles on their faces, and they were dark and thin, which showed the traces of years of farm work. On the contrary, Yan Haotian's sister had a fair and beautiful face, and she didn't look like a country girl at all. Chunlu's mother figured it out quickly. After all, this was to meet the in-laws, so it was impossible for her to still wear homespun clothes, and it was normal for her to buy a set of clothes. As for his sister, it was said that she married a soldier 7 or 8 years ago. Her husband also had some positions in the army and was admitted to Beijing University. After so many years, it was possible that she became fashionable. It was just that this foundation was really good. She had never seen such a beautiful woman. Chunlu's mother felt more at ease. It seems that Yan Haotian doesn't have any outstanding relatives. His sister and brother-in-law's families don't help him, but at least they don't ask for money. His parents also seemed to be easy to get along with. After everyone met, they went into the tea house. Xia Huanhuan came here and made a reservation in advance. She chose a private room upstairs, which was convenient for talking. Chunlu's mother was very surprised. She thought that she would just book a seat in the lobby downstairs, but she didn't expect to book upstairs. Yan Haotian ordered a few more common dim sum first, then asked Chen's father and mother about their appetite, ordered some more, and asked for a pot of biluakun. Soon the dim sum came up, and all kinds of things were set on the table. After everyone had been chatting and laughing for a while, Chunlu's mother got to the point. Regarding the engagement ceremony of Haotian and Lulu, in-laws, I'll call you in-laws first. Let me talk about it first. Although it's just an engagement banquet, it can't be too shabby. I've discussed with her father that it should be at least the level of the Friendship Hotel. If it's lower, we can't trust our daughter to Haotian. As for the money, we can also make up some. The Friendship Hotel is a relatively good hotel, but it's not as good as the Victory Hotel.
Mom.
Chunlu shouted with some embarrassment. Xia Huanhuan had a vague feeling from the beginning that Chunlu's mother was somewhat disgusted with Yan Haotian, and now this feeling was confirmed. Even Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru were too reserved to notice it at the beginning, but now they heard it and couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing how to answer. Xia Huanhuan glanced at Yan Haotian and found that he was calm and composed, so she knew that Yan Haotian must also know that Chunlu's mother disliked him. However, Yan Haotian was not angry, and Xia Huanhuan would not be indignant for no reason. Lin Yuru asked Xia Huanhuan awkwardly, "Xiaotian, what hotel did you discuss with your sister last time? What was it called?"
What?
Or should we just follow the in-laws' wishes and book it at the Friendship Hotel? Xia Shuangshan said. Oh, what is Sheng? It's the Victory Hotel. You didn't even remember the name, and you still have the nerve to say it. Then do you still need to ask Xiaotian? You must follow the in-laws' wishes. Chunlu's mother and father on the opposite side widened their eyes in shock. Victory Hotel. That's a time-honored hotel in Guangzhou. Although it's not as good as the Baiyun Hotel, the first floor in the country, which opened recently this year, it's not much worse. Compared with this, the Friendship Hotel is far worse. Chunlu's mother originally thought that with Yan Haotian's family background, the Friendship Hotel might not be able to afford it, so she just said that they could also make up for the money. She would rather she and Chunlu's father pay some money than let Chunlu suffer any grievances. As a result, she didn't expect the other party to directly choose the Victory Hotel. Could this be borrowing money to fill the fat? Seeing the expression of Chunlu's mother, Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but smile. If she didn't know that Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru really couldn't tell the grade of the hotel, so she just said that, otherwise, even she would suspect that her parents were deliberately trying to slap the future in-laws in the face. Yan Haotian smiled and said, Aunt, we discussed it yesterday. The engagement banquet will be held at the Victory Hotel. As for the money, I have saved some money over the years, which is definitely enough. But if Aunt thinks that the Friendship Hotel is good, that's fine. I'll listen to you. Chunlu's mother looked a little unhappy, and Chunlu's father said at this time, since Hao Yan chose the Victory Hotel, then let's go to the Victory Hotel. The Victory Hotel is better than the Friendship Hotel. Xia Huanhuan glanced at Chunlu's father, who was an honest man. The location of the engagement banquet was settled, and the rest was a discussion of some details. Everyone had almost finished their tea and snacks, and were about to leave after talking for a while. When they were going downstairs, suddenly a few handsome young men in plain clothes saw Yan Haotian, and they all stood aside in silence. Yan Haotian saw them and asked unhappily, "You are not training at the base, so you have the leisure to come over for morning tea? What are you doing?" Several people lowered their heads in embarrassment. One of them bravely smiled and said, "Hee hee. Captain, aren't we also curious about who our future sister-in-law will be? We came to take a look. We are the representatives of the whole regiment." Yan Haotian laughed and said, "Oh, does this mean that if I punish you, the whole regiment must be punished together? You are really good at collective punishment, right?" The young man who spoke shook his head quickly. "That's not possible. Commander, we are really worried about you." Yan Haotian didn't say much to them and laughed and scolded. Okay. I almost hurried back to the barracks after eating. No one can do 100 push-ups. The young man replied with a sad face. "I know, Commander." After returning home, Chunlu's mother held it in for a long time and still asked suspiciously, Lu, Haotian is in the army. Is he the commander?" Chunlu was stunned for a moment and said, "Yes, he is a regimental-level cadre, don't you know?" Chunlu's mother and Chunlu's father looked at each other, looking confused. Then, Chunlu's mother was angry. "You kid, you didn't even tell us, how could we know?" She had always thought that Yan Haotian was just an ordinary soldier, without any official position. Without an official position, wouldn't he have to retire and become a civilian when he gets older? If she had known earlier that he was the regiment commander, why would she and Chunlu's father have been worried and opposed? It's not that Chunlu's mother is snobbish. She is more afraid that her daughter will suffer after marrying him, and she has no idea of taking advantage of the man. Otherwise, she would not have secretly told Chunlu's father that they would take out money to buy a house in Guangzhou for their daughter in the future. Now that such a big misunderstanding has happened, Chunlu's mother is a little embarrassed and scolded Chunlu. "You didn't mention such an important thing, which made your father and I worry that Haotian might retire and go back to the countryside to farm in a year or two. If we had known earlier that he was the regiment commander, we wouldn't have been so opposed at the beginning." Chunlu's father spoiled it, saying, "Do involve me, I'm not very opposed, I just listen to you." Chunlu's mother was angry. "What's wrong with you? Are you still planning to make a fuss? You don't object? Now you know how to please your daughter, don't you?" Seeing that her parents were about to quarrel, Chunlu quickly said, "Dad, Mom, stop arguing. Whether Haotian is the regiment commander or not, I'm going to marry him anyway. So it doesn't matter whether you say it or not." Chunlu's mother sighed and said, "You are still young. You will understand Mom's intentions in a few years." "Well, since Haotian is the regiment commander, I heard that the army also distributes houses. When he gets married, he should be able to settle down in Guangzhou, right? If there is no distribution of houses, your dad and I will help you with some money and buy you a house in Guangzhou." After hearing this, Chunlu said, "Mom, you think too far ahead. The engagement hasn't even been confirmed yet." The engagement banquet was finally held at the Victory Hotel. In addition to the families and relatives of both parties, Yan Haotian's superiors and subordinates in the army also came to congratulate. Li Zhan also brought Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei, the triplets, and rushed over, and the party was quite lively. After the engagement party, it was soon to be the new year. Xia Huanhuan, Li Zhan, the children, and Zhou Qiuhe came back first. Xia Shuangshan, Lin Yuru, and Yan Haotian had not spent a few years together, so they stayed in Guangzhou for the new year. The army also specially arranged 2 dormitories for them to live in. Yan Haotian and Chunlu took advantage of the New Year holiday to accompany them to the flower market buy New Year's goods, and had a very happy time. Here, Xia Huanhuan took Zhou Qiuhe to buy a lot of clothes, including many children's clothes, and asked train freight to transport them back to the county and Beijing. Zhou Qiuhe set up a stall in the county during the New Year, just in time for the New Year. On the other hand, most of the children bought clothes for the children, so they were quickly sold out. It was similar in Xia Huanhuan's Beijing city. After the clothing store put children's clothes on the shelves, there was a constant stream of customers. The turnover during the New Year holidays was almost equal to the turnover of a normal month. Although Xia Huanhuan was busy with Yan Haoyan's engagement when she went to Guangzhou this time, she still found time to contact Chen Rongxing and Smith. This time, she bought 10 color TVs and other things like tape recorders. 200 pearls were also sold. Dahe was still in charge of selling color TVs, tape recorders, and the like. Last time Dahe asked Xia Huanhuan to ask about Qiningyu, Xia Huanhuan asked, and Qiningyu blushed and shook his head, and asked who asked. Xia Huanhuan did not hide it, and told her what Dahe asked her to ask. Things between men and women, sometimes it all depends on fate. Xia Huanhuan didn't intend to be a matchmaker and randomly match couples. If Qiningyu didn't have that intention, she would have just told Dahe and asked him to find another girl. If there was one, then they could develop the relationship further. Qiningyu heard this and remembered the time he met a dark-skinned man at Xia Huanhuan's house. Although he was a little darker, he was tall, and although he wasn't very handsome, he was masculine and upright. Her heart couldn't help but beat faster, and her cheeks turned even redder. Xia Huanhuan saw this. She smiled and said, "It seems that Dahe wants to pursue you and date you. If you don't want to, I will tell him directly, and I guarantee that he will never have any improper thoughts in the future. However, if you also think he is okay and there is some possibility, I will tell him that you are still single. Ningyu, what do you say?" Qiningyu was too embarrassed to look at Xia Huanhuan and asked shyly, "Sister Huanhuan, what is his character like?" Seeing her like this, Xia Huanhuan knew that there should be some possibility, so she smiled and said, "I have been in contact with him for several years. He is well known in the alley. You can't say that he is very gentle and upright, but he has some loyalty of a hero. However, his heart is not bad. He is a bit ruffian, but not a. He is also reliable. However, his family background is not very good, but he is ambitious. In the past few years, he has been saving money desperately in order to get married and start a family. Ningyu, when you ask this, can I understand that you are willing for him to pursue you?" Qiningyu's face turned even redder, and she covered her face and went to sort out the clothes. I won't tell you anymore. I'm still busy. Whatever he asks, just tell him, Sister Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan heard it and told Dahe when she met Dahe again. Dahe was overjoyed and took the opportunity to help Xia Huanhuan deliver clothes, unload goods, and sort goods, and ran to the clothing store from time to time, taking the opportunity to talk to Qiningyu. Xia Huanhuan did not interfere anymore, and let the two of them go and date on their own. This year, Chunyan also returned to the county to celebrate the New Year with her family. Xia Huanhuan decided not to be so busy and only went to Yangxiangju and the clothing store occasionally, but most of the things were left to the people below. She stayed at home with Li Zhan and the children, and together with Xinwan Xue, Rong Zhenbang, and Yang Qiushi, they made dumplings, fried them, and other delicious food, and spent the New Year in peace and leisure. After eating dumplings on the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, Li Zhan took Xiaowen, Xiaowu, Beibei, and the triplets to climb Jingshan Mountain. After climbing Jingshan Mountain, they went to Hohai near their home to skate. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei had already learned how to skate on the ice wearing skates. Li Zhan didn't pay attention and concentrated on teaching the triplets to skate. Suddenly, Beibei shouted loudly, "Who are you? I don't know you. Let me go." Li Zhan turned his head quickly and saw a gray-haired woman holding Beibei's arm tightly, trying to cover Beibei's mouth, and muttering anxiously, "Don't scream. Are you Beibei?" "Beibei, I'm your real mother." Beibei was still struggling desperately, shouting in fear, "You are not my mother. My mother is at home. Let me go." Li Zhan rushed over and shouted loudly, "Beibei, Xiaowen and Xiaowu had originally slid to the other side of the lake, and now they also hurried back, shouting, "Bei Bei, you crazy woman! Let my sister go!" The woman saw Li Zhan, and then looked at the two half-grown children who were sliding back at this moment, and shrank her body, so she had to let go of Bei Bei and ran away in embarrassment. Li Zhan went over and took Bei Bei into his arms, but his eyes were looking at the fleeing woman, a little hesitant. He always felt as if he had seen this woman somewhere. Xiaowen and Xiaowu also rushed over and asked, "Bei Bei, what's going on?" Bei Bei was already scared and cried, sobbing, "Big brother, second brother, that woman wanted to kidnap me and said she was my mother, whoa." Xiaowu was indignant after hearing this. In broad daylight, they dared to kidnap a child. "Bei Bei, don't be afraid. Second brother will protect you." Xiaowen's heart suddenly tightened, and he subconsciously looked in the direction where the woman ran away. The triplets also stumbled and slid over, and one by one they held Bei Bei like little warm men and comforted her. "Sister, don't be afraid. The three of us will protect you too." Li Zhan thought for a while and said, "Okay, we've played for a while, let's go home." After what happened just now, everyone was no longer in the mood to play, and even the playful triplets followed him back obediently. Xia Huanhuan had been a little sleepy and easily tired these days. She had planned to go hiking with Li Zhan and Xiao in the morning and to go ice skating, but she was too lazy to do so, so she let them go by themselves. When Li Zhan returned with the children, he saw Xia Huanhuan sleeping in the house. He couldn't help but get worried, so he went in quickly, inserted the thermometer into Xia Huanhuan's armpit, and took her temperature. Xia Huanhuan was woken up by him and smiled lazily. "What are you doing?" "I'm so sleepy, it's so cold." Li Zhan smiled. "You are sleeping in broad daylight. I'm worried that you may have a fever. Let me take your temperature, just lie down and don't move." Xia Huanhuan smiled. "I'm in good health. I'm probably just busy with business before the new year, and I'm tired. How could I have a fever?" "You're worrying unnecessarily." Li Zhan tucked the quilt for her and said, "It's always better to be careful. You're not in good spirits, and you run a medicine shop at home, and Uncle Yang is here. How can you not know that you're sick? Sleep a little longer, and when you get up, let Uncle Yang take your pulse." Xia Huanhuan wanted to refuse. It was not like she didn't know how to take pulses, so why bother the master? But thinking about Li Zhan's temper, she probably couldn't beat him, so she nodded obediently and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you, my husband." Li Zhan couldn't help pinching her face and said with a smile, "Just hire me." After a while, Li Zhan took out the thermometer and checked, and it was indeed not feverish. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I'll go make you some porridge. You can sleep for a while." Xia Huanhuan felt sweet in her heart and agreed. She closed her eyes and slept for a while. She didn't know how long it had been before she was woken up in a daze. Li Zhan brought porridge to her and said with a smile, "Sit up, I can feed you." Xia Huanhuan rolled her eyes at him, half sat up and took the bowl of porridge, and said angrily, "What a shame. It's not like I can't drink it myself." After drinking the porridge, Xia Huanhuan got up amid Li Zhan's nagging. She felt her own pulse first, and then couldn't help but be stunned. Li Zhan didn't understand and asked, "What's wrong? Isn't there something wrong?" Xia Huanhuan's heart was beating fast, and she didn't dare to be sure for the time being, so she said, "I'm not sure either. Let's ask the master to help me feel it again." If it was someone else, she would have been sure, but she was a little unsure about feeling her own pulse. Li Zhan quickly took her to Yang Qiushi's room. After hearing this, Yang Qiushi took out the wrist pillow and felt Xia Huanhuan's pulse. After taking the pulse, Yang Qiushi looked at Xia Huanhuan with a smile, kept her in suspense and asked, "Have you taken your own pulse?" Xia Huanhuan blinked, nodded, and smiled. "I have taken my own pulse. It's my own business. I can't really pay attention to it." Li Zhan was anxious and said, "Uncle Yang, stop playing guessing games with Huanhuan. Is Huanhuan okay?" Yang Qiushi laughed and said, "Yes, but it's a good thing." Li Zhan was stunned. Yang Qiushi didn't keep it a secret any longer and said with a smile, "Your wife is pregnant. She's been pregnant for 2 months." After hearing this, Li Zhan looked at Xia Huanhuan in a daze at first, and then he was delighted. Huan Huan, is this true? Xia Huan Huan pushed her and smiled. Of course it's true.
How could I lie to you?
Li Zhan picked up Xia Huan Huan and said, Wife, that's great. We are finally going to have a daughter. Xia Huan Huan's mouth twitched and she smiled. What you said, if it's another son, are you going to put him back into my belly? Li Zhan grinned and said, Not yet. If it's another son, then we'll keep working hard until we have a daughter. Xia Huan Huan punched him. Go away. You're so frivolous. Yang Qiushi was speechless as he watched the two flirting. You guys are happy, but go back to your room and have some fun. The old man can't bear to watch. Xia Huan Huan blushed and glared at Li Zhan. Li Zhan smiled and took Xia Huan Huan back to his room. Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbong soon found out about Xia Huan Huan's pregnancy and were overjoyed. Shen Wanxue said with a smile, From now on, you don't have to do the housework at home. For cooking, your father, Li Zhan, and Lao Yang can all help. If that doesn't work, we can find an aunt after the new year. Xia Huan Huan said with a smile. Mom, I'm not that squeamish. Besides, it will be easier to give birth in the future if you move more. Shen Wanxue immediately said, It is most likely to happen in the early stages of pregnancy. You can't be careless. You listen to me. Li Zhan also said with a smile. Huan Huan, you listen. If you want to move around, I will accompany you for a walk, the same thing. After discussing, everyone finally decided to invite another aunt to help. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, Beibei, and the triplets were also very happy to hear that Xia Huan Huan was pregnant. The triplets chattered around her. Mom, are you pregnant with a sister? I want a sister. I don't want a stinky brother anymore. Yan Yan said. Ye and Yao Yao frowned at Yan Yan and argued. We are not stinky. The third brother is stinky. Xia Huan Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They could even quarrel over this? Ye said seriously. Mom, I also want a sister. I have brothers, sisters, and brothers, but I am missing a sister. Yao Yao thought about it and felt very sad because he didn't have a brother. He looked at Xia Huan Huan eagerly and said, Mom, why don't you give birth to two, a brother and a sister, so that I can have a brother too? Xia Huan Huan was helpless. Is this something she can control? Xiaowu and Beibei also actively expressed their opinions. Mom, we also want a sister. There are too many brothers in the family. The triplets were very shocked when they heard it. Second brother, sister. Do you two dislike us? Only Xiaowen stood aside, happy but a little lonely. Xia Huan Huan noticed Xiaowen's look, but didn't say anything. At night, Xia Huan Huan secretly asked Li Zhan what was wrong with Xiaowen. Li Zhan told him about a woman who had been holding Beibei during the day. I always felt like I've seen that woman somewhere before. She looked like... Who did she look like? Li Zhan frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, Maybe I remembered it wrong. She looked like my sister-in-law. Xiaowen looked like that during the day, so maybe I recognized her a little bit. Li Zhan's sister-in-law was naturally the mother of Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei. After Li Zhan's elder brother got into trouble, Xiaowen's mother remarried and left without taking any of the children with her. Xiaowen was about 5 years old at that time, so she might remember something. Xiao was 4 years old, and Beibei was 3 years old. I'm afraid they had forgotten what their mother looked like. But if it was really that woman, why did she appear again after a few years? Moreover, since she recognized Beibei, she must know where her home was. Why didn't she come to her home directly to find the child? Instead, she tried to take Beibei away by force? Xia Huan Huan frowned and said, Tell Xiaowen and the others not to go out alone these days. You should also pay attention to your surroundings and see if you can find that woman. Her previous thought was that she would raise Xiaowen and his 3 siblings, and if their biological mother came to find them in the future and they were willing to go with her, she would not stop them. However, she would come to take the children back in a legitimate way, not in such a sneaky way. Li Zhan nodded and said, Don't worry about this. Your most important task now is to take care of the baby. If it's really my sister-in-law and she wants the baby, then she can come to my house and tell me with a legitimate reason. I won't let her take the baby away even with this method. Xia Huan Huan sighed and said, Who said it wasn't? After saying that, She couldn't help laughing and said, "You are too cautious. I have told you several times today about taking care of the baby. How can I be so fragile?" Li Zhan said, "I am worried because you are too strong. You should put aside the business matters for the time being and don't worry too much. As for school, how about discussing with the school to take a year off and go back to school after the baby is born?" Xia Huanhuan thought for a while and said, "I will listen to you about business matters. Leave them to Ningyu, Dahe, and third brother. I will try not to worry about them. But I don't plan to take a leave of absence from school." Calculating the time, it is now the middle of February in the Gregorian calendar, and the baby will be born around August. The summer vacation in July and August is also adjustable in terms of time. Li Zhan looked at her without temper and said, "Okay. However, if there is anything, you have to listen to me and ask for leave immediately, understand?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "I know. Is it not enough for me to listen to you?" The two talked for a while in the room and fell asleep, and did not notice that someone was standing outside and heard their conversation. This person was Xiaowen. However, Xiaowen did not mean to eavesdrop. As Li Zhan guessed, Xiaowen did recognize the woman. When his mother left, he was not yet 5 years old, only 4.5 years old. He dragged Xiaowu and Beibei, who was still stumbling, out of the village and ran a long way. The three of them cried while chasing, but their biological mother did not come back to take them away. It would be a lie to say that he did not resent her. Now, even if that woman really came back, Xiaowen would not recognize her. But fourth uncle and mom raised them because they had no parents. Now that their biological mother is back, will fourth uncle and mom still want them? Xiaowen was worried, so he wanted to come over to ask. However, before he could go in, he heard what Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan said. "If she wants the child, then she can come to my house and ask for the right reasons. I won't let her take the child away even with this method." Fourth uncle said this. If their mother came to the house, fourth uncle would agree to let their biological mother take them away. Also, mom also said that she would look for that woman. After finding her, would she let her take the 3 siblings away? If it were any other time, Xiaowen would not have misunderstood like this, but Xia Huanhuan had just been diagnosed with being pregnant again today, and coupled with what he heard, Xiaowen could not help but feel scared. After standing outside the door for a long time, Xiaowen went back restlessly. After not sleeping well the previous night, Xiaowen secretly got up at dawn the next morning, found all the money he had on him, and went out without eating breakfast. The last time they met was in Hohai, and the last time, half a year ago, when they went to the summer palace to play, Beibei also mentioned that it seemed like someone was secretly watching them. Xiaowen did not care that time, but now thinking about it, could it be that woman who was secretly watching them? This time she suddenly appeared on the first day of the Lunar New Year, so she should still be nearby these 2 days, right? Xiaowen walked around the area, and he actually ran into that woman again in Hohai. When the woman saw Xiaowen, she was stunned for a moment. Then she came forward happily, looking at Xiaowen, who was almost as tall as her, and asked in a trembling voice, "Xiaowen?
Xiaowen, is that you? Do you
still remember me? I'm your mother." The woman's hair was already gray, and her face was full of vicissitudes. It was hard to tell that she was only in her 30s. Seeing her so embarrassed, Xiaowen didn't know whether to hate her or pity her, but he still dodged the woman's hand that was stretched out and tried to grab his hand. Although his memory was a little fuzzy, the woman in front of him was almost certainly his biological mother. When the woman saw Xiaowen avoiding her, her expression was a little sad, but she quickly recovered with a flattering smile on her face. Xiaowen, I heard that you later lived with your fourth uncle and others? Have you been doing well these years? In fact, you can tell without asking. She also saw it yesterday. The 3 children were all wearing brand new clothes. They had grown so tall, but they were not pale and skinny. They must be living very well. Moreover, she also went back to Qingshui village and heard that Li Zhan, his wife, and children had moved to Beijing City and were doing big business and making a fortune. How could it not be good for the 3 children to live with them? Xiaowen did not answer, but looked at her coldly and resentfully and asked, "It's been so many years. Why are you here again?" The woman was obviously a little timid, with a guilty expression on her face, and said in a flattering way, "Shaowen, Mom. Mom has not lived well these years. Mom didn't mean to not take you away at that time. It was the new in-laws who didn't want to. If I took you with me, then they wouldn't want Mom anymore." Shaowen's heart felt like it was cut by a knife. He didn't come here to listen to these excuses. "Don't keep calling me Mom. My real mom didn't want us anymore. My mom is Xia Huanhuan now. Just tell me why you are here, and why you wanted to take Bebe away yesterday." The woman lowered her eyes hurt, and then said, "Shaowen, Mom. I know you blame me in your heart, but I really had no choice at that time. Actually, I heard from the villagers that your fourth uncle has been very good to you over the years. If I took you away, you would have suffered a lot with me. Alas, I know you don't want to hear this. I came here this time actually for your brother." Shaowen was stunned. "When did he have a brother?" The woman quickly explained, "He's not your biological brother, but the child of my new in-law's uncle. They're getting married soon, but the woman wants 200 yuan, and my family can't afford the gift money. Your uncle asked me to come and ask, haven't your fourth uncle and fourth aunt done a good business these years? Xiaowen, can you help me talk to your fourth uncle and see if he can lend me 200 yuan? Xiaowen looked at the old woman in front of him in shock, and he couldn't breathe as if a big stone was blocking his chest. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word for a while. He tossed and turned last night, thinking about many things she would say after seeing her and why she came. He even thought that maybe she came this time to take him and Xiao Wu Beibei back. If that was the case, although he still couldn't help hating her, at least he would be a little happier in his heart. Although she abandoned them back then, now, at least she came to find them. But he didn't expect that she came for the gift money of her new husband's son. She was so cruel to abandon her own son and daughter, but now she is here to fight against her fourth uncle for a son who is not related by blood. Xiaowen was a child under 14 years old, and tears welled up in his eyes. He glared at his own mother with hatred, then turned around and left without looking back.
Xiaowen.
Don't leave. Listen to me. The woman was anxious when she saw this, and she rushed a few steps to grab Xiaowen's arm. Xiaowen angrily threw her away, choking and shouting, "Don't touch me. You are not my mother. You are someone else's mother." "Xiaowen, Xiaowen." The woman shouted, crying and crying. What else can she do? If she doesn't come, her husband will divorce her. After she married, she gave birth to a daughter. If she was driven away, even her daughter would be on the street with her. She only knew that a woman had to rely on her husband and son for her whole life. When Li Jun was alive, she relied on Li Jun. Li Jun died, and she had to rely on the man she is now. If the man doesn't want her now, how can she support herself and her daughter? When the family woke up in the morning, they were very anxious to see Xiaowen missing. Li Zhan and others hurried out to look for her. Xia Huanhuan was also anxious to go out, but was stopped by Li Zhan. "It is so cold. You stay at home and don't go out. Besides, what if Xiaowen comes back by himself and no one is at home?" Xia Huanhuan nodded after hearing this, and couldn't help but asked worriedly, "Li Zhan, do you think? Could it be related to that woman last night?" Li Zhan also suspected this in his heart. He touched Xia Huanhuan's head and said, "Don't think too much. I heard from Xiaowu and Beibei that Xiaowen was still at home last night. Even if he went out, he shouldn't have gone too far. Don't worry, we will definitely find him." When Xiaowen came back, only Xia Huanhuan was at home. When Xia Huanhuan saw him coming back, she finally let go of her worries. Seeing his red eyes, he must have been crying for a long time without knowing where. Xia Huanhuan did not blame him, but smiled and said calmly, "You are back? There are rice and vegetables in the pot. Go and eat. After eating, we still have to go to Grandpa, great-grandfather's house, and third uncle's house to pay New Year's greetings." Xiaowen's nose was sore for some reason when he heard it, and the tears that he had held back with great difficulty fell again, and he raised his sleeves to wipe them. Seeing him like this, Xia Huanhuan could not help but feel distressed. From the moment she met Xiaowen, this child was sensible. His younger brothers and sisters cried and were willful, but he never made a fuss and asked for this or that. Instead, he helped to cook and do housework in elementary school and took care of his younger brothers and sisters and helped them with their work. From childhood to adulthood, he was a good brother, and the number of times he cried was few and far between. Now he is 13 or 14 years old, and his height is almost catching up with her. He is a big child, but he suddenly cried like a tearful man, which is even more touching. Xia Huanhuan handed him a hand and smiled. "It's New Year's Day, what's wrong?" Xiaowen shook his head, wiped his tears, and then asked intermittently, "Mom, you and fourth uncle, will you not want us in the future?" Just like his biological mother. Xia Huanhuan knew that her guess was right, and this matter must be related to Xiaowen's biological mother. "Silly boy, if you're fourth uncle, and I don't want you, wouldn't we have done so many years ago? Why wait until now? Besides, raising children is a way to prepare for old age. You said that your fourth uncle and I have worked hard for almost 10 years, and you are about to grow up. We are all waiting for you to take care of us in our old age and honor us. Now you say that we don't want you, and we don't agree. Isn't this making your fourth uncle and I do a loss-making business?" Xiaowen couldn't help laughing, but then tears came again. However, this time they were no longer sad tears, but tears of peace and happiness. Even if their biological mother doesn't want them, at least. There is still mother and fourth uncle who don't mind them being a burden. "Okay, go wash your face with hot water, eat dumplings and go outside to find your fourth uncle and others. The whole family is worried about you and ran out to find you." Xiaowen nodded and went to wash his face. Just as he turned around, he turned back and said softly, "Mom, I went out this morning to see that woman. That is the biological mother of Xiaowu, me and Beibei. I went." Xia Huanhuan didn't expect Xiaowen to suddenly confess to her, so she listened quietly, nodded, and said, "Well, I guessed it. If you want to say something, just tell me. If you don't want to say it, it doesn't matter. Mom doesn't care about these." Xiaowen lowered his head and was silent for a while, but still told them what his biological mother came to find them to do. Xia Huanhuan was also angry and amused after listening. What kind of weird biological mother is this? She left her 3 biological children behind and went to be a stepmother to someone else. The point is, being a stepmother is fine, but now she is beating up her own biological child for the sake of her stepson? Fortunately, she had the nerve to say it. In fact, Xia Huanhuan could probably guess what this woman was thinking. She was afraid that she had been indoctrinated with the idea that men are gods since she was a child, so she could do whatever her man said. In order to remarry, she even abandoned her own flesh and blood, who were only a few years old. There is nothing strange about doing these things now. These things are not something you, a child, should have to worry about. Don't worry, your fourth uncle is here. Even if your real mother comes here again, your fourth uncle will handle it." Xiaowen nodded and sniffed. Just as he was talking, Li Zhan and the others came back. "Brother, where did you go?" Xiao Wu, Beibei, and the triplets all gathered around and asked. Xiaowen tried his best to smile and said, "I just went out for a walk, aren't I back? You guys just like to worry about it." Beibei saw Xiaowen's eyes were red. He asked, "Brother, are you crying?" Xiaowen said with a smile, "How old is your eldest brother? And you are celebrating the new year. Why are you crying?" "It's just that the wind is strong and the sand is blinding you." Adults everyone could tell that Xiaowen had cried, but they didn't reveal it. Shun Wanchua smiled and said, "No. I just went out, and there was a burst of sand. My eyes were red." Everyone talked and laughed and put the matter aside. Li Zhan waited for everyone to disperse before secretly asking Xia Huanhuan what was going on. Xia Huanhuan told Xiaowen what happened when his mother came over. After hearing this, Li Zhan couldn't help but feel angry and funny. "I'll look for him in the next 2 days and see if I can send him away. This kind of mother, even if she really comes to ask for Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei, I won't agree to her taking them away." He used to go out to serve as a soldier, and his impression of this sister-in-law was that she was submissive and was bullied by Lu Lan and Wang Guixiang. Li Zhan only felt sorry for her before. Now I understand that there must be something hateful about poor people. If she had been tougher, even if she had been widowed for a while with 3 children, after knowing the situation at home, he could have allocated part of the allowance to Lu Lan to support her, and she would not have been in the current situation. Xia Huanhuan sighed and said, "Who says it's not the case?" On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan didn't say anything more, so they took the prepared New Year gifts and took the children back to Fu's house. Fu Nanzheng and Yu Siju came back with their children, as well as the second brother Fu and the eldest brother Fu. The Fu family was very lively. The dozen or so children at home, big and small, played wildly together and ran out to play with the children in the compound. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan accompanied Mr. Fu and Fu Weixin for a walk and chatted about homely things. Mr. Fu and Fu Weixin already knew that Xia Huanhuan was pregnant again, and they were very happy. Mr. Fu smiled and said, "You must give me a great-granddaughter this time. We have a lot of boys in the Fu family, but not many girls. Work harder." Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but blush and said, "Oh, Grandpa, how can I decide this matter?" As they were talking, the triplets came back in a hurry and said, "Dad, Mom, it's bad. My elder brother and second brother can't be found. Brother Chao and Sister Heping are both looking for it." When the adults heard this, they were all shocked and hurriedly went out to look for it. Mr. Fu and Fu Weixin quickly contacted the police station and asked for help to search together. Under the situation, it took less than half a day to capture Xiaowen, his mother, and her man who were taking Beibei to the train station and were about to get on the train. After the interrogation, we found out that Xiaowen's mother was beaten by her man when she saw that Xiaowen refused to help her borrow money from Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan. Then, her man became evil and bold, and planned to take Beibei back to the village and marry an old bachelor in the village. He would give his son a wife by earning the bride price. Her man is uneducated and doesn't care whether it is illegal or not. Xiaowen's own mother is cowardly by nature and has been frightened by being beaten over the years. How can she dare to refute her? He secretly took Beibei away while no adults were watching. After Beibei was found, she cried like a trumpet. She threw herself into Xiaowen's arms and asked, "Brother, is that woman really our biological mother?" Unlike Xiaowen, when their biological mother remarried and left, Xiao Wu and Beibei were still ignorant. In fact, their resentment towards their biological mother was not that deep. In their hearts, they still had some illusions about their biological mother. Now, the illusion is shattered. What kind of biological mother can send a daughter who is only 12 or 13 years old to be a child bride? Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment, shocked, disappointed, and sad all intertwined, and asked in a voice, "Mom? Beibei, what are you talking about? The woman who kidnapped you is our mother?"
She.
"Why is she like this?" Beibei nodded. That woman only agreed to talk to her in an alley after saying she was her own mother, and then the man covered her mouth and pulled her away without saying a word. Xiaowen hugged Beibei and said calmly, "Xiao, Beibei, don't cry you too. From now on, we will pretend that we don't have this biological mother." However, in the end, Xiaowen and his biological mother were not arrested. She was just an accessory to the crime, and the police station educated her and let her go. However, her man was definitely going to be caught for kidnapping a child on the street. Xiaowen's own mother was a person without a backbone, so she stayed at the police station and insisted on letting her man go. Li Zhan went over and felt that although this woman was hateful, she was also pitiable, so she withdrew the case. The police station also thought that the man was illiterate and it was his first offender, so they agreed to be lenient this time and not pursue the case. Li Zhan finally gave the woman 100 yuan and said, "Sister-in-law, this is probably the last time I will call you sister-in-law. I am not giving you this 100 yuan as a gift for your stepson. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei, forget it. I heard that you gave birth to another daughter. You should at least protect that one, right? This man dared to kidnap Beibei and sell him as a child bride. Tomorrow, your daughter may end up with the same fate. If you still want money next time, you don't have to come to visit me again, and I won't let Xiaowen and the others see you again, and I won't give you any more money. But if you decide to divorce this man one day, bring your daughter over and we can help you." After saying that, Li Jian left without looking back. If he can give me 100 yuan, he has done his utmost to be kind and righteous. If she is willing to divorce, he and Xia Huanhuan can help her find a job. Even if it is cooking and washing clothes for others, they can support themselves and their daughter. He and Xia Huanhuan could also help her to some extent. But if she doesn't live up to expectations and insists on clinging to such a man for the rest of her life, then giving money will be a bottomless pit. No matter how much money is given, in the end, I'm afraid not even a penny of the money will be spent on her and her daughter. If a person doesn't help himself, there is nothing others can do no matter how anxious they are. Xia Wen's biological mother held 100 yuan, looked at Li Jian's back in confusion, opened her mouth, but did not say a word. Divorce? She is over 40, and she is divorced. What other man would want her? How can she support herself? Li Jian returned home and told Xia Huanhuan about the matter. Xia Huanhuan sighed and said, "Alas, cowardice is cowardice. It is selfish enough for a mother to do this." Li Jian said, "Let's not talk about these things. I'm going to see Xia Wen, Xiaowu, and Beibei. They must be feeling bad too." Xia Huanhuan said, "No need to go. I just went to see them, and they're already asleep." Li Jian nodded and said, "Forget it. Let's pay more attention these days. I don't know if that man will not change his mind and still sneak around." Fortunately, the man may be scared. Went back, and nothing else happened after that. March and April are quickly approaching, and the weather is getting warmer. Xia Huanhuan didn't pay much attention to business matters except for those things where she had to personally deliver the ingredients. Xia Huanhuan did not go to Guangzhou to buy clothes. She asked Qi Ningyu and Zhou Qiuhe to go there together to pick out the styles, and then asked the postal service to send them back. Zhou Qiuhe has just started and doesn't know much about it, but Qi Ningyu has been working in a clothing store for more than a year. Although it is the first time to go to Guangzhou to buy goods, his insights and predictions about styles are still very accurate. The two of them had complementary experiences, and they worked in Lao Jin's shop. Lao Jin also knew that they were Xia Huanhuan's subordinates, so he gave them the lowest wholesale price. Therefore, after a few times, the two of them gradually developed their skills. The renovation of the 5 drugstores in Beijing was also coming to an end, and Li Jie returned to the county seat. When he returned this time, he made up his mind to move his family to Beijing. When he was in the county town before, he actually didn't agree with Zhou Qiuhe quitting his iron job and his family giving up the family business they had finally won in the county town to come to the capital. However, a few months in Beijing caused his thoughts to undergo a 180-degree turn. In the past, Li Jie felt that life in the county town was already very good. They had a small shop and Zhou Qiuhe had a stable income. But when he came to Beijing, he saw such a big city with so many ancient buildings and bicycles on the road. It is many times more than the county seat. If a person goes to higher places, even if it is not for himself and Zhou Qiuhe, but for the 2 daughters and 2 sons at home, he should still fight for it while he is young. Li Jian and Xia Huanhuan have already discussed the matter of their children's schooling. Apart from this matter, they only have to rent a house and make a living. Li Jie told Zhou Qiuhe these things when he went back. Zhou Qiuhe smiled and said, "You finally figured it out."
Li Jie nodded and said, "Yeah."
Li Jian and Huanhuan asked me to renovate the drugstore this time. After spending these 5 drugstores, I have 1,000 yuan. Let us use our savings to buy a shop in Beijing. I don't believe that as long as we work hard, we will be able to stand firm. Zhou Qiuhe asked, "What about the shop in the county?" Li Jie thought for a while and said, "Don't sell it yet. If the business in Beijing fails and we can no longer survive, there is still a way out for us to return to the county seat. Last time you and Huanhuan went to Guangzhou, didn't you ask the eldest sister to come over and check out the store? I was thinking about asking the eldest sister to come over and look after the store for us and give her more salary. Once we have established a foothold in Beijing, we can then talk about selling the store." Zhou Qiuhe nodded and said, "Well, I think so too." After the two of them discussed it, they started making arrangements for the move. They planned to wait until May or June. Li Jie would rent a house and look for shops first. When the children went on summer vacation, they would move there with the whole family. It happened to be September. She could catch up with school. Li Jian didn't bother Li Jie too much about renting a house. Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbong had 2 courtyard houses under their names, and they were living with them now, so the 2 houses were empty. In addition, Xia Huanhuan also bought a small set, which is also in the warehouse now, but it is a little far away. Li Jian talked to Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbong, and finally brought 2 small sets into the courtyard. I rented it to Li Jie. The rent was not much, just 30 yuan a month. However, Li Jian was afraid that they had just moved here, and he had to buy a shop, so he was definitely tight on money, so he didn't need the rent for the first 6 months. Li Jie refused, saying that his siblings had already helped him and Chiu He a lot, and they couldn't take advantage anymore. After talking for a long time, Li Jie and Zhou Qiuhe decided to open a snack shop and sell steamed buns and fried dough sticks, mutton soup dumplings, and the like. Xia Huanhuan and Li Jian also looked for shops with him. It has been open for more than a year. The shops on the street that used to be empty have gradually opened, and the competition has become fierce. The sales of the shops have become fierce. The price went up even more. Finally, I chose a store with a good location and size, but it cost 3,500 yuan to buy it. If I rented it, it would be 1,000 yuan a month. Li Jie had the money to decorate the shop. He has made more than 1,000 yuan in profit from opening stores in the past year, and his previous savings are about 400 to 500 yuan. After calculation, Li Jie is still a little short of 1,000 yuan, which is not enough to buy a store. All my savings have been used up, and I still owe 1,000 yuan. If I really lose money, even if I want to go back to the county, it might not be that easy. Xia Huanhuan said with a smile. Third brother, this store is good. Now you think it costs 3,500, but if you look again in half a year, I'm afraid it will be more than this price. I think it's worth it. If you dare to take the risk and take it, Li Jian, and I will lend you how much money you need first, and then you can pay us back after you settle down and make money. Now the real estate in the city has gradually begun to take off. Residential real estate is one piece, and commercial real estate is another. In 10 or 20 years, it will be 100 times. Now 3,005, maybe 10 years later it will be 35,000. In 20 years it will be 350,000, or even millions. Even if it is just empty business, it will still be a very considerable profit in 20 years. However, Xia Huanhuan cannot do this. Tell Li Jie. Now, it depends on whether Li Jie has the courage to buy it. Li Jie was no longer a human being, and he didn't hesitate when he decided. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, "Buy." Li Jie's purchase of the store was quickly completed, and then he went to various departments to apply for business licenses, permits, and other procedures. At this step, Xia Huanhuan accompanied Li Jian and Li Jie, because Yuan Xiangju has gained the attention of the district. Last time Xia Huanhuan accompanied the district chief to receive foreign guests, it was reported in the newspapers. Therefore, all the staff in various departments knew Xia Huanhuan, although it was not a back door, but Li Jie was the only one. As a rural person from out of town, and without a household registration, it would not be so smooth if he had to go through all the procedures alone. Anyway, it took 2 or 3 months, and by the beginning of July, the procedures and so on were completed. Everything was finally done. During this time, Li Jie had also repainted the store, bought the tables and chairs, and everything was ready to open the store, so Zhou Qiuhe officially entrusted the store to his aunt. Sister Li recruited her brother and her husband to take the train to Beijing. This would cost a whole day in Beijing, so Zhou Qiuhe and Li Jie did not delay and officially opened in mid-July. When Xia Huanhuan was delivering goods to the restaurant, he asked Li Jie to go to the restaurant and take back their share. Therefore, the freshness of the ingredients must be better than that of other restaurants, even those long-established restaurants. The couple would get up at 2 or 3 in the morning, make dough, make stuffings, make steamed buns, cook mutton soup, make porridge, make tofu puffs, etc. At 5 or 6 o'clock, they would steam the steamed buns. Just set up the frying pan and start frying donuts and pancakes. Basically, if the people nearby get up early, around 6 or 7 o'clock, they will come to the store one after another, and some will eat in the store. Some just buy it and take it home for breakfast, with 2 fried donuts, 1 tofu puff, or white porridge, or 2 steamed buns and 1 porridge. The price is not expensive, but it is affordable and the taste is good. Small profit but quick turnover. Hard work pays off. It can be regarded as a profitable business. After breakfast, there is lunch and dinner. The lunch and dinner are similar, which is mutton soup, mutton noodles with steamed buns or dumplings, steamed dumplings, and the like. Now that it's summer, Xia Huanhuan also suggested to them that they could set up a barbecue stall, grilled lamb skewers, vegetable skewers, etc., so that everyone could come out to enjoy the coolness and have a late-night snack. However, the occupancy rate was also good. Keeping food fresh in summer is also a problem. No matter how fresh the food is, it will start to deteriorate after being stored for a long time. After Zhou Qiuhe and Li Jie saw Xia Huanhuan's refrigerator, they decided to buy one too. For commercial purposes, the main thing is meat, wrapped dumplings, and other frozen items, so Xia Huanhuan bought a large freezer from Guangshi. It was cheaper than a refrigerator, costing 500 yuan, and placed it in a conspicuous place in the store. As a result, they also gained a livelihood selling popsicles. Thanks to the hard work, Zhou Qiuhe and Li Jie quickly established themselves in the capital city, and their profits in 1 month were a little better than in the county town, almost 3 months. More than 400. In September, Ying Huanhuan, Bao, and another little guy also successfully reported to middle school and elementary school and went to and from school together with Xiaowen, Xiaowu Beibei, and the triplets. In addition to the work in the store, Li Jie would also drive a dongfeng truck from time to time to Qingshui village to transport medicinal materials back to the city, or to the county to transport clothes back to the city, which was also a source of income. Zhou Qiuhe let Li Jie watch the store during the evening market. She went to places with stalls to sell clothes and so on. The weather was getting hotter and hotter in July and August, and Xia Huanhuan's belly was getting bigger and bigger. Fortunately, she can make ice in her space, so even though there is no air conditioning in the room, it is not too difficult just to have a fan and large chunks of ice. This time I was probably pregnant with a single child, so my belly wasn't that big. Even so, I still felt sore and backache after standing for a while. Li Zhan would help her massage every night, and in the evening when it was not so hot, he would help her walk around outside. Naturally, she does not need to do the housework at home. As early as spring, in addition to Chun Yan, another aunt was found to help. This aunt was still the eldest sister who used to help Rong Jinbang and Shen Wanshue's family. Shen Wanshue saw that her life was difficult, so she asked her to come over to help. In addition, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru also came back from Guangzhou after celebrating the New Year, and Shen Wanshue was still taking care of them, so Xia Huanhuan didn't feel tired at all during her pregnancy. In addition, she basically replaced the water she drank at home with water from the spiritual spring in space, so she is in good health. By the beginning of August, both the Fu family and he agreed that Xia Huanhuan should be hospitalized to wait for delivery. Although Xia Huanhuan felt that they were making a fuss, she still obeyed and was admitted to the hospital. In this way, the family members would take turns coming to stay with her in bed. Fu Nanjing and Yu Siju also came to check on her every day. Anyway, they were taken care of in every detail. On August 18th, Xia Huanhuan began to feel stomach pains, and Li Zhan happened to be in bed with her, so she quickly called the doctor. After checking the situation, the obstetrician and gynecologist kicked Li Zhan out. "You guys, wait outside. Your wife is going to give birth." Li Zhan was extremely anxious, but he had no choice but to go out obediently. It happened that Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu came over to deliver food, and Li Zhan immediately ordered, "You two, hurry up and tell your family that your mother is going to give birth." When Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu heard this, they gave Li Zhan the lunchbox and ran away immediately. Then I left the hospital, got on my bicycle, and went to report the news. Xia Huanhuan's heartbreaking shouts also came from the delivery room. Li Zhan felt distressed and anxious at the same time. When the nurse came out, he quickly asked what was going on, and if everything was okay. Seeing how anxious he was, the nurse smiled and said, "Don't worry, the fetal position is upright and nothing will happen." At this time, Fu Nanjing and Yu Siju both rushed over and asked anxiously, "How's it going? Are you pregnant?" After a while, Shen Wan, Xuerong Jinbang, Xia Shuangshan, Lin Yuru, Yang Qiushi and the children at home rushed over, and Fu Weixin also pushed in Mr. Fu's wheelchair. Li Zhan, how about Huan Huan? Fu Weixin asked anxiously. Dad, hasn't Mom given birth to the little sister yet? Li Zhan shook his head and said, the nurse's fetal position is correct, but she hasn't been born yet. Just as he was saying this, a loud cry of "Wawa" suddenly came from the delivery room. It's born. It's born.
Great.
Is it a boy or a girl? Soon a nurse came out and said with a smile, it's born. Mother and daughter are safe. When everyone heard that it was a girl, they were taller than the boy. Prosper. Girl? That's great. It's better to be a girl, Fu Weixin said happily. During Xia Huanhuan's generation, the Fu family had many men, but Xia Huanhuan had only one daughter, who had been living outside for more than 20 years. Therefore, Fu Weixin has always felt guilty for his daughter. Correspondingly, he prefers his granddaughter and hopes to make up for what he owes his daughter to his granddaughters. Other patients passing by were so happy to see this family that they thought they had a grandson. When they asked if it was a daughter, they were very puzzled. What's so exciting about having a daughter? Really? Fortunately, the passerby was just mumbling in his heart. Otherwise, he would have been stared at by the whole family and run away in shame. Li Zhan asked excitedly, Comrade nurse, can I go in to see my wife and daughter? The nurse smiled and said, go in, but don't make too much noise. Before the voice fell, Li Zhan couldn't wait to go in. The triplets also wanted to go in. Li Zhan said seriously, you are not allowed to make noise and disturb your sister. I will let you in. The triplets immediately nodded and said, Dad, we are not 3-year-old children. We won't make noise.
Li Zhan smilat, okay.
1 big and 3 small went in first, and the others waited outside and waited for Xia Huanhuan to be transferred to the general ward before seeing her. Xia Huanhuan was lying on the bed with sweat all over her body, holding a small baby in her arms who couldn't open his eyes.
Mom.
Where is my sister? We want to see her. The triplets were quite obedient. Although they looked expectant and anxious, they still spoke in a low voice. Seeing these 3 naughty kids, Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but look up at Li Zhan and said with a smile, why did they come in too? The triplets immediately said, Mom, we won't make a fuss. We want to see our sister. As they said that, the 3 little heads leaned over to look at the baby in Xia Huanhuan's arms. It wouldn't be a big deal if they saw it, but the 3 little guys were a little
shocked.
This sister. Why is she a little ugly? Her face is wrinkled like the little old lady at the door of the alley? The triplets looked at each other and couldn't help but whispered. Could it be that they took the wrong baby? It's just. The 3 of us are so good-looking. Our sister shouldn't be outshined by the fat little sister next door. Do you want to remind your parents? Li Zhan. Xia Huanhuan. Your parents heard it. Li Zhan. You little brats. How dare you talk about your sister like that? This is your sister, for sure. The triplets looked up at Li Zhan, then at Xia Huanhuan, then sighed, and began to comfort their parents. Mom, don't be discouraged, your sister is still very pretty. Yeah, Mom. In fact, even if she can't compare to Xiaopong's sister, it's okay. We 3 brothers will definitely protect her well. That's right. Who dares to say our sister is ugly? Before Yao Yao could finish his words, Yan Yan and Ye covered his mouth together. The word ugly is too hurtful. Dad, Mom. In short, don't lose heart. If it doesn't work, have another one. Li Zhan. Xia Huanhuan. Li Zhan held his forehead and said helplessly, wake up. You 3 stop joking. All newborn babies are like this. When you were just born, you were uglier than your sister. The triplets couldn't help but be stunned when they heard it. No way. We are so handsome now. How could we be ugly when we were just born? Li Zhan didn't want to talk to these 3 little light bulbs and said, okay, my sister has seen it too. You go out first, otherwise you will wake up my sister.
Yao Yao said, but
I haven't held my sister yet. I'll let you hold her later. Be obedient and go out first. Li Zhan sent the little light bulbs out in no time. He, as a father, hasn't held them yet. Li Zhan looked at his wife with infinite tenderness and saw that her hair was soaked with sweat and stuck to her forehead, and he felt very distressed. Huan Huan, thank you for your hard work. I'm sorry I can't help you at all. Xia Huan Huan smiled. You know I've worked hard, so treat me better in the future. Li Zhan said seriously. That's natural. As he said that, he stretched out his hand and picked up the daughter he had been thinking about day and night. Come, my baby girl, let daddy hug you. Xia Huan Huan looked at her daughter with a wrinkled face and couldn't help sighing. Oh, I don't know if she can grow up in the future. Li Zhan held her carefully, fearing that he would use too much strength and hurt his daughter. He smiled and said, Don't worry. With our looks, our daughter can't be ugly. Xia Huan Huan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and said with a smile, You just know how to flatter yourself. Don't you see how old you are? Li Zhan looked up at her unconvinced and smiled. How old are you? You can still have 70 or 80 more children with you. Xia Huan Huan's cheeks flushed instantly, and she spat. Aren't you ashamed? People outside will hear it. As she said that, the nurse came in and moved her from the delivery room to the general ward. The whole family gathered in the single ward, taking turns to look at the newborn. However, they were afraid that everyone would hold the baby and wake the baby up, so in the end only Grandpa Fu, Xin Wanxue, and Lin Yuru were allowed to hold the baby, and the others just looked at it. Grandpa Fu was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling and said, Great! I have another great-granddaughter. That's great. Xin Wanxue was also so happy that she kept wiping tears. When Xia Huan Huan gave birth to triplets, she was still in Qingshui village, and it was not convenient for her to go to the county hospital to see the baby. Moreover, she didn't know that the triplets were her grandchildren at that time, so now she can hold her newborn granddaughter in her own hands, which can be regarded as compensation. After everyone watched excitedly for a while, Fu Nanjing said with a smile, Everyone, go back after watching. Huan Huan is tired too. There will be plenty of opportunities to watch in the future, right? Everyone left. Xin Wanxue and Lin Yuru wanted to stay to take care of Huan Huan, but they were rejected by Li Zhan. He stayed to accompany his wife. Moms, it is Huan Huan who is basically the one who is working hard to give birth to a daughter. As a husband, I should definitely pay more attention to the confinement. You all should take a rest. I am here and will definitely take good care of Huan Huan. Lin Yuru and Xin Wanxue believed this. Seeing that the young couple was so affectionate and wanted to be alone, the two mothers certainly couldn't be so tactful as to stay and be a light bulb. Lin Yuru smiled and said, Okay, then I'll leave Huan Huan to you. I'll go back and make chicken soup. I'll ask your father to bring it to Huan Huan later. Xin Wanxue also said, I'll also ask Lao Yang to prescribe some medicine tonics, and I'll bring them to you later. As they talked, they dispersed. Xia Huan Huan stayed in the hospital for another 2 or 3 days before going back. Li Zhan was relieved to see that everyone had left, and then suddenly came over and kissed Xia Huan Huan on the lips. Xia Huan Huan was startled by him, and quickly covered her mouth and smiled. Don't you consider the occasion? What if the nurse sees it? Besides, I'm sweating all over now, and you don't mind it. Really? Li Zhan smiled and said, My own wife. Why should I dislike it? However, I forgot that you must feel uncomfortable with all the sweat on your body, my wife. Lie down for a while. I'll get some hot water and wipe it for you. As he said that, he took the thermos and wash basin out and came back in a short while. Li Zhan soaked a new towel and came over to help her wipe it. Xia Huan Huan still felt a little embarrassed, but she had just given birth and almost used all her strength to suckle. Now her hands and feet were numb, so she didn't act pretentiously. While enjoying Li Zhan's massage and wiping, she asked, Well, by the way, what do you think is a good name for our daughter? Li Zhan scratched his head and said with a smile, You have stumped me. I am a rough man. How can I keep the name I gave? When my daughter grows up, she will scold me for giving her a random name. However, I have thought of a nickname, and I won't change it no matter who says it. Xia Huan Huan couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Oh, then tell me, what is the nickname? Li Zhan smiled confidently. Let's call her Jiao Jiao. From now on, she will be our little Jiao Jiao. No one is allowed to bully her. Xia Huan Huan pursed her lips and smiled. It's okay. At least it sounds like a girl's name. Fortunately, it doesn't mean reform or opening up. Li Zhan looked at her and couldn't help but smile guiltily and said, "How do you know I thought of these two names? I was thinking that if she was still a boy, I would call her Reform. Xia Huan Huan. Luckily, it's a girl, otherwise the son will complain about his parents naming him randomly when he grows up." Xia Huan Huan smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll follow your nickname and call her Jiao Jiao. As for the full name, let's use the word star from Yen Yen and the others in the middle. So how about calling her Xinghe?" Li Zhan thought for a while and said, "Xinghe good. Our daughter was born in summer, and the Milky Way in the sky is the most beautiful at night in summer, so calling her Xinghe fits the scene perfectly. What's more, the triplets are all of the fire element, and the daughter is of the water element, which is good." Xia Huanhuan didn't expect that Li Zhan would immediately understand that he took Xinghe to mean the stars and the Milky Way at night, and couldn't help but smile and said, "I didn't expect that you could have such a romantic association, but I guessed it right." "I thought so too." Li Zhan said goodbye to Xia Huanhuan and said with a smile, "Don't think that your man is really a rough guy just because he says he is a rough guy. We are not ambiguous about the things that should be as careful as hair." Xia Huanhuan nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, Mr. Li knows romance." The daughter's name was finally decided. When Shen Wanxue came to deliver chicken soup, Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan told Shen Wanxue about it. Shen Wanxue also understood it instantly and immediately thought of the Milky Way, laughing said, "Rome Xinghe, born in the year of water, exactly complements the names of my three brothers. What a good name. This must have started gradually, right?" Xia Huanhuan nodded sheepishly. Shen Wanxue smiled and said, "I knew Li Zhan would never be able to come up with such a delicate and majestic name." Li Zhan smiled at the side and said, "Mom, I am your biological son. No matter how much you love your daughter-in-law, you can't bury your son like this, right? The nickname Jiao Jiao was given by me." Shen Wanxue smiled and said, "Jiao Jiao is very common. Whose daughter is not a little girl? However, the bright Milky Way crosses the Magpie Bridge. Even though they have the same pronunciation and different words, they still have an origin. Therefore, it is mainly better to start gradually." While he was talking, Jiao Jiao woke up and couldn't help crying. Li Zhan hurried over and hugged him, looked at the little one in his arms nervously, and said with a smile, "Jiao Jiao, don't cry. Are you hungry? Dad tells you, from now on you will be called Jiao Jiao, and your real name will be Xinghe." Shen Wanxue came over and said with a smile, "Go and feed your wife some chicken soup. Let me hold my granddaughter. You don't look good at holding her." Li Zhan laughed twice, handed his daughter to Shen Wanxue, filled the chicken soup from the thermos cup, scooped up a large chicken drumstick, picked off the meat with a spoon, and brought it to Xia Huanhuan's mouth. Xia Huanhuan was extremely embarrassed and said in a low voice, "I'll do it by myself. Our mother looks good." Shen Wanxue smiled and said, "Huan, don't worry about me. Mom is someone who has been through this before. For us women, it takes almost half of our lives to give birth to a child. We must not work too hard in the month after giving birth, otherwise we will suffer from lifelong illnesses. The men did nothing and got their sons and daughters for nothing, so it's time to pay more attention now." Li Zhan also smiled and said, "Listen to Mom and come and eat some chicken." Xia Huanhuan opened her mouth and ate the meat and chicken soup with both shame and sweetness in her heart. After staying in the hospital for a few days, Xia Huanhuan returned to the courtyard. However, Li Zhan specifically asked for leave and still took good care of her Yu. In addition, Chen Yan and Su Ma did all the housework at home, including changing Jiao Jiao's diapers and peeing, and Lin Yuru and Shen Wanxue also helped to make Xia Huanhuan breastfeed. The family would stew tofu and Crucian carp soup every now and then, or stew pig trotters with soybeans. Xia Huanhuan was also successful. Within a few days, the milk came down, and after all, she had fed the triplets before, and there was still some milk from time to time. It was too late for Jiao Jiao to drink. Jiao Jiao had milk to drink and was taken care of by the whole family. She only had to eat and sleep every day, and she was getting stronger as she grew older. A full moon banquet was held at Yuanxiang residence, and both the upper and lower floors were booked. In addition to the courtyard and the Fu family, there were also Fu Nanjing, Yu Siju, Li Jie, Zhou Qiuhe, Li Zhan's eldest sister Li Zhaodi, and In Qi of the Qi family. Ning Yu, Dahe, several brothers, and everyone in Yuanxiangju also ate together, and the excitement was extremely lively. Even Luo Cheng happened to return to the capital recently, and Fu Nanjing also invited him over. After asking, I found out that Luo Cheng had already married a wife in Shanghai City. In the past few years after the opening up, because his parents were getting older, his focus had shifted to Shanghai City, and it was rare to come back to Beijing City. When Li Zhan saw Luo Cheng, he couldn't help but whisper to Xia Huanhuan, "It's true, third brother. Why did you bring Luo Cheng here for nothing? It's not like I don't know what Luo Cheng is thinking about you." Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Luo Cheng is already married and has a son. How can you still be so petty? Besides, how many years has it been? I am old, so you can still like me." After hearing this, Li Zhan took Xia Huanhuan into his arms and held him in his arms regardless of the crowd, and said with a smile, "Who said you are old? With me, you will always be 20 when I first met you." Xia Huanhuan pushed him, gritted his teeth, and said with a smile, "Okay, stop being poor. Hurry to entertain the guests." Xia Huanhuan said, and took Li Zhan to toast Luo Cheng. "First, it's been a long time since we last met, and Luo Cheng has come a long way. Second, she might be able to cooperate with Luo Cheng in the future." Luo Cheng looked at them come over, stand up, hold the wine glass, and smile. "Congratulations." Li Zhan smiled and said, "Thank you." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "What about you? I heard from my third brother that your second child is about to be born?" Luo Cheng smiled, nodded, and said, "It's been 6 months. She should give birth in November." Xia Huanhuan raised the cup and said with a smile, "Then I'll congratulate you in advance." Luo Cheng smiled and said, "How can that be done? I was also thinking about inviting you and Li Zhan to attend the full moon party for my second son. Now, congratulations in advance. I don't recognize it." Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan both laughed. Luo Cheng suddenly said seriously again, "There is one more thing. I also want to thank you, Huanhuan. Thank you for helping Dahe and the others a lot over the years. Dahe has been following me for many years. In the past few years, my development focus has been on Shanghai and the South. I used to ask him to help me. He didn't want to leave home, and I didn't take good care of him. I just heard Dahe say, 'Are you planning to open an electrical appliance store and make him the store manager?' Also, was he introduced to you by you?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "The man is reliable. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare ask him for help. The progress between Dahe and Qiningyu is still very smooth. Qiningyu has a relatively quiet temperament, while Dahe is more open-minded and a bit of a ruffian. If nothing happens, he will ride his 28-year-old bar to come to Qiningyu for a walk and hang out. In the park, take a boat ride, eat sesame cakes or something." Qi Jian didn't agree at first. After all, no matter how poor the Qi family was, their ancestors were once landlords. Not to mention how rich the family was, a 3 Heyuan house would be worth it.
Yes.
What about Dahe? The 7 or 8 members of his family are crowded into 2 bungalows in the courtyard. There are so many younger brothers and sisters below that he needs to take care of. The 2 brothers and 1 sister above him are making money. Don't worry, he comes to Qiufeng every now and then. Dahe is also a person who values loyalty. He just lends money, and he doesn't even know if he has any money left in his hands. He wants his daughter to marry him. Are the whole family crowded into those 2 houses? Do you want to just get a bed and draw a curtain? She had a stubborn temper and was really attracted to Dahe. Her father said nothing, and she insisted on getting along with Dahe, so she started a cold war with her own father. After all, Xia Huanhuan was only half an introducer. The father and daughter were in such a quarrel that they had to go to the house to persuade him. He also asked Dahe to be more diligent and buy some fruits and candies. He also visited Qi Jian's house from time to time, which could be regarded as easing the relationship. If Dahe can eat well in the alley, he will naturally get into trouble, but he is also sincere, so he would go to Chi's house every now and then. At first, Chi-Jan insisted on sweeping people out with a broom, but Dahe couldn't bear it. Annoyed, "You kick me out today, but I'll come back tomorrow." Chi-Jan also has a bad temper, and his daughter is inside and outside. Later, Dahe became a frequent visitor to Chi's house, sweeping the floor, carrying water, and repairing the roof. It was all Dahe's fault. Chi-Jan saw Dahe standing on the ladder repairing the broken tiles from a distance, while his daughter was holding the ladder below, and said worriedly, "Be careful. Don't fall down," and suddenly felt a little dazed. If nothing happened to his own son, the one standing on the ladder now should be his son, right? Chi-Jan's old eyes turned red for a moment, looking at his daughter and this honest and capable young man from a distance repairing the roof. The westward sunlight shone through the branches of the ginkgo tree in the yard, making his gray hair look like it was rimmed with gold. That night, Chi-Jan sighed. Early tomorrow morning, Dahe was called to his home. After hearing this, Dahe was extremely nervous. He specially asked Xia Huanhuan to pick out a new set of clothes to wear. In addition to women's clothing, the clothing store now they also started selling men's clothing. Xia Huanhuan didn't choose anything fashionable for him. After all, the old man still had a conservative vision, so he only wore simple white shirts and coarse trousers, which were neat and tidy. Then he followed Qi Ningyu to Qi's house. Although Dahe would go to the future father-in-law every now and then to show his presence, he was thick-skinned and went there on his own initiative. The future father-in-law had always ignored him. This time, the future father-in-law asked to see him in person. Could he not be nervous? When Chi-Jan saw him coming, he nodded to the chair beside him and said, "Sit down. Dad, don't be so serious." Qi Ningyu felt sorry for Dahe and couldn't help but said angrily. Chi-Jan gave his daughter a serious look and said, "You girls are talking, please don't interrupt." As he said that, he looked at Dahe seriously and said, "These days you come over to work at home from time to time. I also know what you are thinking. You just want to marry Ningyu, right?" Dahe's back shuddered. He subconsciously stopped his posture and said seriously, "Yes. Uncle Chi, I know you are afraid that I am unreliable, but I have made a lot of money in these years with Sister Warner. Although my family also relies on me for support, I have my own concerns, and I am saving money for myself. I have been looking for a house and have found a suitable one. Although the yard is a little small, it is still clean. I should be able to buy it after I save money for a few more months. When I buy the house, I will propose to you. Uncle Chi, don't worry. I will definitely not let Ningyu squeeze into our 2 small houses with me." Chi-Jan didn't expect that this kid, who usually looks like a cynical ruffian, actually has his own concerns. How can it be so easy to buy a house? You have to find one with a yard, which will cost at least several thousand or tens of thousands of yuan. How can you have so much money? Dahe laughed twice and said, "It's not enough. I have to save for some time." Chi-Jan waved his hand and said, "Let us not talk about the house for now. If you really like Ningyu, I have only one request. If you want to get married, move to this courtyard and live here. I won't say anything about whether you marry into the family or not. When you have children in the future, they will still take your surname. If you can afford to buy a house, you can move out. In short, my daughter, Chi-Jan, can't be squeezed in those 2 houses of your family and suffer grievances." Qi Ningyu and Dahe were stunned for a moment. They both still had the impression that Chi-Jan was an old stubborn man who had a stern face and didn't look at Dahe well all day long and had not agreed to their affairs. Qi Ningyu reacted immediately, grabbed her father's arm in surprise, and asked, "Dad, you agree?" Chi-Jan glared at Qi Ningyu hatefully and said, "My daughter is in a cold war with your father every day because of this brat. If I don't agree, I will lose my daughter." Qi Ningyu couldn't help but laugh coquettishly. "Dad, look at what you said. Can your daughter be the kind of person who forgets her father after marrying a man?" As she said this, she looked at Dahe with both joy and worry. Although Chi-Jian had just said that he didn't want Dahe to marry into her family, the customary rule was that the woman had to marry into the man's family. After Chi-Jian asked them to get married, Dahe moved to the Chi family to live. Even if he didn't marry into the family, the neighbors in the alley would still gossip about him. Chi Ningyu was worried that Dahe was too proud to care about these things, so she didn't agree. Her father had finally given in. If Dahe got angry and didn't agree, she would be caught in the middle. Unexpectedly, Dahe was not angry. He scratched his head with some happiness and embarrassment and confirmed, "Uncle Chi, do you really agree to my marriage with Ningyu? You won't regret it?" Chi-Jian was also observing him and heard what he said. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. How can there be any reason to regret it? Dahe jumped up happily and said, "Uncle Chi, as long as you agree to marry Ningyu to me, I can live anywhere. I also feel that the 2 rooms in my house are shabby. I originally thought that I could either save money for a while, buy a house, and then get married, or get married first, rent a house outside, and buy one later. Uncle Chi, you are willing to let us live here, and I am taking advantage of it." Chi-Jian was quite surprised to see that he had no emotions. Like Chi Ningyu, he was actually a little unsure before he spoke, fearing that Dahe would run away in anger, and then his daughter would hate him to death. Now that Dahe agreed, he was relieved. Dahe then said seriously, "But Uncle Chi, don't worry. I will definitely buy a house for Ningyu and build our own little home. I have no future in this life. I just want a wife and children, a warm bed, and a prosperous life." Chi-Jian nodded and said, "It's naturally good that you are willing to make progress." When Chi Ningyu and Dahe were alone together, Dahe immediately hugged Chi Ningyu and kissed her. Chi Ningyu shyly pushed him away and said angrily, You are a bully." Dahe laughed and said, "Uncle Chi has agreed. You will be my wife in the future. How can I bully you? Don't worry, not only will I not bully you, I will never let others bully you." Chi Ningyu couldn't help but roll his eyes at him and then asked, "Hey,
You.
are you really not unhappy? My dad asked us to live in the Chi family after we get married. Outsiders will laugh at us. And your family, will they agree?" Dahe looked at Chi Ningyu and said seriously, "It would be a lie to say that I have no resistance in my heart." However, Dahe continued, "I also know about your eldest brother's affairs. There are only you and Uncle Chi in the family. Since I am going to marry you, it must be my responsibility as a son-in-law to take care of Uncle Chi in his old age and see him to the end of his life. Uncle Chi let us live here because he was worried about you. Anyway, Uncle Chi also said that we will move out after buying a house, so it's not a problem. I told my family, don't worry." Chi Ningyu looked at Dahe, and somehow her nose felt a little sour. Dahe was usually popular, and he had some cynicism of a gangster. She was actually worried about whether he could be trusted, but this worry couldn't stop her from liking him. Now, listening to Dahe's words, it turned out that although he didn't say it on the surface, he had actually thought about their future life in his heart. He didn't even object to her father's retirement. "Dahe, you are so good to me," Chi Ningyu said with a sob. Dahe came over and kissed her and smiled. "Silly, you are my wife. If I don't treat you well, who can I treat well?" Chi Ningyu shyly pushed him away. "We haven't got married yet." Dahe laughed and said, "Isn't that simple? Uncle Chi has agreed. I can't wait to marry you tomorrow." Dahe and Chi Ningyu's marriage was settled a month later. Dahe's parents didn't agree with Dahe living in his father-in-law's house at first, as they thought it was embarrassing. Dahe didn't want to spoil his father, and said, "Dad, don't jump up and down here and say you don't agree. I haven't told you the situation in our family, but don't you know it yourself? With only these 2 houses, how do you plan to let us live when I marry a daughter-in-law? Or do you have the money to build 2 houses for us? If you can, Uncle Chi is not an unreasonable person. I will definitely marry my daughter-in-law to you. But can you? Even the houses of the eldest and second brothers were bought with part of the money, right?" Dahe's father was so embarrassed that his face turned red and his neck became thick. After a long time, he said, "At worst, I won't marry his daughter. Isn't it just relying on having a house and some money?" Dahe was unhappy when he heard it. "Dad,
What are you talking about?
Our family is extremely poor, and we brothers have found our own wives. If I don't marry Ningyu, can you find me a better one? Dahe's father was so angry that he couldn't speak. Dahe stood up and said, I didn't come back to discuss with you. I just wanted to inform you. Originally, I was planning to buy a yard and move out after getting married. Now I'm just staying at my father-in-law's house for a while. Dad, don't worry. I won't be afraid of you, my mother and my brothers and sisters. From now on, my son and your grandson will change their surnames to Chi. Now that I've said this, it's up to you whether you agree or not. After saying that, he didn't say anything else, just greeted his mother and brothers and sisters, said that he had work to do, and left. Dahe and Qiningyu came together to give Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan the good news. Xia Huanhuan was still in confinement and smiled. This is a happy event. Do you plan to hold the wedding banquet at home or in a hotel? Dahe laughed and said, Sister Huanhuan, look at what you said. My uncle Qi is the consultant and shopkeeper of Yuanxiangju. If I dare to say that it is not held in Yuanxiangju, he will be angry with me. Xia Huanhuan pursed her lips and smiled. That's true. I'll give you a 50% discount when the time comes. Dahe listened and shook his head quickly, saying, Sister Huanhuan, no need. I have reserved the money for the wedding banquet in advance. It is enough. Xia Huanhuan insisted, I have a relationship with your uncle Qi. How can I not use it? I am counting on you to work hard to open the electrical appliance store after you get married. You should save the money you saved to buy a house. Dahe listened and chuckled twice, saying, Thank you, Sister Huanhuan. There is one more thing we would like to trouble Sister Huanhuan and Brother Li Zhan. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan listened, looked at each other, and smiled. What's the matter? So serious? Dahe laughed and said, That's right. We want to ask Sister Huanhuan and Brother Li Zhan to be our witnesses. Is that okay? Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan laughed and said, Why not? If you are willing, we will definitely agree. More than a month later, Dahe and Qiningyu held their wedding at Yuanxiangju. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan served as witnesses and also gave speeches on stage. In November, the Electrical Appliance City opened. The house of the Electrical Appliance City was also bought by Xia Huanhuan. Because it sells electrical appliances, she bought a 2-story bungalow, which is bigger than the clothing store and Yuanxiangju and costs 20,000 yuan. Xia Huanhuan was a little short of cash, so she used a piece of gold to buy it. After buying the house, she still asked Li Jie and Wu Feng to come and decorate it. Now Li Jie and Wu Feng are still helping Xia Huanhuan with the transportation company. In addition to transporting clothing, they also take on some other factory or private work. In her spare time, she would do some decoration work. Now that the Electrical Appliance City has opened, the first electrical appliances must have been purchased by Xia Huanhuan from Chun Rongxing in Guangshi through the space. However, her daughter had just been born, and she had to go to Beijing University to complete her studies and take care of her daughter. Therefore, she also handed over the subsequent purchase of goods to Dahe, asking Dahe to follow Li Jie or Wu Feng's car to Guangshi, contact Chun Rongxing, and directly bring the goods back to the store. In addition to purchasing goods from Chun Rongxing, Xia Huanhuan also asked Dahe to visit large electrical appliance factories such as Beijing, Shanghai, and Hangzhou, and obtained a lot of agency rights. Many factories were even willing to deliver goods directly to the store, which also saved a lot of transportation costs. The electrical appliances sold in the Electrical Appliance City are of good quality and low price, and the key is the good after-sales service. Not only do they deliver goods to the door, but they are also responsible for installation. If they are broken, they will also replace or repair them. The service is much better than that of other state-owned shopping malls. Therefore, it quickly became famous, and there were endless customers every day. As the store manager, Xia Huanhuan gave Dahe a lot of autonomy and even gave him 10% of his shares. The employees in the store were all brothers who used to work with Dahe. How could these younger brothers know how to install and repair these electrical appliances? Dahe was not vague. After asking Xia Huanhuan for instructions, he took the lead in finding the master of the electrical appliance manufacturer and opened a tutoring class for him to learn how to install and repair. Seeing that the boss followed him, The younger brothers followed suit, so why not follow suit? It was hard for these alley walkers to learn so well that they could be half professionals. Seeing that Dahe did a good job, Xia Huanhuan was relieved. When it came to dividends, Dahe was given 5,000 yuan at once. With a large dividend, Dahe naturally worked harder. By the summer of the second year, he had saved enough money to buy a small courtyard in the alley near the Qi family's courtyard and moved there with Qi Ningyu. In the courtyard, Dahe also arranged a room for Qi Jian, but Qi Jian was a little stubborn and refused to move over to trouble them, so Dahe and Qi Ningyu gave up. Anyway, in a few years, they would definitely take him over so that they could take care of him. It was similar for Li Jie and Wu Feng. Although they were transporting their own things, most of them were transporting clothes and electrical appliances from Guangzhou to Beijing. However, Xia Huanhuan still used modern company management methods. Ding is ding, Mao is Mao, and the clothing store and the electrical appliance city all had to pay transportation fees to the transportation company, which was the income of the transportation company. In addition, there was income from transportation work for other people. After deducting the cost, Xia Huanhuan also gave Li Jie and Wu Feng 10% and 8% of the profit respectively. After a year, there were several thousand yuan. The remaining profit was accumulated in the account. When there was enough money, they would buy new trucks. If there were more transportation vehicles and a larger scale, they would be able to take on other large-scale transportation business in the future. However, Xia Huanhuan is not in a hurry to expand. After all, it has only been open for a few years and does not need such a large scale. Xia Huanhuan tries to leave time for Jiao Jiao and her family. As for business matters, at most she will check the major policies and then check the accounts at the end of the year. The people she found, Li Jie, Dahe, Qi Ningyu, are all trustworthy, so there is nothing to worry about. Soon it will be the Chinese New Year again. Jiao Jiao is more than 5 months old, and she has grown up a long time ago. She is delicate and beautiful, with 2 big eyes. She grins when she sees people she knows, which melts people's hearts. This little guy is the darling of the family. Li Zhan sighs every day, and he can't hold her for a while even if he wants to. After finally grabbing a moment, Shen Wanxue came over and took Jiao Jiao away. "You are a grown man. How can you take care of a child? Let me hold her." However, just after Shen Wanxue held her for a while, Rong Zhenbang also came over. "Wife, let me hold her for a while. You are so tired." The triplets followed behind, looking up eagerly, and said, "Grandma, it's our turn to hold her. We want to hold Jiao Jiao." From time to time, Grandpa Fu would bring his guards to stay for a few days, and he would also rush to hold Jiao Jiao. Even Fu Weixin, who has always been very introverted, now often comes here to have dinner and play with his granddaughter. Li Zhan saw that she was obviously his daughter, but he couldn't even hold her warmly, so he was very amused. At night, he couldn't help to tossing Xia Huanhuan in bed. "Wife, how about we have another daughter? Jiao Jiao is too popular. I can't even have one." Xia Huanhuan was amused and speechless. She punched him and said, "Forget that your daughter is still breastfeeding? If you dare to mess around, I will stop breastfeeding. Do you think the whole family will scold you unanimously?" Li Zhan thought about it, and it was right. If Xia Huanhuan got pregnant again, in order to ensure the nutrition of the baby in her belly, her milk would definitely stop. Therefore, she had to temporarily put aside her thoughts and use the rubber product obediently. However, Xia Huanhuan calculated the time. In fact, the family planning policy has been gaining momentum since last year. If she really wants to have another child later, it may not be so easy. However, she and Li Zhan have a son and a daughter, so there is nothing to regret. On the night of New Year's Eve, it snowed heavily. Xia Huanhuan built a coal stove in the house. The fire was burning vigorously. Everyone ate dumplings around the stove, and there was a large table of New Year's Eve dinner. After dinner, there were melon seeds, white rabbit milk candies, and fried peanuts. A full fruit plate was placed on the ground. Everyone gathered around to eat melon seeds and chat. The TV was on, but the first Spring Festival Gala had not yet been held, so there was nothing to watch. Everyone focused on talking. After talking for a while, everyone went back to sleep. The next morning, the triplets, Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei were the first to get up. They all wore new clothes and went to each room to pay New Year's greetings. This was also a rule set by Xia Huanhuan. It was different for other days, but every New Year's Day, everyone in the family, including Chun Yan and Aunt Wang, had to buy new clothes, which was also a new look for the new year. Aunt Wang was the aunt who had worked as a maid in the Rong family before. Now there was a little kid at home, and Lin Yuru and Shun Wanxue were not young anymore, so most of the housework was left to Chun Yan and Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang's children were all grown up and had started their own families, so they packed their bags and lived here. Since they live under the same roof, new clothes are a must. Xia Huanhuan runs a clothing store. How can her family not wear new clothes during the Chinese New Year? Not only in the courtyard, but also in the Fu family, Xia Huanhuan will personally deliver new cotton-padded clothes. Grandpa Fu and Fu Weixin said they didn't need them, thinking she was wasteful. But on the first day of the Chinese New Year, they had to wear the clothes sent by their granddaughter/daughter neatly. This year, Jiao Jiao was born. Xia Huanhuan made a bright red down jacket for her. After Jiao Jiao put it on, her face looked even pinker and tenderer. When she smiled, her two dimples warmed people's hearts. Perhaps she heard the voices of her brothers in the yard. Jiao Jiao was so anxious that she kept leaning over to the bed, and she kept making sounds from time to time, trying to attract the attention of her brothers. While dressing her, Li Zhan could not help but scold and laughed. "Three little rascals, you only know how to use your New Year's money to buy firecrackers to play with." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Not only firecrackers, but also rice cakes, egg rolls, and fruit leather. Nowadays, there are more and more types of snacks." A small shop opened at the entrance of the alley, selling popsicles in summer and various snacks in winter. It is simply a paradise for children. As they were talking, the triplets came in. "Mom, Dad, our sister hasn't dressed yet? We're carrying her to pay New Year's greetings." Xia Huanhuan glared at them and said with a smile, "Do you think Mom and Dad don't know that you're planning to take all of our sister's New Year's money for yourselves?" The triplets couldn't help but smile guiltily when they heard this and said, "Mom, look at what you said. We are planning to save it for our sister first. When our sister grows up and becomes sensible, we'll buy her lots of snacks." Xia Huanhuan chuckled twice. "Your abacus beads are well placed, but it's a pity that they're useless. However, if you can get first place in the final exam next semester, your dad and I will give you a large reward. How about it?" The triplets were a little dejected after hearing the first half of the sentence, but they immediately perked up after hearing the second half. "Mom, are you serious? How much reward will you give us first?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "How about $5 each?" When the triplets heard this, their eyes lit up. $5? Adults only earn $30 or $40 a month. If converted to $3,000 or $4,000, it would be equivalent to the purchasing power of $500. "Mom, you keep your word." "No, there is only one first place. How do we three calculate it? Doesn't that mean only one person can get it?" Xia Huanhuan said, "If you can take the top 3 places, the first place will get $5, the second place will get $4, and the third place will get $3. That should be fine, right? Why not?" The triplets were full of energy. "Mom, just wait to pay." As they were talking, there was a knock on the door. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan were puzzled. On the first day of the Chinese New Year, people usually visit relatives within the family, so why is there a knock on the door so early in the morning? Li Zhan didn't let Xia Huanhuan go out and got up to open the door. A man in his 40s or 50s and a woman of about the same age were standing outside, holding some gifts in their hands. Li Zhan didn't recognize him, so he asked suspiciously, "Who are you looking for?" The man glanced into the yard, and seeing such a neat courtyard, he couldn't help showing a little jealousy and distress in his eyes. However, he quickly covered it up and asked, "I'm looking for Yang Qiushi. He lives here, right?" Li Zhan was stunned for a moment. "Looking for Uncle Yang?
Who are you to him?"
"Why are you looking for him?" The man said quickly, I am his distant nephew."
My Yang Wenyuan.
We came here from Shanghai specially to wish my uncle a happy new year. Li Zhan was stunned for a moment. Didn't Uncle Yang have no relatives? How come a distant nephew suddenly appeared? The woman who came with the man saw that Li Zhan didn't say anything and said anxiously, "Is my uncle here? You don't want to hide him and don't want us to see him, do you?" Li Zhan heard her words were a bit harsh, and he couldn't help but look at the woman. Li Zhan has been a soldier for many years, and he is full of righteousness. Just one look at him. The woman was frightened and couldn't help but shudder. Yang Wenyuan also scolded in a low voice, "Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here?" The woman hid behind Yang Wenyuan, but still had an unconvinced expression. Li Zhan said, "Uncle Yang lives here. You come in first. Yan Yan, go and call Grandpa Yang over, and say someone is looking for him." When Yan Yan heard the task assigned by her father, she immediately ran to Yang Qiusher's room in the backyard to call for help. Yang Wenyuan and the woman looked at the house and the furnishings in the house unscrupulously along the way, and couldn't help but smack their lips. This house is really good. It must be worth at least tens of thousands of dollars. After hearing what Yan Yan said, Yang Qiusher's face sank, so he put on his clothes and slowly walked to the front hall. Yang Wenyuan and the woman saw Yang Qiusher coming from a distance, and they immediately rushed out, knelt down with a thump, and shouted with sobs, "Uncle, I can see you. I am Wenyuan, and this is my wife. We wish you a happy new year." At this time, Xia Huanhuan also came out holding Jiao Jiao and could not help but look at Li Zhan. Xia Huanhuan remembered that her master seemed to have a distant nephew. When the policy was to return the Yang family's things, the several medicine shops in Shanghai were originally managed by the master's distant nephew, so Yang Qiusher did not take them back. He only renovated the several medicine shops in Beijing, the medicinal material planting and processing base in Yin Province, and the medicine shops in several other cities, restocked them and opened them up. So much time has passed, and this distant nephew has not shown up, and it is unknown today. Why did Tian come here suddenly? Seeing that he had already knelt down, Xia Huanhuan quietly pulled Li Zhan, smiled, and said that they were going to Xin Wanchua's room to pay New Year's greetings, and then walked away. Since he was the master's distant nephew, it was more or less a family affair of the Yang family. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan did not intend to participate, so they let Yang Qiusher negotiate on his own. However, they did not know what the two people's intentions were for suddenly appearing. It was not really to pay New Year's greetings, so they quietly asked the twins to keep an eye on them, and if anything happened, they would go and call them immediately. When they arrived at Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang's room, Shen Wanxue first carried Jiao Jiao over, and then asked, "I heard the noise outside. Yan Yan just said that it was Lao Yang's distant nephew who came?" Xia Huanhuan nodded and said, "Yeah, it seems so." Rong Zhenbang was also happily teasing his granddaughter on the side, and laughed sarcastically. "I'm afraid he's here to ask for money." After hearing this, Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but look at each other. Xia Huanhuan asked, "Dad, Mom, what's the matter with this distant nephew of my master?" Rong Zhenbang said, "In fact, this nephew is indeed of the Yang family's bloodline. He is from the lineage of the son born by an illegitimate wife of Old Yang's grandfather's brother. Old Yang calls him second grandpa. By Old Yang's generation, the relationship has become much more distant. Old Yang's great-grandfather divided the property of the medicine shop into two and gave it to Old Yang's grandfather and second grandfather. Later, his second grandfather's branch of the family business gradually went bankrupt, and the father of this distant nephew went to the Yang family and was later sent to Shanghai to manage the shop. Later, Old Yang suffered a disaster and had to go to the countryside. All the family property that should be confiscated was confiscated, and his distant nephew took advantage of the situation to occupy the shops in Shanghai. For so many years before the policy came down, I haven't seen them come to Old Yang so attentively to wish him a happy new year. After Rong Zhenbang's words, Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan probably understood. Yang Qiusher had no children, and in terms of bloodline, the only descendant of the Yang family was indeed this distant nephew. They might have other plans. Sure enough, after a while, Yi ran over and said, "Dad, Mom, my grandpa Yang asked me to call you over." Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan hurried over. When Yang Qiushi saw them coming, he frowned and said seriously, "I know your filial piety and good intentions. However, I am also old and Beijing is my home. If I go to Shanghai to live with you now, I will not be used to it. This is Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan, you just met them. I am living with them now, and they will take care of me in my old age and funeral. You don't have to worry about it." Yang Wenyuan and his wife heard this, and their faces showed anxious expressions. "Uncle,
How can this be?
I am your nephew by blood after all, and you let outsiders take care of you in your old age and see you to the end of your life. This." Yang Qiushi became impatient and said coldly, "It's not that I don't give you face. In the past few years, if you had come to see me once, I would have thought about it. We have been strangers for so many years, and I am afraid you must have said a lot of bad things about me in Shanghai. Let you take care of me in my old age and see me to the end of my life? I am afraid I will not die well." After hearing this, Yang Wenyuan and his wife's faces turned pale, and they were unable to refute a word for a while. Yang Qiushi stood up and ordered them to leave. "I also know that you are eyeing those shops in Shanghai and are afraid that I will take them back.
Don't worry about this.
Since you still have some bloodline of the Yang family, the 6 shops in Shanghai will still be managed by you and your wife, and you can pass them on to your children and grandchildren in the future. But you don't have to worry about the others. You don't have a penny left. I've said that you can do as you please." After saying that, he put his hands behind his back and walked away without even looking at the 2 people. Yang Wenyuan was anxious and chased after him, shouting, "Uncle, don't be fooled by these 2 people. Aren't they just pretending to be nice to you because you have money? Once they have cheated all the money of our Yang family, they will not care about you. Uncle, I am your nephew after all." Yang Qiushi was furious when he heard this. He had been polite enough, but this rascal was really shameless. Yang Qiushi turned around and said coldly, "Why did your father give birth to such a shameless rascal like you? Get out of here. If you don't get out, I will take back those shops in Shanghai for you." Yang Wenyuan saw that he hadn't gotten anything else yet, and the ones in Shanghai were also going to be taken back. How could he dare to make trouble again? He ran away in disgrace. However, before leaving, the couple still glared at Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan. After leaving the courtyard, Yang Wenyuan's wife said unconvincedly, "Are we just going to let it go? Look at such a big house. I think it has 3 entrances. It's worth at least tens of thousands of dollars. It was probably bought with your uncle's money. Are we really going to let outsiders occupy it?" Yang Wenyuan's face turned pale, and he said with a paw, "You wish. Just wait and see. The old man probably won't live for many years. We'll come over after he dies. No matter what, this medicine shop is the property of the Yang family. I don't believe it. If the old man dares to give the ancestral property of the Yang family to outsiders, he will have the nerve to face our ancestors when he dies. By then, we will definitely take back everything, including the courtyard." As they talked, they went back to Shanghai angrily. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan sent Yang Qiushi back to his room. Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang also came over to persuade him not to take it to heart. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan went back to their room, and Li Zhan said, "I think these 2 people will not give up, and they will definitely come again." Xia Huanhuan teased Jiao Jiao and said with a smile, "Let them come, we will just deal with it as it comes, and have a clear conscience." Li Zhan nodded and smiled, "That's right. The days of the new year are always lively and festive. The year before, the Fu family had 2 new babies, Fu Nanjing's daughter and Jiao Jiao. Therefore, the reunion dinner at the Fu family on the 2nd day of the new year was even more lively. Grandpa Fu and Fu Weixin were very pleased to see the 4 generations of the family reunited. On the 3rd day of the new year, they went to Li Jie's house, Fu Nanjing's house, and Qi Jian's house to pay New Year's greetings. Fu Nanjing, Li Jie, and Dahai's family also returned the gifts. On the 4th day of the new year, they went back to the county town to give gifts to Li Zhan's eldest sister Li Zhaodi's family, and Xia Huanhuan said she wanted to go back to Qingshui village. When they were in Qingshui village before, Secretary Zhao took good care of their family. Now Secretary Zhao is getting older, so Xia Huanhuan wanted to go and pay New Year's greetings and see him. Li Zhan naturally agreed. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru had not been back to the village for a long time, so they went back together. The two of them took Jiao Jiao, Xia Shuangshan, and Lin Yuru, and took the train back to the county town without Xiaowen, Xiaowu, Beibei, and the triplets. They first delivered the gifts to Li Zhaodi's home. Li Zhaodi and her husband are now helping Li Jie and Zhou Qiuhe to open a store, but Li Jie and Zhou Qiuhe later gave them 20% of the shares, which can be divided into dividends at the end of the year. Therefore, they have moved their family to the county town. Chen Yan returned home before the new year. When she saw Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan coming, she came out to greet them happily. Jiao Jiao also knew her, and when she saw her, she smiled and asked for a hug. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan talked to Li Zhaodi for a long time, and after giving red envelopes to all the children, they returned to Qingshui village without eating. Secretary Zhao was so happy to see them back that he couldn't stop smiling. Secretary Zhao's hair is now completely white, and he has lost a lot of teeth. He looks very old, but he is still in good spirits. He has retired from the position of secretary. Now he goes to the village primary school every day to hang out and see the children in the village studying, or goes to the back mountain to see the medicinal herbs planted. The secretary is Xiaoping now. This kid has a conscience. After graduating from university, he couldn't let go of the village school, so he took the initiative to give up the assignment and returned to the village. He is also the principal of the school. It's just, his wife wanted to stay in the city, and the two quarreled a few times, and then his wife divorced him. Alas, Xiaoping is a child who has made too much sacrifice. After hearing this, Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan were impressed. Apart from anything else, Xia Huanhuan just couldn't do it, as he finally got into college, but returned to the village to become a private teacher. This was a spirit of selfless dedication. Xia Huanhuan said, "Secretary Zhao, Li Zhan, and I have made some money doing business in Beijing. I will give some money to renovate our school and buy some new books and so on." Secretary Zhao waved his hand and said, "It's not easy for you to make money. Besides, Lao Yang's pharmacy now buys all the medicinal materials grown in the village every year, and the villagers are much richer.
Don't worry about it."
Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Secretary Zhao, I'm not worrying about it. After all, it's a good way out for the children in our village to go to school and get into college.
Just let me do my best."
After hearing this, Secretary Zhao smiled and said, "If you say so, then I won't refuse on my own initiative. You and Li Zhan are great." While they were talking, Secretary Zhao's two grandsons Chaoyang and Qiming came in. Chaoyang was 16 years old, and Qiming was 15 years old. When they saw Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan, they greeted them politely, "Uncle Li, Aunt Huanhuan." Secretary Zhao said proudly, "These two guys are really doing well. Chaoyang has just submitted his application for enlistment, and Qiming is good at his studies and plans to go to college next year. Qiming, you should work harder and try to be like your Aunt Huanhuan and get into Peking University." Qiming smiled a little embarrassedly and said anxiously, "Grandpa, what are you talking about? It's not that easy to get into Peking University." Everyone laughed. Li Zhan asked Chaoyang, "What branch of the military did you apply for?" Chaoyang said, "I wanted to apply for the Air Force, but I was afraid of the strict requirements, so I applied for the Army. Anyway, as long as I can be a soldier and carry a gun to defend my country, I would be happy even if I have to be a cook." Li Zhan nodded and smiled. "Do a good job. As long as you have good physical fitness and strong will, the army welcomes you young people." Chaoyang felt embarrassed. After talking for a while, Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan came out of Secretary Zhao's house with Jiao Jiao in their arms and went to Aunt Wu's house and other families in the village to pay New Year's greetings and chat. They stayed in the house in Qingshui village that night and returned to the county town early the next morning. A few days later, Xia Huanhuan took out all the agricultural machinery that had been stored in the space before and asked Li Jie and Wu Feng to drive them back to Qingshui village. With these seeding machines, threshers, and the like, farm work in the village can be much easier. In addition, She also funded the construction of a small library at the school, bought various encyclopedia books, new desks and chairs, and the like. Li Zhan also paid attention to Chaoyang's military service. Chaoyang submitted the application in Hebei Province, but Hebei Province and Beijing City are both under the jurisdiction of the North China Military Region, so it is the same thing. It is said that Chaoyang has passed the strict physical examination and physical training, as well as the political. After the interrogation, Li Zhan was quite happy. This should be a sure thing. When the recruitment was coming to an end, he went to ask again, wanting to know where this kid was assigned to. As a result, you don't know until you ask. Once asked, Li Zhan was almost mad to death. Chaoyang was eliminated in the end. It turned out that the son of a small leader in the county recruitment office replaced Chaoyang's qualifications. Li Zhan naturally couldn't sit idly by, so he asked someone to investigate the matter and finally restored Chaoyang's enlistment qualifications. However, Li Zhan did not interfere too much in the assigned troops, and this kid was later assigned to Shandong Province. Spring in the north is always short. It was still chilly yesterday, with peach blossom snow falling, but it suddenly became warm. In April and May, Xia Huanhuan used the space to go to Yangjia village in Zhejiang Province. In the past few years, Xia Huanhuan has been raising river clams and pearls in the castle fish pond in the village. Now, the first batch of clams has been there for 4 years, and she plans to go there to collect clams. Zhejiang Province is close to the coast and has developed well in recent years. New houses have been built in Yangjia village, presenting a brand new landscape. Secretary Yang warmly received Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan only wanted pearls, so she went straight to she commissioned villagers to open clams and take pearls. The remaining shells and meat were discarded. She had already opened some clams last year, and the village started duck farming with the unwanted meat, which is now a popular business. Not only that, many other villages also followed suit and started raising river clams to produce pearls, but they didn't have any way to sell them, so they found Xia Huanhuan and asked her to buy them all. Xia Huanhuan didn't refuse, but she only accepted pearls of good quality. She and Secretary Yang have already discussed the breeding farm in Yangjia village. Some villagers in the village have discussed and decided to start a township enterprise. The villagers hold 40% of the shares and are responsible for breeding and opening clams, while Xia Huanhuan holds 60% of the shares and is responsible for recycling and sales. The villagers can receive a lot of dividends every year, so how can they not work hard? Of course, some people are jealous of Xia Huanhuan and clamor to divide it out to do their own work. After working for less than 2 years, they regret it and return home in disgrace. Xia Huanhuan collected the pearls and still went to Guangzhou from time to sell them to Smith. She also developed several other luxury goods companies, so there is no problem with sales. However, she also knew that selling raw materials alone was too extensive, and further processing and development would bring greater profits. In the second half of the year, Xia Huanhuan opened a jewelry design company in Shenzhen, specializing in pearl jewelry, and the products were directly targeted at the wealthy wives and upper-class people in the opposite Hong Kong city. Winter soon came again, and heavy snow fell in Beijing. Xia Huanhuan enrolled in spring, so her graduation time was different from that of future college students. She also graduated in spring, not summer. Therefore, in the winter, everyone began to make plans to inquire about where they would be assigned after graduation. Students of Peking University are actually not that bad. After all, it is the highest institution of learning in the country, so the assignment is generally not that bad. But there is still a certain chance of being assigned to other provinces, and many of the students who have just resumed the college entrance examination have families, and everyone's mentality is different. Therefore, in the past few months, the department office can be said to be constantly busy. Chen Lu wanted to go back to Guangzhou, so he was a little worried about the assignment. Xia Huanhuan was determined not to be assigned. After graduation, she would concentrate on developing her business. Assigning a unit to her would simply be a drag. Seeing Chen Lu so worried, she smiled and said, "Don't panic. There are also many people in Guangshi who have quit their iron rice bowls and become self-employed, right? If you are assigned to the Northwest or somewhere else, you can either give up the assignment and become a self-employed person, right?" Chenlu couldn't help laughing after hearing this. That's true. Even if you are a good Peking University student, you don't want the assigned job and insist on being a self-employed person. Others will laugh at you. Xia Huanhuan also knew that Chenlu was thin-skinned, and it was normal for him to care about other people's opinions, so she smiled and said, "Anyway, we will work out when the time comes. If you are willing, we can cooperate and do business in Guangshi. It will definitely make more money than the assigned job." Chenlu looked at Xia Huanhuan and asked, "Huanhuan, are you really not going to accept the assignment?"
Xia Huanhuan nodded and said, "Yes. I have already talked to the department. If there are vacancies, they will be allocated to other people, so that I don't waste them."
When the teacher in charge of graduation assignments in the department heard Xia Huanhuan say that she didn't want an assignment, his jaw dropped in shock. The quality of college students in that era was different from that after the expansion of enrollment in later generations. They were truly rare. As soon as they graduated, they were cadres, and no matter what unit they were assigned to, they would be popular and have many opportunities for promotion in the future. Xia Huanhuan's grades were still the best in the department, so how could she just not want an assignment? The teacher in the department was newly assigned not long ago and was quite responsible. He advised seriously, "Student Xia Huanhuan, the school also knows that you just gave birth to a daughter last year. Your family now has 3 sons and 1 daughter. I heard that you have 3 adopted children? Your family may be burdened with heavy responsibilities and busy with things. However, as female comrades of the new era, the country has spent so much effort and resources to train you to become a college student. If you go back to be a housewife, it would be a waste of talent.
You should think about it.
The department will reserve your place first." Xia Huanhuan was amused and shook her head quickly after hearing this, and said, "Teacher, you misunderstood. I don't want the assignment, not because I plan to go back to be a housewife. I want to be a self-employed person." The teacher was stunned after hearing this. Self-employed person? Giving up the good assignment and becoming a self-employed person? Setting up a stall on the roadside? How much better than being a housewife? Xia Huanhuan continued, "Teacher, I have also visited Guangzhou in the south and Shanghai in the east in recent years. I think that our country's business will definitely develop more and more in the future. Therefore, contributing to the country is not just obeying the assignment. I am studying economics, and using my knowledge and ability to contribute to the development of the country's business is also a way of contribution." After Xia Huanhuan left, the teacher still didn't understand, so he reported the matter to the higher-ups. The dean of the department smiled and said, "Xiao Wang, you have just been here for a short time, so you may not know Xia Huanhuan's situation. She is the owner of Yuanxiangju, and she is well known in the district and even in the city. She also runs a clothing store. She wants to be a self-employed person, not a small stall. You don't have to worry about it. Just give her assigned quota to someone else." After hearing this, Teacher Xiao Wang couldn't help but widen his eyes and stuttered. That Yuanxiangju is it opened by Xia Huanhuan?" The last semester of college finally ended. Xia Huanhuan came out of school, and Li Zhan was waiting for her at the door. Xia Huanhuan walked over and said with a smile, "Why are you here? Don't you need to train?" Li Zhan said with a smile, "You officially graduated today. How could I not come for such an important event?" Xia Huanhuan tilted her head and smiled. "You are thoughtful. Then let us go celebrate today?" Li Zhan nodded and said, "What do you want to eat? I'll treat you." Xia Huanhuan pursed her lips and smiled. Is this a date for them? Speaking of which, she and Li Zhan have not really spent much time together for these years, so she couldn't help but smile and tease. "You are treating us, but you are spending our family's money, right? However, it's rare that you have come to your senses and know romance well. Let's go eat mutton hot pot." As the two talked, they went to Donglishan. There were plates of fresh chopped mutton, and the bottom of the pot was just water, with only onion segments, wolfberries, mushrooms, slices, and other ingredients. It was mutton in clear soup, and it tasted original. The key point was the sesame sauce with a little bit of fermented bean curd. The mutton was covered with a lot of sesame sauce and put into the mouth. The satisfaction of the salty and fragrant explosion was incomparable. Of course, Xia Huanhuan liked both the garlic oil dish in the south and the sesame sauce dish in the north. Seeing Xia Huanhuan eating with a happy face, Li Zhan couldn't help but smile dotingly. Is it so delicious? Look how happy you are. Xia Huanhuan nodded seriously. Of course it's delicious. Eating is the happiest thing in the world. Li Zhan shook his head and smiled, saying, if you like to eat, we can come here every now and then, and we don't lack the money. That's the truth. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, okay, that's what you said. You'll have to use your pocket money when the time comes. Li Zhan glanced at her unhappily. Where do I have any pocket money? Xia Huanhuan picked up a piece of mutton and stuffed it into Li Zhan's mouth and smiled. I know you don't have any. I was just kidding. But I'm thinking about opening a hot pot restaurant in Beijing in the future. However, I won't use the sesame sauce, but the spicy flavor from Sichuan province in the south. What do you think? In the 1980s, although Sichuan cuisine was already very famous throughout the country, hot pot, which did not require a chef but relied entirely on ingredients and self-service, had not yet become popular. Therefore, there was no Sichuan hot pot in Beijing. Li Zhan traveled a lot and had eaten Sichuan hot pot several times. He was originally from the north, so he could accept the spicy flavor. He nodded and smiled. If you want to open it, open it. We have a strong taste here, so we should be able to eat spicy food. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, yeah. In the future, there will definitely be more and more people from other places coming to Beijing, and the food will become more diversified. Li Zhan smiled and said, I believe in my wife's business acumen. After they ate hot pot, Li Zhan took her back on a bicycle. When they got home, the triplets refused to listen to them that they were going to eat hot pot without them, and they insisted on going to eat too. Seeing that they had finished their exams and were on winter vacation, Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, in a few days, let's go out for a meal as a family. Is that okay? The triplets finally agreed. A few days later, Xia Huanhuan brought her family and also Grandpa Fu and Fu Weixin to book a private room on the second floor of Donglishan, where they had a hot pot meal together. Chen Lu went along as he was waiting to get his diploma and registration card. Chen Lu was eventually assigned back to Guangzhou, which was his wish come true. Yan Haoyan had already sent a telegram saying that the wedding would be held as soon as Chen Lu returned. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru were both happy and nervous. After all, Chen Lu's family was from Guangzhou, and both of their parents had urban hukou. Compared with the Chen family, although they now moved to Beijing with their daughter and son-in-law, they were still rural hukou after all, and they were afraid that the Chen family would still look down on Yan Haoyan. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru thought about it, and then took the money they had saved over the years and went to discuss with Xia Huanhuan, meaning to see how they could prepare. In the early 1980s, what men and women wanted when they got married was the so-called 3 turns and 2 rings. The 3 turns were a big watch, a bicycle and a sewing machine, and the 2 rings were a tape recorder and a wall clock. As for the new 3 pieces of color TVs, refrigerators, and washing machines that became popular later, they were still 10 years in the future, or even longer. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Dad, Mom, don't worry. My brother and I have discussed it privately. Bicycles, sewing machines, and the like are definitely there, and they all need to be prepared. Besides, we have an electrical appliance store at home, and we can get cheap goods from Guangzhou, so I have reserved the 3 items, the color TV, refrigerator, and washing machine for my brother. You can go there when the time comes, and you will definitely not embarrass yourself. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru couldn't help feeling relieved and guilty after hearing this. Oh, Waner, fortunately you are here. Otherwise, the 2 of us really don't know what to do. Xia Huanhuan said, Don't worry. My brother has a plan in mind. He bought a newly built house in Guangzhou last year and renovated it as a wedding house. You will be able to see it when you go there. Their house was built by a professional developer in Guangzhou, and the rooms have kitchens and toilets, which is more convenient than our courtyard houses. The commercial housing in Guangzhou that Xia Huanhuan mentioned was the Donghu New Village that was built at the end of 1979 and was gradually put on the market in the second half of 1981. Yan Haoyan was able to afford the house here with his savings over the years and some inheritance from his adoptive parents. Xia Huanhuan also bought one before the Lunar New Year, so that Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru would have a place to stay when they came to Guangshi in the future, and it could also be rented out. Yan Haotian's wedding date was quickly set on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Xia Huanhuan, Li Zhan, Lin Yiru, and Xia Shuangshan, as relatives, were going to help Zhang Luo, therefore, took the children and set off for Guangshi after the third day of the Chinese New Year. As soon as they arrived in Guangshi, Xia Huanhuan contacted Qin Rongxing and asked him to personally deliver the new imported refrigerator, washing machine, and color TV, all of which were placed in Yan Haotian's new house. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, Beibei, and the triplets helped cut the red double happiness and pasted the festive double happiness on the large items and brand new furniture in the house. The wall also hung a photo of Yan Haotian and Chen Lu taken in advance at the photo studio. Seeing this, Lin Yiru and Xia Shuangshan couldn't help but wipe their tears with joy. Think about their first half of life. What kind of life was that? But I didn't expect that I could enjoy a peaceful life with my daughter and son in the second half of my life. The wedding was held at the Victory Hotel, where the wedding was booked before. Because it was held in Guangshi, most of the guests were relatives from the Qin family. From the Xia family, there were only Xia Huanhuan, Li Zhan, Xia Shuangshan, and Lin Yiru. The other Xia family members had long been cut off from each other, so it was naturally impossible to invite them to come. However, many of Yan Haotian's comrades and leaders came, so he was definitely not defeated in terms of momentum. After the wedding, everyone started to make a fuss and wanted to go to the bride and groom's house to make a fuss. Yan Haotian also agreed generously. A row of jeeps on the road carried relatives there, which can be said to be quite face-saving. Chen Lu's parents were very proud in front of Chen's relatives. Chen Lu's father smiled softly. Look at you. You despised Haotian back then. If it weren't for Haotian, could your daughter have married so gloriously? Chen Lu's mother felt a little guilty and said, I despised? Have you never despised him? It's Lulu's fault too. She couldn't explain herself clearly. How would I know that Haotian was the leader? Besides, didn't I agree to it later? We soon arrived at the residential area of Donghu New Village. Everyone lived in old public housing or houses allocated by the company. How could they have seen such a well-managed community with water, electricity, toilets, and flush toilets in the rooms? They couldn't help but envy them, especially when they saw the brand new refrigerator, television, and washing machine in the room. Their eyes widened, and they all envied Chen Lu's parents for being so lucky to have such a good son-in-law. Chen Lu's parents didn't expect Yan Haotian to be able to afford these large appliances. You know, the dowry they gave Chen Lu was just a sewing machine, a bicycle, and other things worth 200 or 300 yuan, which probably couldn't even buy a color TV together. Everyone talked and laughed with envy, and then dispersed, leaving the young couple to spend their wedding night. Chen Lu waited until everyone had left. Her face was still flushed, and she felt that this day was like a dream. When she was in a trance, she suddenly felt dizzy, and was picked up by Yan Haotian.
You.
You put me down quickly. Chen Lu blushed and quickly hugged Yan Haotian's neck for fear of falling. How could Yan Haotian let go? He smiled and said, No. You are my wife now. I can hug you whenever I want. I've been holding it back for several years. Don't even think about running away tonight. Huan and Li Zhan have given birth to 4 children. If we don't work harder, we won't be able to catch up. As he said that, he had already carried her to the inner room and threw her on the bright red bed. He had already covered her and stripped off her clothes. Here, Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan coaxed Jiao Jiao to sleep, and they were also affectionate for a long time. After they were done, the two of them snuggled up with some breathlessness. Xia Huanhuan suddenly smiled and said, Let us go to the beach tomorrow? I haven't been to the beach for a long time. Let Xiaowen and the others take care of Jiao Jiao, just the two of us. Li Zhan listened and smiled dotingly. Okay, I'll listen to you. Xia Huanhuan suddenly leaned close to his ear and smiled. Then wait, I'll give you a surprise tomorrow. Li Zhan saw her wet eyes and couldn't help feeling itchy. He turned over and hugged her, asking, What surprise? Why make it so mysterious? Xia Huanhuan pushed him away and said, If I tell you, It won't be a surprise. Li Jian became playful and pinched the flesh on her lower back. He laughed in a hoarse voice. If you don't tell me, I'll force you to confess. Xia Huan let out an ah, and her body gurgled as if it was a conditioned reflex, but was immediately pulled back by Li Jian. She looked at Li Jian, holding back her laughter and acting along with him. I won't confess. I won't confess even if you kill me. Li Jian held her chin, kissed her forcefully and domineeringly, and chuckled. You asked for it. Early the next morning, Xia Huan had a sore back and waist and didn't want to get up. However, Li Jian was still thinking about the surprise, and he pulled her up with all his might. Xia Huan drove Li Jian out of the room, changed her clothes, and then they set out for the beach. Although the winter in the south is much warmer than that in the north, when Xia Huan arrived at the beach, she faced the cold wind blowing from the ocean, shrugged her shoulders, and shivered with cold. She couldn't help but scold herself in her heart for having no common sense. After standing for a while, she immediately turned around and left, saying, let's go back.
Today
Is not a good day. Li Jian was stunned for a moment. He just came here. Why did he go back? Didn't he want to see the scenery? Suddenly, he remembered that there was a surprise that he hadn't told him. Why are you going back? Where's the surprise? What is it? Li Jian couldn't help but ask. Xia Huan blushed and said vaguely, now is not the time. Wait until summer.
Lisan's mot wisha.
A surprise and have to wait until summer?
This.
Have to wait so long? Xia Huan also felt that she was a bit too much, so she bit her lip, looked around to see that there was no one, and said, I'll show you. But you're not allowed to laugh at me. Then she unbuttoned her coat and showed it to Li Jian. Li Jian was stunned for a moment, then hurried over, hugged her in his arms, and pulled her clothes up for her. He coughed twice embarrassedly and then asked in a hoarse voice, This is... Xia Huan's face also turned red, and she laughed softly in his ear. Have you forgotten that I mentioned to you once when we were on the island? This is called a bikini. It is worn when swimming in the summer. I thought there would be no one on the beach in winter, but it turned out to be so cold. Li Jian couldn't help but feel angry and amused, and leaned close to her ear and said, This kind of clothes can only be worn at home for me to see. I don't want other men and women to see it. Xia Huan smiled and said, It's not the right environment to wear it at home. Oh, if there was an empty beach in the summer. As she was talking, Xia Huan suddenly found that the surrounding environment had changed. The originally gloomy sky was blue, the sun was shining, and there was a fine white beach under her feet. The blue sea in the distance rolled over layer by layer, making a sound of waves. Xia Huan looked around in amazement, and then she realized that this was not her space. Where else could this be? Looking again, Li Jian was still holding her, and he actually entered the space with her. Xia Huan. In the past, she couldn't take Li Jian into the space no matter what, and only succeeded a few times when she was at the critical moment of life and death.
Today.
What's wrong with the space? Li Jian was also a little confused. He looked around and saw beautiful mountains and rivers, and the wind was sunny. It was clearly a good summer day. Even the sweater he was wearing felt hot. Li Jian hesitated and said, Huan. Xia Huan closed her eyes and pulled Li Jian, while touching the birthmark on her wrist with her hand. Suddenly, the two returned to the beach, where the cold wind was just blowing. Xia Huan saw that there was no one on the beach, so she pulled Li Jian into the space again. This time it was still successful. Xia Huan and Li Jian looked at each other.
Li Jian asked tentatively, Huan, this
is your space, right?
Xia Huan nodded and said, Yeah, I guess.
This space finally recognized you, so you can come in. This is the only explanation she could think of. Of course, it is also possible that in her deepest subconscious, she really trusts Li Jian completely, so she let down the last bit of defense, right? Otherwise, when they encountered floods in the past, Li Jian was kicked out of the space when he escaped from danger. There is no reason why she can take Li Jian in and out freely now, when there is no danger at all. Li Jian looked at the summer beaches around him, and then he couldn't help but twitching his mouth, and said, Your space is a bit disgusting. Before he finished speaking, Li Zhan was kicked out of the space again. Li Zhen. Okay, you are not allowed to say bad things. Xia Huanhuan also came out later, smiled and said, Who told you to talk nonsense? Let's go home. After returning home, Li Zhan still pestered Xia Huanhuan to enter the space, and then saw Xia Huanhuan wearing a bikini. Xia Huanhuan later made some attempts and found that Li Zhan could only go in when she wanted to take him in, and Li Zhan could not go in alone. Moreover, if he went in with her, Li Zhan could also use the teleportation of the space. This way, it would be much more convenient. If Xia Huanhuan went on a long journey through the space in the future, Li Zhan could go with her, so that she would not be unsafe alone. Moreover, the two of them would go into the space from time to get close to each other, at least no one could disturb them. In the summer of 1983, Xiaowen was admitted to Peking University, and Xiao also enlisted in the army and officially became a soldier. Beibei was in the first year of high school, and the triplets officially became junior high school students. Jiao was 3 years old and started to run after her brothers. However, when her brothers went to school, she was still spoiled by her grandparents, Grandpa Yang, and her great-grandparents. Chun Lu got pregnant soon after she got married and gave birth to a son that year. Now she is pregnant with her second child. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru went to Guangzhou to help take care of the children. In Beijing, the district made connections, and she and foreign businessmen set up a travel company and a multinational 5-star hotel. In addition, the hot pot restaurant mentioned to Li Zhan before was also opened and even developed into a chain store. Xia Huanhuan opened a foreign trade company in Shenzhen, specializing in foreign trade business with Hong Kong businessmen and foreign customers. In addition, she also opened her own clothing factory in Guangzhou. On the one hand, she developed her own brand by independent design, and on the other hand, she also did OEM for foreign customers, which soon became a large-scale place. Her own clothing brand and jewelry brand also developed very smoothly, and they have gained considerable popularity in Hong Kong and even abroad. Pearl jewelry can only be obtained by customization several months in advance. However, Xia Huanhuan is not doing everything herself now. She asked many old classmates from Beijing University to help, including Chen Lu and Han Rui, who liked her in the English department before, and they all became senior executives of the foreign trade company. Yu Siju later resigned from the hospital and came to help manage the business of Yang's pharmacy. Li Jie and Wu Feng also became the general manager and deputy general manager of the transportation and logistics company respectively, and the number of vehicles in the fleet increased to 10. Of course, the two of them were not only workers, but also shareholders, with a good share of dividends every year. Li Jie and Zhou Qiuhe also bought a courtyard house in Beijing, fulfilling their dream of settling down in Beijing. Their daughter Yingying was admitted to Beijing University together with Xiaowen, and the younger ones were also very serious and outstanding in their studies. Li Jie and Zhou Qiuhe were also glad that Li Zhan was promoted to deputy army commander. After the awarding ceremony, Xia Huanhuan looked at Li Zhan, who was still heroic in his dark green military uniform, and was moved. Although she cried a lot after crossing over, being able to meet Li Zhan in this world and grow old with him was the best thing that happened to her in her life. Li Zhan came over and said with a smile, "Are you waiting impatiently?" Xia Huanhuan suddenly stood on tiptoe, kissed him on the face, and said softly and solemnly, "Li Zhan, I love you. What's wrong with you out of the blue?" Li Zhan wanted to laugh at her sudden corniness, but when he was halfway through his words, he saw the tears in her eyes and couldn't help but raise his hand to wipe them for her, and said with a smile, "What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Your man was just promoted to deputy commander. In the future, he will be commander and commander. There's no need to be so excited." Xia Huanhuan was so angry that she punched him. She also knew that saying "I love you" was too out of place in this era. She finally mustered up the courage to say it, but in the end, the atmosphere was completely ruined by him. Li Zhan took the opportunity to grab her hand, hugged her in his arms, laughed, and whispered in her ear, "Wife, I love you too." The end some follow-up that was not explained. When Xia Huanhuan went to Gangshi and Guangshi again, she occasionally met Fu Qingye a few times. It seemed that he was hooking up with some nouveau riche. Her daughter was taken back to the village by her grandmother and raised for a few years. When she couldn't support her any longer, she came to the Fu family for help. The Fu family also helped her many times. Apart from not having the love of her parents, the child's life was not too hard. However, Fu Weixin was afraid that the situation of adopting Fu Qingye would happen again. Therefore, he only helped secretly and did not let the child know. Later, the child grew up, was admitted to university, and later got married. At that time, Fu Qingye, who was old and ugly and dumped by a nouveau riche, came back and tried to get her daughter to recognize her and take care of her in her old age. However, after her daughter learned about her life experience, she sneered at Fu Qingye and refused to recognize her no matter what she said. Fu Qingye regretted her decision at this time, but unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. Later, the street office took pity on her and sent her to a nursing home to live out her remaining life. In the early 1990s, Yang Qiushi came to the end of his life. His nephew Yang Wenyuan came to make trouble and even found a lawyer team to sue Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan. However, Yang Qiushi had already prepared a will and passed all the Yang family's inheritance to Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan promised to keep the name of Yang's pharmacy. Yang Wenyuan eventually lost the case, and after investigation, it was found that his several drugstores in Shanghai were on the verge of bankruptcy. Xia Huanhuan invested in buying these drugstores, reorganized and reopened them, and merged them into Yang's pharmacy, which restored the integrity of Yang's pharmacy. Bai Zihan has also been in the army as Li Zhan's deputy, and the Bai family and the Rong family have always maintained this close relationship. Many of Li Zhan's soldiers later retired, and Xia Huanhuan arranged for them to work in various companies.